Chapter 71. It was indeed Yichen. He was not very familiar with the Black Rock City, and he did not remember any shortcuts. Therefore he was a step behind the other inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Luckily, he had asked for directions on the way, so he was able to arrive at the Black Rock City in 3 days. Seeing that the selection had not started yet, Yichen cupped his hands and said, "I am Yichen, a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Nice to meet you, leader of the Ling family." Ling Tianan forced a smile and said, "If you were a step late, the selection would have started." Just then, a disciple from the Purple Sun Martial School said sarcastically, "Actually, it doesn't matter if you come or not. But you can stay at the Ling family's house for free for 1 night." Hehe, in my mind, the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School always like to take advantage of others. Indeed, seeing you in person is not as good as hearing about you. Another disciple from the Emerald Martial Palace interrupted. "You." The disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School were not happy. "What do you mean we like to take advantage of others? Are you sure you will win?" At the same time they started to hate Yichen. "If you want to come, then come. Why are you talking so arrogantly?" The disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy and the South Rudra Martial School chose to watch from the sidelines. However, deep down they felt sorry for the disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School and Yichen. As for the other disciples, they all had a gloating look on their faces. Yichen sneered and said, "Who likes to take advantage of others? You will find out later. Right now your words are just bullshit. You are looking for death." Hearing this, a disciple from the Purple Sun Martial Palace could not hold it in anymore. A tall teenager walked out from the crowd. He was 1 meter and 90 centimeters tall, with a thick neck and a pair of arms that were thicker than ordinary people's thighs. Obviously he was an extremely powerful warrior. A burning hot chi rose from his body, making him look like a man on fire. He walked towards Yichen step by step. At the same time, a teenager from the Emerald Martial Palace also walked out. He looked ordinary, but his aura was no weaker than the tall teenager's. Within a flash he had already reached 3 steps in front of Yichen. His glaze-colored Jin Chi was bursting out, containing an immeasurable explosive power. One on the left and one on the right, the two of them stared at Yichen like tigers watching their prey, wanting to embarrass him in front of everyone. Hehe, this Yichen has angered Wang Kunyang from the Purple Sun Martial School and Xiao Lai from the Emerald Martial Palace. I'm afraid he won't have a good ending. Wang Kunyang is at the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. He is only 1 step away from the late-condensing reality realm. Added with his 10,000 pounds of strength, normal late-condensing reality realm warriors are no match for him. And that Xiao Lai is even scarier. His speed is unparalleled. Whenever he attacks, he will either tear the body apart or break the limbs. His nickname is the Body-Tearing Killer. I don't think they'll fight. No matter what, Ling Tianan is still the head of the Ling family. How could he just watch this happen? Now that you mention it, you're right. Sigh, what a pity. While everyone was talking, Wang Kunyang and Xiao Lai's aura was getting stronger. They slightly raised their heads and looked at Yichen with disdain. Just when Yichen was about to lose his temper and teach them a lesson, Ling Tianan stood up. "Wait, the selection is about to start. Please give me some face and don't start a fight right now." Ling Tianan was having a headache. All of the martial disciples were extremely arrogant, and it was hard to control them. What made him speechless was that this Yichen from the Sky Cloud Martial School was just too arrogant. He could have messed with anyone, but he chose to mess with the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the Purple Sun Martial School. Everyone knew that the disciples from these 2 martial institutions would not let anything happen to them. Once the selection was over, Ling Tianan was going to suffer a lot. But it had nothing to do with him. The competition between the martial disciples had always been intense, and it was not something that he could interfere with. "I will give you some face for the head of the Ling family. Once the selection is over, I will make you kneel on the ground and lick my boots." Wang Kunyang spat on the ground and stared at Yichen. He then retracted his aura and went back to the group of Purple Sun Martial School disciples. Xiao Lai said in a creepy tone, "I have to say you are very lucky. If it were not for the head of the Ling family, one of your arms would have been broken." Xiao Lai's silhouette quickly faded away. He had somehow gone back to the group of Emerald Martial Palace disciples, leaving only a blur behind. On the other side, the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School were discussing with each other in a low voice. "What should we do? This Yichen is our disciple after all. If he gets bullied by others, we will all lose face. What can we do? It is his fault for not restraining himself. Unless our senior brothers and sisters are here, we will all be in trouble. Damn it. Why can't I be more powerful? Stop dreaming. Let's try our best to get a spot first. Yi Qin, who was about to attack, was expressionless. To be honest, he was irritated by the attitude of the two. It was the first time that he had felt how intense the competition between the martial disciples was. However, he was not like the other disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Anyone who messed with him would be beaten down by him. Dad, has the selection started? Under the intense atmosphere, a soft voice came. It was like an aureole, like a wind chime, extremely pleasant to listen to. Ling Tianan turned his head in surprise and said helplessly, Xiao Xue, didn't I tell you to stay inside? I also want to see how good the martial disciples are. Since I am the leader of the herb collecting team tomorrow, why can't I? Outside of the training field, a 16-year-old girl slowly walked over. She was very pretty and she was wearing a pink dress. Her slim body was like a willow in the wind. Smiling bitterly, Ling Tianan introduced her to the crowd. This is my daughter Lin Xiaoxue. She is also the leader of the herb collecting team tomorrow. Miss Lin, don't worry. With me Wang Kunyang protecting you, you will be safe. Wang Kunyang patted his chest and said loudly. Lin Xiaoxue raised her pretty eyebrows, smiled and said, Thank you very much. Now let's confirm the 5 temporary guards. Ling Tianan nodded. The selection starts now. Everyone please enter the white circle. Hearing him, the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the Purple Sun Martial Palace were the first ones to enter the white circle. They stared at the others with evil intentions, as if they already had the victory in their hands. The disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy were all wearing white robes. Their aura was no weaker than the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the Purple Sun Martial Palace. They were the only ones that the disciples from the 2 martial institutions were afraid of. The disciples from the South Rudra Martial School had always been low-key, but no one dared to look down on them. Their relationship with the other martial institutions was neither good nor bad. When it was the Sky Cloud Martial School's turn, Wang Kunyang sneered and said, What are you doing in here? You will still get the fuck out later. But that brat has to come in so I don't have to go find him. With their heads down, the Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples still entered the circle. The other martial institutions' disciples were not targeted. After all, they were way too weak, so there was no point in targeting them. After everyone had entered, Ling Tianan took a deep breath and said, The selection starts now. Boom, boom, boom. Almost at the same time Ling Tianan spoke, the people in the circle had already started fighting. The powerful Zhen Qi gathered into a huge river, blowing a few people away. Chapter 72. Lin Xiaoxue turned around and asked Lin Tianan, Dad, you always said that the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the North Snow Martial Academy were powerful. Then why did you send the mission to the other martial institutions? Lin Tianan explained, What we think is one thing and what we actually do is another. We are only a small family, we need to build a good relationship with every martial institution. If we only send the mission to the Emerald Martial Palace and the North Snow Martial Academy, and some people find out, the other martial institutions would not want to be friends with us anymore. Their disciples would also hate us and cause us trouble. Therefore you have to remember, when it comes to all the big martial institutions, you have to be fair. Do not show any favoritism. Yes, I understand. Lin Xiaoxue said thoughtfully. Ling Tianan smiled. Although this trip to the Red Blood Forest is dangerous, it is also a good opportunity to build a good relationship with the disciples of the sect. Some of them might even become inner elders of the sect in the future, rising up to the heavens. Then Dad, who do you think is better? Xiao Lai from the Emerald Martial Palace is not bad, but he is a bit too cruel, which might cause him trouble in the future. Wang Kunyang from the Purple Sun Martial School is very aggressive, but he does not know how to control himself. I can't really comment on the disciples from the Rudra Martial School. As for the Sky Cloud Martial School, never mind, let's talk about the disciple from the North Snow Martial Academy. The disciple named Wang Feng from the North Snow Martial Academy is very good. Wang Feng? Lin Xiaoxue looked confused. She glanced at the people who were fighting. By then, there were already 7 or 8 people who had been blown out of the white circle. Most of them were from small martial institutions, but there was also one disciple from a big martial institution who happened to be from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Boom. In the crowd, a teenager from the North Snow Martial Academy exchanged a palm attack with a disciple from the Rudra Martial School. The power of their palms collided and created a huge shockwave that spread out in all directions. All of a sudden, another 3 people were blown out of the white circle. What surprised a lot of people was that Yi Qin, who had the lowest cultivation, was still standing in the middle of the white circle. He did not move at all, as if the shockwave had not affected him at all. Lin Tianan and Lin Xiaoxue were shocked. Their attention was originally on the cold-looking teenager Wang Feng, but Yi Chen's performance soon caught their attention. This person was not that simple after all. Wang Kunyang was also surprised. After easily knocking away a disciple from a small martial institution, Wang Kunyang changed his target and rushed towards Yi Chen. He grinned and said, "Little brat, kowtow to me and lick my shoes now, then we can still talk. Otherwise, I will make you vomit 3 liters of blood today." Light yellow Jinqi exploded violently. Wang Kunyang took 3 steps at a time. He flew towards Yi Chen like a thunderbolt. His right palm was hidden behind his waist. There was a yellow flame hidden in his palm. "If you survive 3 punches from me, I'll spare your life." Facing the aggressive Wang Kunyang, Yi Chen was not afraid at all. He had made up his mind that he would use all of his power to attack Wang Kunyang. If Wang Kunyang could withstand his attacks, then it would be fine. If Wang Kunyang could not withstand his attacks, then he deserved it. There had been disciples who were killed in the past anyway. It did not matter if there was one more or one less disciple. The Purple Sun Martial School would not be able to punish them. Wang Kunyang was so angry that his 3 corpses jumped up. He clenched his right fist and the yellow flame merged with the tip of his fist. "You are looking for death. Great Sunfire Fist." Compared to Yi Jun's Great Sunfire Fist, Wang Kunyang's Great Sunfire Fist was way more aggressive and hotter. Once he threw out a punch, it was like a huge sun that could burn everything in its path. All of the disciples who were close to Yi Chen hurried to jump out of the way in case they were caught in the fire. Yi Chen stood where he was without moving. He waited until Wang Kunyang's fist was 3 feet away from his body before he threw out a punch. The blue flame on his fist was burning brightly, leaving behind a beautiful blue light tail. All of a sudden, a tiger's roar shook the sky. The blue light was like a dragon, attacking with an unstoppable momentum. Top-rank Mortal Realm martial skill, Tiger Roar, Dragon Fist. The 2 fists clashed against each other. The yellow and blue light intertwined with each other, continuously clashing and exploding, creating a firework-like explosion. To everyone's surprise, Wang Kunyang was the first one to break down. The clothes on his right arm suddenly exploded, revealing his muscular arm. Then blood started to ooze out of his arm, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from within. Wang Kunyang could not help but puke out a mouthful of blood. He was blown away. "Where do you think you are going?" Yi Chen did not want to let him go so easily. He moved his feet and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already very close to Wang Kunyang's body, keeping the same speed as Wang Kunyang. Raising his fist, Yi Chen threw out 2 punches at Wang Kunyang's chest. Boom! Wang Kunyang's fist sank an inch deep into Wang Kunyang's chest, and the sound of his ribs breaking could be heard clearly. "No!" Wang Kunyang puked out a mouthful of blood. He could not control his body anymore. He flew out of the white circle and crashed into the wall of the Ling family's house. The wall collapsed and Wang Kunyang's body was buried in it. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Silence. Absolute silence. It was dead silent as everyone stared at Yi Chen in a daze. Without giving the others time to be shocked, Yi Chen turned around and sneered at Xiao Lai. "Didn't you say you wanted to break my arms and legs? I would like to see the difference between your so-called broken arms and legs and my understanding." Ling Tianan was shocked. Is this Yi Chen trying to kill Xiao Lai? Xiao Lai swallowed, pretended to be calm and said, "You don't even know that you are in big trouble. Do you know that Wang Kunyang is an important disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School? Even if you kill him, you won't be able to live. If you admit your mistake now, you might still have a chance to live. Otherwise you will die." Yi Chen did not care about Xiao Lai's threat at all. "My Sky Cloud Martial School has lost many disciples. Last year, Brother Wu was killed by your Emerald Martial Palace's disciples, and Brother Fei was crippled by your Emerald Martial Palace's disciples. Sister Miao was also turned into an idiot by the Purple Sun Martial Palace's disciples. Now, I only crippled Wang Kunyang, who has the right to criticize me. My principle is that a dead genius is no longer a genius, only a living genius. Today you will not be able to escape from my 3 punches. If you don't die, I will let you go." As soon as he finished talking, Yi Chen performed his crane shadow steps, and dashed towards Xiao Lai without leaving a trace. Xiao Lai lost track of Yi Chen in an instant. He felt numb in his scalp. He did not think that his attacking power was stronger than Wang Kunyang's. If Wang Kunyang could not even take 1 punch from him, then Xiao Lai would definitely not be able to. The only thing he could do now was to use his speed to escape, and then find a chance to take revenge in the future. He wanted to kill Yi Chen while he was still young. Don't ever doubt his determination. The Emerald Martial Palace's disciples had plenty of ways to kill other martial institutions' disciples. Xiao Lai did not care about whether he would be disqualified or not. He directly shot towards the outside of the white circle. He sneered in his mind, "You want to hurt me? Dream on. Stay." Seeing that Xiao Lai was about to leave the white circle, Yi Chen raised his hand and shot out 5 sharp chi swords, blocking Xiao Lai's way. Chapter 73. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The speed of the chi sword was very fast. Everyone could only see 5 thin lines flashing by. Xiao Lai's chest, shoulder, waist and abdomen were bleeding, and his body staggered. Not good chi sword. Xiao Lai was shocked. If he did not stop for a while, there would have been a few bloody holes on his body. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. Clear Jade Chi Art. Very afraid of Yi Chen's chi sword attack, Xiao Lai immediately performed a top-rank Mortal Realm defense art from the Emerald Martial Palace, Clear Jade Chi Art. All of a sudden, a green chi flow appeared around Xiao Lai's body, like a thin crystal. Ding ding ding. Yi Chen's second round of chi sword hit on the chi flow and made a sound of metal clashing. They could not go any further and were all bounced off. Body dismemberment hand. After successfully blocking Yi Chen's attack, Xiao Lai turned around and threw out a claw attack. Kalala. The ground was cracked by the claw power, and 5 curved blades of chi cut through the air, trying to cover Yi Chen. Traceless crane shadow dragon in the sky. Yi Chen's body blurred in midair, and as he avoided the claw power, he appeared in the sky in front of Xiao Lai and threw out a punch. The strong blue light was blinding, and it was accompanied by a powerful tiger roar. When Xiao Lai got used to it, a flying dragon made of blue chi suddenly appeared in front of him. It was 18 meters long, shaking its head and tail with sharp claws. It rushed towards Xiao Lai. "I will kill you." Xiao Lai's eyes were wide open and he did not retreat. His arms were like a big ball, and he blocked the blue flying dragon's attack. Boom, 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 boom. Every time Xiao Lai took a step back, the ground under his feet would explode. After 10 steps, his whole body was blown into the air, and the blue light around him had dimmed a lot. 2 more punches. Yi Chen did not care about the fact that the Tiger Roar Dragon Fist would consume a lot of Jin Chi. He threw out another 2 ace attacks. The blue chi dragons intertwined together and swallowed Xiao Lai up in the air, then carried his body up into the sky, making him look like a real flying dragon. Bang! A huge blue firework bloomed and dyed the nearby air into a different color. Not long after, a shadow landed near Wang Kuanyang. Who? Yi Chen let out a long breath. The Tiger Roar Dragon Fist was a top-rank Mortal Realm fist art that he had chosen when he was choosing his pure Jun Jin Chi, and he had already trained it to the peak of completion half a month ago. As for the dragon in the sky, it was one of the killing moves of the Tiger Roar Dragon Fist. It consumed a lot of Jin Chi. Only 3 punches were equivalent to dozens of normal punches. Of course, it was also very powerful. Even if it was not as powerful as a low-rank Earth Realm martial skill, it was not far from it. But then again, Xiao Lai was a mid-condensing reality realm warrior after all. He had the Jade Qing Chi art, which was a defensive martial art. It would be very difficult to hurt him with a long-range attack. If he had to blame something, he could only blame himself for not being able to dodge the first dragon in the sky, which had weakened his defense a lot. How could he block the next 2 punches? Looking up, Yi Chen noticed that many people were staring at him with their mouths agape, as if they were looking at a monster. 2 mid-condensing reality realm warriors couldn't even take 3 punches from him, am I right? So powerful. When did the Sky Cloud Martial School have such a monster? When he reaches the mid-condensing reality realm, he won't even be afraid of late-condensing reality realm warriors. Of course he won't be afraid. He had defeated 2 geniuses who were at a higher cultivation level than him. This kind of power is no longer a simple battle. The rest of the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the Purple Sun Martial School all had the same thought in their minds. We can't let this guy live, otherwise he will become a powerful enemy in the future. I have to go back and inform my senior brothers and sisters, and ask them to secretly kill him. We can't let him continue to grow. The only ones who were happy were the inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Inside the martial school, although the competition was intense, it was not to the extent of death or disability. But outside the martial school, the competition was 10 times more intense. Many geniuses of the Sky Cloud Martial School had been killed by assassinations, which was quite a pity. But now, another inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School had risen up. How could they not be happy? After all, the more powerful their martial brothers and sisters were, the more face they would have when they walked outside, and more or less, it would be more or less a deterrent. On the other hand, it would be just like before, being laughed at by the other martial schools, but not daring to talk back. Well done, senior brother Yi. These Sky Cloud Martial School disciples did not have to call Yi Chen their teacher, but they should still call him senior brother. It would not be an insult to them. Yi Chen did not change his expression. He turned around and said to the disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace and the Purple Sun Martial School, "Do you want to walk out of the circle yourself, or do you want me to invite you out? Don't you dare." Someone could not let go of his pride. He subconsciously blurted out. Boom. That person's vision blurred, and Yi Chen's fist had already landed on his body, sending him flying. Seeing this, the rest of the people did not dare to say anything anymore. They all jumped out of the white circle. "Yi Chen, you are so dead. My martial brothers and sisters will not let you go. No matter how powerful you are only an early condensing reality realm warrior. If you encounter a late condensing reality realm warrior, you will definitely die. Someone from the Emerald Martial Palace will definitely come to take care of you." The disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace had never been humiliated like this before. They carried the half-dead Xiao Lai out of the Ling family, and said some harsh words before they left. There were only 3 disciples from the Purple Sun Martial Palace. One of them was dead or alive, one was badly injured, and the last one obviously could not take the other 2 away, so he did not dare to say any harsh words. He could only curse Yi Chen in his mind, and swear that he would definitely take revenge for today's humiliation. Ling Tiannan's face was full of bitterness. He ordered people to carry Wang Kunyang and the other badly injured disciple to the inner courtyard. He was going to use the best medicine to cure them. Otherwise, even if the management of the Purple Sun Martial School did not blame them, it would still leave a bad impression on them. In the white circle, there were only 7 people left: Yi Chen alone, 3 disciples from the Rudra Martial School, and 3 disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy. Yi Chen had a good impression of these 2 disciples. At least he did not hate them. He said, "7, there are 2 more, let's continue." "No need." The tall girl was the leader of the Rudra Martial School disciples. She said to a male disciple standing next to her, "Brother Yang, you are not as powerful, leave." "Yes." The disciple did not hesitate. He started walking out of the white circle. The leader of the North Snow Martial Academy disciples was Wang Feng. He also asked one of the weaker disciples to give up. There were exactly 5 people left in the circle. The tall girl smiled at Yi Chen and said, "Brother Yi, you were so powerful just then. I Xueme admire you so much." Yi Chen did not show any arrogance. He said, "There are so many geniuses out there. I am nothing. I am afraid that even you don't think that I am a unique genius." Yuan Xueme paused for a second, then laughed and said, "Interesting indeed. There are a lot of people like you who can beat geniuses who are at a higher cultivation level than you. But you have to be careful. The Purple Sun Martial Palace and the Emerald Martial Palace disciples will not let this go easily. I heard that the Blood Demon from the Emerald Martial Palace is also doing a mission in this area. Do not run into him or you will be in danger." Blood Demon. Yi Chen slightly frowned. This guy should be an inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace. He even got the nickname of Blood Demon. Chapter 74. Yi Chen asked, "What level of strength does this bloodthirsty mad demon belong to?" He did not ask about his opponent's cultivation level because for geniuses, cultivation level did not mean anything. There were a lot of mid-condensing reality realm warriors who could beat late condensing reality realm warriors. What mattered most was their combat power. Yuan Xueme glanced at Wang Feng and explained, "Brother Yi, have you ever heard about the 3 great ranks of the young generation of the Windy Nation?" Yi Chen shook his head. Perhaps other disciples who often roamed the Jianghu would know about this, but he had just become an inner disciple not long ago, and his network was not big, so there were some things that he did not know. "Then I'll tell you." Yuan Xueme organized her thoughts and said slowly. Although the Windy Nation didn't have as many geniuses as the other nations, there were still quite a lot of them. Generally speaking, the truly talented geniuses would be divided into 3 groups. There were only 3 people on the first step. They were Young Master Emerald from the Emerald Martial Palace, Young Master North Snow from the North Snow Martial Academy, and Young Master Duanmu from the Duanmu family. These 3 were the leaders of the young generation of the Windy Nation. They were qualified to compete with the top martial geniuses from other nations. They could also participate in the South Rudra region Hidden Dragon rank competition that was held once every 3 years. There were quite a lot of people in the second group, including the core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, Palm Extreme, Lu Wuxiang, Stone Man Sherpatian, Tyrannical Blade Yu, North Snow Quick Blade Lynch, Purple Sun Martial School's core disciples, Rushing Thunder Hand, Ouyang Lai, Little Godly Legs Ouyang Ming, our Rudra Martial School's first sister and second brother, Lotus Fairy Qin Yulian and Rain Hero Nangong Yun, and your Sky Cloud Martial School's core disciples, Hidden Fragrance Sword Ju Mei and Hans Han Child, Luo Hans Han. Of course, the more people there were, the greater the disparity between them. The strongest might easily defeat the weakest, but they would still be ranked in the second tier. As for the third group, there were a lot of them and they were all core disciples of different martial institutions. Most of them were at the late condensing reality realm, and were expected to become the mainstay of the Windy Nation. Yichen frowned. Bloodthirsty Mad Demon is a genius of the third rank? That's not it. He's one of the strongest disciples below the three great ranks. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation is a little low, it wouldn't be impossible for him to enter the third rank, Yuan Shuemei explained. After hearing so much, Yichen drew a more detailed division of strength in his mind, from high to low, in an orderly manner. It was not like before when he had a hazy understanding of the strength of the sect disciples, and he had to rely on himself to analyze it, which was a mess. As for the Hidden Dragon rank competition, he had heard about it a long time ago. The South Rudra region was the smallest region in the True Spirit continent, but it was still many times bigger than the world that Yichen came from. It had a radius of thousands of miles, and there were 3 big countries, 10 medium-sized countries and 24 small countries like the Windy Nation. The martial artists of the major countries did not have much contact with each other. The distance between them was also too far, so it was difficult for them to completely understand the level of the martial artists of the other countries. For this reason, the 3 top countries in the South Rudra region had joined hands and set up a competition 60 years ago, which was the Hidden Dragon rank competition. The competition of the Hidden Dragon rank was prepared for young people. Any warrior who was under 24 years old and had reached the mid-condensing reality realm could participate. It was held once every 3 years, and there were 72 people who could participate. The whole South Rudra region had tens of billions of people, and it would be such an honor to be able to pick out the 72 most powerful young warriors from tens of billions of people. No one would not be tempted. According to Yi Chen's knowledge, in the last Hidden Dragon rank competition, which was 1 year ago, young Master Emerald from the Emerald Martial Palace was ranked 68th, while young Master North Snow from the North Snow Martial Academy and young Master Duanmu from the Duanmu family did not make it. Of course, this did not mean that young Master Jadeite was stronger than the other 2. After all, sometimes if one was unlucky, it would be useless to meet an opponent who could restrain one's cultivation. A lot of information flashed through his mind. Yichen nodded to Yuan Shuemei and said, "Thank you for telling me. I will be careful." Wang Feng, who had a cold expression on his face, said, "The bloodthirsty demon does not necessarily have a weakness. As long as you can find it, you will be able to beat him with the least amount of effort." Yichen forced a smile. The disciples of the North Snow Martial Academy were the best at beating the stronger ones. They would find the enemy's weakness and attack it with all their strength, not giving them any chance to fight back. Unfortunately, he was not a disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy. Even if he had a powerful soul power, it would be hard for him to attack the enemy's weakness effectively. No matter what, an opponent as powerful as the bloodthirsty demon would not be beaten by him with only one attack. Ling Xiaoxue saw the few of them standing there without any intention to come over, so she had to remind them, "Congratulations to the 5 of you for becoming the temporary guards for the herb collecting team tomorrow." "Thank you." Yuan Shuemei smiled back. Ling Tianan said, "I have already asked people to prepare rooms for the 5 of you. Dinner will be served in the lobby, and there will be someone to remind you. Also, the Red Blood Forest is very dangerous, so you all have to prepare for your own safety. Tonight you should focus on resting." "Thank you, Leader Ling." The few of them did not dare to underestimate the Red Blood Forest. There were a lot of beasts in the forest, and rank 4 beasts were not uncommon. It would be fine if they ran into a weaker one, but if they ran into a top rank 4 beast, even young Master Emerald and the others might not be able to win. They might even die in there and become nutrients for the soil. The sky quickly darkened. After dinner, the few of them went back to their own rooms and stayed inside. The night was quiet. The next morning, the 5 of them followed the herb collecting team and the Ling family's guards towards the Red Blood Forest, which was located west of the Black Rock City. In the dead silent forest, everyone was walking quietly. Pairs of vigilant eyes were constantly scanning the dark corners of the forest. Those who had weapons were holding them tightly, while those who did not had been secretly channeling their Jin Qi, preparing themselves for any possible danger. Although everyone was being extremely careful, death was still unavoidable. A member of the Ling family's guard team fell onto the ground with a green face and white foam coming out of his mouth. Lin Xiaoxue frowned and hurried over. After a careful examination, the crowd discovered that there was a large bright green spider crawling on the neck of the dead Ling family guard. When it came over, it was probably hanging on a tree branch. When the crowd passed by, it then silently landed on the neck of the guard and poisoned him. It's the dark green poison dragon spider. Lin Xiaoxue's face turned pale. This kind of spider was only a rank 1 demonic beast, but the poison inside its body was very strong. It could kill a condensing reality realm warrior within a second. It was called the Death Messenger by the warriors who frequented the Red Blood Forest, meaning that the victim could not be saved. Yi Chen secretly gasped. He thought that the Red Blood Forest would not be as dangerous as the Silent Hills. If he could survive in the Silent Hills, then he would definitely be able to survive in the Red Blood Forest as well. However, he was wrong. The Red Blood Forest was not only dangerous for the powerful beasts, but also for the weak ones. If that spider had bitten him, he might have died. Chapter 75. Miss, there is no hope. Let's just keep going. The vice captain of the herb collecting team sighed and suggested. Lin Xiaoxue nodded, stood up and said, "Everyone, the Red Blood Forest is extremely dangerous. Accidents are bound to happen. But don't worry, the dead will not die in vain. The Ling family will compensate your family with 100,000 silvers, and the rest of you will get 10,000 each. If something happens to me, it will be the same." "Miss, you are such a good person. Then we can rest assured." "Yeah, as a warrior, accidents are normal. I am just worried that my family will lose their support." There were only 6 condensing reality realm warriors in the guard team, and the rest were all at the mortal realm. With their strength, even if they hunted demonic beasts every day, it would still take them a few months to earn 100,000 silvers. But that was impossible. No one could stay in a place where demonic beasts gathered every day. Normally, a normal mortal realm warrior would need at least 5 years to earn 100,000 silvers, and that was assuming that they didn't die all the time. After all, if they were unlucky, they might even run into a high-level demonic beast, and they wouldn't even be able to run away. Now, Lin Xiaoxue had compensated the families of the dead with 100,000 silvers, which meant that they did not have to worry about their families anymore. Plus, if they survived, they would also have 10,000 silvers, which boosted their morale even more. This girl has the temperament of a leader. Lin Xiaoxue's actions made Yi Chen secretly nod. The dead had already died, and the rest of the people still had to continue their journey. As they went deeper, they felt like they had entered another world, completely separated from the busy city. The Red Blood Forest was indeed worthy of its name. Along the way, they had encountered 4 waves of beasts. The first wave was 3 underground demon rats, which were rank 2 beasts. The second wave was a large group of silver ring snakes, which were rank 2 beasts. The third wave was 5 scorpion demon wolves, which were top rank 3 beasts. The fourth wave was a blind mighty rock bear, which was a rank 4 beast. Under the attacks of the third and fourth waves of demonic beasts, no one was killed or even injured. However, the first and second waves of demonic beasts had killed 4 members of the guard team and herb gathering team. If it weren't for Yi Chen and the rest's quick reactions, it wasn't impossible for more than half of the team to die. The underground demon rat was not very powerful. Under normal circumstances, even a mortal realm stage 7 or 8 warrior could easily beat it. But when it was hiding underground, it was a nightmare for mortal realm warriors and even early condensing reality realm warriors. Among the guards, a mortal realm stage 10 warrior was dragged into the deep cave by the underground demon rat without any resistance. His screams lasted for a long time before it stopped. The second and third underground devil rats were unlucky. They targeted Yi Chen and Yuan Shueme. Before they could crawl out of the ground, they were shocked to death by Yi Chen and Yuan Shueme's Jinchi. The other underground devil rat was so scared that it ran away. If the underground devil rats had traumatized everyone, then the second wave of demonic beasts, a large group of silver ring snakes, had terrified them. The silver ring snake was a rank 2 beast. It had an oval head, and its whole body was lined with white and black rings. The white rings were relatively narrow, and its tail was long and thin. Its body length was 3 to 4 meters and it was as thick as an arm. Its poison was slightly weaker than the dark green poison dragon spider, but once a condensing reality realm warrior was bitten, he or she would die in a short period of time. The silver ring snake's attacks were very strange. From the top of the trees, in the bushes, under the fallen leaves, it attacked from all directions. The sound it made was like a storm. It was crazy. At this critical moment, the disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, Wang Feng, used his blizzard sword art. Wherever the icy cold sword chi went, the silver ring snake's speed would be slowed down immediately. Those that were close to it would be cut into pieces. Wang Feng had blocked half of the silver ring snakes all by himself. Yi Qin and Yuan Xuemei were not weak either. They both used their martial arts to kill the silver ring snakes from 10 steps away. Unfortunately, the range that they could protect was limited. One herb collecting team member and 2 guard team members were bitten by dozens of silver ring snakes. They were poisoned to death immediately and died on the ground. Lin Xiaoshua's face was very pale. It was not only because they were getting closer to the deeper part of the red blood forest where there were more and more demonic beasts, but also because there were too many people that had died, and the amount of compensation was too high. It was not that she was stingy, but this time she had spent 100,000 gold and 50 qi healing pellets to hire 5 martial disciples. The total value was almost 250,000 gold, which would be 2.5 million silver. Now 5 people had died and the compensation was 500,000 silver, and the ones that survived would each get 10,000 silver. It would be more than 3.5 million silver. For a small family like the Ling family, 5 million silver was already a huge loss. It was easy for them to run out of money, and if they ran out of money, it would usually bankrupt a small family. Biting her lips, Lin Xiaoxue hoped that there would be a good harvest. After walking for another 10 miles, Yi Qin suddenly felt that the natural yuan qi around them had become a lot denser, and there was a faint mist in the distance. Lin Xiaoxue obviously felt the change in the yuan qi and said excitedly, "We are almost at the herb collecting location, let's work harder." Everyone from the Ling family could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Along the way they had been very nervous, and did not dare to relax for even a second. They were afraid that if they let their guard down, they would become the prey of the demonic beasts, and would never be able to leave the red blood forest and return to their warm homes. Luckily there was always a reward. After they finished collecting the herbs, it should be a lot easier to go back. After a while, they came to the side of a huge basin. Looking around, the basin was several miles in size and it was filled with all kinds of herbs such as black ring grass, silver bell grass, gold pearl iron blood grass, star flower, centipede flower, vermilion fruit, black snake fruit, 7-star pearl grass, tricolor date tree, neverwinter date tree, and hundreds of different kinds of herbs could be found here and there. Dense spiritual energy gathered in the sky, forming a faint mist that was faintly discernible. It was like a paradise on earth, a paradise in the mist. So many herbs. Everyone in the herb collecting team's eyes lit up, and their breathing sped up. These herbs might not be worth much individually, but when there were so many of them, it would be very scary. If they could collect all of them, they would be able to sell for 1 or 2 million silvers, and if they were made into pellets, the price would be 10 times higher. It would not be a problem to make 10 million silvers. Some of the more valuable herbs would be even more expensive than that. For example, the gold pearl iron blood grass, which was used to make the qi healing pellet, was a rare herb. One of them could be sold for 1,000 silvers, which was even more expensive than a good weapon. Lin Xiaoxue looked very happy, but she did not let the excitement get to her head. She ordered, 2 of the guard team members will protect one of the herb collecting team members. Split up. If anything happens, don't do anything on your own. Report to me immediately. Yes. Along the way the guard team members had made a lot of contributions. If it were not for them protecting the herb collecting team members, more people would have died. However, it was all worth it. Besides the money they were supposed to get, each of them could get an extra 10,000 silvers, which was equivalent to a couple of months' income. After arranging their tasks, Lin Xiaoxue also joined the herb collecting team. From time to time she would let out a scream. Obviously, some of the herbs were very valuable. Yuan Xuemei smiled and said, "This basin's natural yuan qi is very rich, there might be some demonic beasts here. Let's patrol around." Yi Qin nodded, "You're right, everyone should take care of their own areas." All right. Since they had been paid, the 5 of them would each take a position and patrol around. Occasionally they would pick some herbs and put them in their storage rings. Chapter 76. Just as Yuan Xuemei had expected, there were indeed some demonic beasts hiding in the basin. There were fist-sized deadly bees, 1,000 transformation dragons that could change their skin color freely, King Kong birds that usually hid in the tree trunks and slept, and rock-armored pigs that would go on a rampage when angered. Fortunately, these beasts were not of high levels and there were not many of them. Only a few of them were injured and none of them were killed. At this moment Yi Chen's pure Junjin Qi had shown its true power. He could attack with Qi swords from hundreds of steps away, which were as powerful as an early condensing reality realm warrior's full power attack. It could easily save people from danger, and he could also multitask from time to time, shooting out a few chi swords to help the herb-collecting team members. Swoosh. As the last 2 deadly bees were shot down by the chi swords, Yi Chen had a thoughtful look on his face. It seemed that the closer they got to the center of the basin, the higher the chance of beasts appearing. Those deadly bees had come from the beehives in the deepest part of the basin. They were only 1/3 bigger than normal deadly bees, and their flying speed was as fast as birds in the sky. Everyone, let's pick the herbs in the outer part of the basin first, then we can go deeper in. Activating his Zhen Qi, Yi Chen's voice traveled miles away, as if it was right next to their ears. Lin Xiaoxue also said, Warrior Yi is right. Let's finish picking the herbs in the outer part first, then gather at my place. Actually, even without Yi Chen's reminder, the herb-collecting team members already knew that it was not safe in the deepest part of the basin. But knowing was one thing. Sometimes when they saw some precious herbs not far away, they could not help but walk towards them, completely forgetting about the danger. Yuan Xuemei's patrol area was right next to Yi Chen's. Every once in a while the two would bump into each other. Right then Yuan Xuemei suddenly said, Don't you think the natural Yuan Qi in the basin is too rich? Yes, a little bit. Maybe the herbs in this basin have formed a Yuan Qi cycle, nourishing each other, causing the natural Yuan Qi to be much richer than other places. Yi Chen thought about it but could not think of any other reason. Yuan Xuemei shook her head. It's not the same. Places with herbs do have rich natural Yuan Qi, but I have seen bigger herb gardens, but they are nowhere close to this place. Yi Chen stared at her. You mean there is something else? I guess so. When we reach the depths we can investigate it. Yi Chen nodded. If it was really as the other party said, it was necessary to investigate. Perhaps they might find something valuable. Time passed by quickly. By the time most of the herbs in the periphery were harvested, it was already close to noon. Lin Xiaoxue put the baskets of herbs into her storage ring, then took out the food that she had prepared beforehand and handed it out. Miss, how's the harvest? The vice captain of the herb gathering team couldn't help but ask. Lin Xiaoxue smiled and said, Based on my initial estimation, the total value of the herbs we just obtained is more than 300,000 silvers. If we make them into pellets we can easily earn 3 or 4 million silvers. That's good. The Ling family's main path of development was medicine refinement. If there were more medicinal herbs they would earn more money. If there were losses they would also be implicated and their lives would become difficult. They were bound together for good or ill. When they arrived at where Yi Chen and the group were, Lin Xiaoxue said gratefully, Thank you for protecting us along the way. In the future if you need any pellets you can buy them from our Ling family. We will give you a basic price. Actually, these were just polite words. The martial disciples were never short of money. If they were short of anything they would only be short of a lot of money. However, that was not important. What was most important was to have a good relationship with the martial disciples, because it would help the Ling family a lot in the future. Wang Feng said lightly, Since we have accepted the mission we will try our best. There is no need to thank us. Lin Xiaoxue was a bit embarrassed. As a woman she would eventually have to marry someone. She did not think highly of those rich young masters. They seemed to be very powerful but in fact they only had the power of their families. If they lost their families they would be nothing. If she had to marry someone it would be best to marry a martial disciple. For example, a genius like Wang Feng and Yi Chen. Judging from his appearance and temperament he must be from a big family. He was not short of money and he was very powerful. He was the ideal marriage partner for most young girls. However, on the way here she realized that Wang Feng was very cold, and kept people thousands of miles away from him. Yi Chen on the other hand seemed to be kind and friendly but in fact he was even more ruthless. Yuan Xuemei was smart, and she was also a woman so she could easily understand Lin Xiaoxue's actions. However, she still shook her head. Warriors and normal people would not have much in common so it would be very difficult for them to get married. In her eyes Lin Xiaoxue was only a mortal realm warrior after all. If there were no accidents she would probably be stuck at the condensing reality realm for the rest of her life. When one reached the level of Wang Feng and Yi Chen, the biggest goal in life was to become more powerful. Everything else was secondary. Even when they reached a certain age, if they needed something, they would usually find a woman who was not that different from them, and rarely would they choose a normal person. Putting herself in their shoes, Yuan Xuemei would not fall for a normal person either. If Wang Feng and Yi Chen knew what Yuan Xuemei was thinking, they would probably agree with her. Indeed, for them, no matter how beautiful Lin Xiaoxue was, she was just a normal person. She would not have anything to do with them in the future. Instead of sleeping with her in the future, why would they even bother? Boom. Right at that moment, the ground suddenly started shaking violently, as if something was trying to crawl out of the ground. The next second, a milky white beam of light shot out from the center of the basin. It was about 10 meters thick and it shot straight up into the sky, creating a huge hole in the clouds. The already rich natural yuan qi above the basin became even more dense, forming clouds of yuan qi fog. It was hazy and invisible, and when one inhaled it, his jin qi seemed to grow a little bit stronger. Yuan Shuemei blurted out, "Yuan qi turned into a pillar, there is a spirit fountain down there." Hearing her, Yi Qin and Wang Feng looked shocked. They did not expect that there would be a spirit fountain down there. Normally, there would be spirit stones where there was a spirit fountain, and spirit stones were a necessity for warriors. They just did not know how big this spirit fountain was. If it was just a small one, then it would not be a big deal, but if it was a big one, then all of the top martial institutions in the Windy Nation would gather there to fight for the ownership of the spirit fountain. 10 miles away from the basin, the three men in black raised their heads at the same time. Yuan Qi turned into a pillar, the spirit fountain has appeared. Should we go back and report to Master Guijiang? After all, the top martial institutions would soon know about the appearance of the spirit fountain. No need, let's use our secret art to cover the smell of the spirit fountain first. Otherwise, even if we report to Master Guijiang, it would be too late. You are right. Let's not waste any more time, let's go. Chill. The three of them turned into strange black shadows, flying in the dark and lush forest. Their speed was unbelievably fast, and within a blink of an eye, they had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 77. Turning around, Yuan Shuemei said to Lin Xiaoxue, "Now take everyone and go deeper into the cave." All right. Xiaoxue also knew the importance of the spirit fountain, but she did not have the slightest intention of taking it. With the Ling family's power, there was no way they could take a spirit fountain, even if it was the smallest one. If she thought about it, it would only lead to death. Yi Qin, Wang Feng, and Yuan Shuemei took the lead, while the other two sect disciples brought up the rear. The group of more than 50 people headed deeper into the forest. Chi 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 chi, chi swords shot out, and before the swarm of killer bees could even get close, they were sliced in half in the air and scattered down like rain. Yuan Shuemei praised, "Brother Yi, your cultivation technique should be pure Junjin Qi, right? I've seen a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School use it before, but that person could only emit Qi aura, and couldn't reach the level of condensing Qi into a sword. I wonder what level Brother Yi has cultivated it to." Yi Qin said, "I'm not talented, but I recently broke through to the 7th layer." Yuan Shuemei and Wang Feng both looked surprised. It was not that easy to train a top-rank mortal realm art to the highest level. Normally, if a person could train a top-rank mortal realm art to the 5th level within 2 years, he would be considered as a genius, and reaching the 6th level would be considered as a genius, and reaching the 7th level would be extremely rare. The deeper they went, the more demonic beasts there were. He had just killed a group of killer bees when 3 more green-armored lizards rushed out. Dripping water pierces stone. As an inner disciple of the Rudra martial school, and a mid-condensing reality realm martial artist, Yuan Shuemei was naturally not weak. A thin sword appeared in her hand, she slightly shook her wrist, and 3 thin sword lights shot out. Although they were very fast, they looked very slow. Puchi, puchi, puchi. The 3 green-armored lizards didn't have time to launch an attack. A sword hole appeared on each of their foreheads. They whimpered and fell to the ground. Great sword art. The Rudra martial school's water drop sword spell is indeed worthy of its reputation. Wang Feng's cold voice came out with a rare compliment. Yuan Shuemei replied modestly, "I've let the two of you see a joke." After walking for another kilometer, the group finally arrived at the center of the basin. The Yuan Qi here was more than twice as dense as outside. The thin mist of Yuan Qi was moist, as if it was going to liquefy into Yuan Qi rain. Unfortunately, because of the impact of the Yuan Qi light pillar, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth was chaotic and violent, and could not be guided into the body normally. Forcefully guiding it would only make one's Yuan Qi unstable, which was not worth it. Otherwise, it would be an excellent place to cultivate. Looking at the scale of the Yuan Qi light pillar, Yuan Shuemei shook her head. "So it's a fake spiritual vein." "Fake spiritual vein? How can you tell?" Yi Qin didn't quite understand. Wang Feng, who was standing on the side, opened his mouth and said, "A fake spirit vein is a spirit vein that hasn't fully formed yet. There can't be spirit stones inside. Even if there are only a few of them, and the quality is far inferior to normal spirit stones. They can only be counted as low-quality spirit stones. However, for some small or medium-sized clans, it is already very good. As for how to tell, it's very simple. Look at the color of the center of the Yuan-Chi light pillar. If it's white with yellow, it means it's a small spirit vein. If it's white with orange, it means it's a medium spirit vein. If it's white with red, it means it's a large spirit vein. According to the legends, there's a white with purple top-rank spirit vein, but I don't know if it's true or not. Yuan Shuemei was very knowledgeable. Hearing this, she said, there is indeed a top-rank spirit vein. 300 years ago, Su King found a small top-rank spirit vein from the bottom of the sea. It was more than 300 miles long, and the widest part was more than 50 miles. He used his peerless power to pull it out from the bottom of the sea, and brought it back to his clan's gate. It made Yuan-Chi rain all year round, and the training speed was 100 times faster than the outside world. 300 years. Pulling out a top-rank spirit vein. Yuan-Chi rain. Yi-Chin secretly clicked his tongue. Although he knew that life and death realm warriors could reverse life and death, and could live for more than 1,000 years, and all of them were extremely powerful, when it was confirmed he was still very shocked. At the same time, he felt bitter for his lack of imagination. The Yuan-Chi light beam lasted for a quarter of an hour before it started to weaken. The huge amount of Yuan-Chi was like a fountain, spreading out in all directions, nourishing the plants. At this moment, everyone finally understood why the plants in the basin were so abundant. Most of it was because the fake spirit vein would explode every once in a while, nourishing the plants. Seeing that the plants in the center of the basin were even more abundant and precious, Lin Xiaoxue couldn't help but smile. She ordered the herb collecting team members, "Hurry, let's get moving. Guards, help out as well. Be careful." Yes. Even without Lin Xiaoxue's order, the herb collecting team members' eyes had already turned red. They had never seen so many plants in their lives, and they were as abundant as grass. Yi-Chin smiled. Even he was very interested in the plants here. However, since he had accepted the mission, he would not do anything that was against the mission. Of course, there were so many plants here, so it was okay for him to pick some, since there were so many of them. Shoo. No one knew when, but 3 men in black appeared outside of the basin. The Yuan-Chi light beam has weakened. Let's go and check it out. Wait, there are a lot of footprints around, there are quite a lot of people. One of the men in black looked around, trying to stop his partner from acting recklessly. The bad-tempered man in black kicked away a startled wild boar and said angrily, "Fuck! Who dares to get in front of us?" It should be the herb collecting team from the nearby cities. Look, all the plants around here have been picked up. They are very experienced. There shouldn't be any powerful warriors in the herb collecting team, so we don't have to worry about them. The 3 of them talked for a while, then walked towards the deeper part of the basin along with the bushes that had been pushed aside. Their speed was neither slow nor slow, and they always kept the same pace. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the center of the basin. It really is the herb collecting team. Didn't they see the Yuan-Chi light beam? That's impossible. That light beam can be seen from tens of miles away. Could it be a fake spirit vein? Damn, we came for nothing. What do you mean by nothing? Didn't you see that girl? She is quite pretty. We have stayed in the Ghost Corpse Mountain for many years, and we have never been close to women. Now that we have finally become low-level ghost guards, we are qualified to leave the mountain and try our luck. How could we let go of this opportunity? Hee hee. The 3 of them looked at each other with a strange look on their faces. Suddenly, a chi sword flew over from 100 steps away as fast as a bird. You are looking for death. The bad-tempered man in black did not retreat, and threw a punch right at the chi sword. Boom. The chi sword exploded, and the sound alerted the people nearby. You 3, this is not a place for you to stay, leave now. Yi-Chin, Yuan Shuemei and Wang Feng walked over, coldly staring at the 3 men in black. The 3 men in black were good at hiding their auras, but how could they hide from Yi-Chin, who had a powerful soul power? They were discovered by him the moment they appeared. Chapter 78. The leading man in black had a scrawny face, and a pair of narrow and shiny eyes, which contained all kinds of insidious and cunning. He chuckled and said, "It has always been others avoiding us, not us. Brat, you seem to be a disciple of a martial institution. Put down your storage ring and cut off one of your arms. Only then will you have a chance to live." Did you attack me just now? If you cut off one of your arms, I will spare your life. But your female partner will have to stay. A female condensing reality realm warrior should be fun to play with. The man in black with a hideous face looked extremely hideous. My 2 fellow disciples might not be nice, but this is the only way for you to live. Anyone who resists will die. The man in black, who seemed to be the calmest of the group, also spoke. On the other side, Ling Xiaoxue and the others had all stopped picking herbs. Their faces were pale. Where did these three people come from? They did not look like living people. Their bodies were emitting an extremely evil and horrifying aura, just like demons. Miss, these three are not kind people. I'm afraid they are in danger. The captain of the guard team was also a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. His eyesight was 10 times better than Lin Xiaoxue and the rest of the guards. With just a glance, he could tell that these men in black were more powerful than him. Especially the calmest man in black, he seemed to be at the late condensing reality realm. His Jin Qi was filled with a strong evil and corrosive qi. Ling Xiaoxue raised her hand. Let's wait and see. There were 6 condensing reality realm warriors in the guard team, plus 5 martial disciples. There were 11 condensing reality realm warriors in total. The leader and vice leader of the guard team were both at the mid-condensing reality realm. Wang Feng, Yuan Xueme and the other 2 martial disciples were also at the mid-condensing reality realm. So, there were 4 mid-condensing reality realm warriors on their side. Obviously they were more powerful than the men in black. If even the martial disciples could not handle the situation, then they would have to attack together. Ah! Wang Feng, who had been silent all this time, laughed out loud. Interesting. I have never seen such an arrogant person. Yi Qin, Yuan Xueme, each pick an opponent. But leave the most powerful one to me. I would like to see if his words about those who resist will die will come true. Yi Qin smiled. All right, I will take care of the one who looks like a withered tree. Leave the last one to me. Since he wants to play with women, I will let him know how scary women can be. Yuan Xueme was calm and collected, but her calm tone contained a dense killing intent. Everyone says that sect disciples are incomparably arrogant, and it seems to be true. Kill. The ferocious-looking black-robed man stomped on the ground and punched out, enveloping the 3 of them in his fist energy. He was arrogant and ferocious. Your opponent is me. Yuan Xueme's hand shook, and the snow-silver thin sword burst out a sky-covering sword light, colliding with the opponent's fist energy. Bang 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 bang, the sound of air explosions rang out incessantly, and the 2 of them quickly moved to another place. Clang. Wang Feng unsheathed his saber and locked onto the aura of the leading man in black. Die. The saber light was like snow and the saber energy was like a gale. The wind and snow intertwined, making it difficult for the human eye to look directly at them. Wang Feng immediately used the Northern Snow Martial Academy's unique martial art, the Blizzard Sword Art. Compared to Yi Tang, his Blizzard Sword Art was much colder and more violent. Once he used it, the whole world seemed to have disappeared. Only the snow-like sword light could be seen. Corpse King Fist. Explode. The leading man in black was expressionless. Facing the incoming saber light, he directly threw out a punch. The saber light was shattered and the blizzard disappeared. The man in black was neither happy nor angry. He threw out another punch. Great. Unyielding snow frost. Wang Feng held his saber with both of his hands and threw out a crazy attack. The icy cold saber light condensed on the edge of the saber and sliced through the air with the power of the blizzard. A white light flashed and Wang Feng's attack missed. The man in black's right hand was on the back of the saber, and his left hand formed a fist and threw out another attack. Bang! Wang Feng, who had collided head-on with the man in black, was pushed back 10 steps, and his body seemed to be staggering. Yi Qin frowned. This man in black is not easy to deal with. But Wang Feng is one of the most powerful inner disciples in the Northern Snow Martial Academy. He should have some special skills. It is still too early to tell who will win. Little brat, looking around is a big taboo for warriors. The evil man in black shook his body, and turned into a few beams of black light, attacking Yi Qin from different directions. 10 Ghost Shadow Flash. The black light split open and then doubled in size, turning into 8 of them. It was like a demon dancing in the sky, and the ghostly shadows were everywhere. Anyone would faint just by looking at it. An almost inaudible air-piercing sound came into his ears, but Yi Qin was not surprised at all. He leaned back and disappeared without a trace. Crack. A crack appeared on the ground, and the evil man in black looked surprised. His 10 Ghost Shadow Flash was always successful. Even late condensing reality realm warriors would be confused by it and killed easily. But he had never met a condensing reality realm warrior who had a better movement art than him. What the hell? The evil man in black realized that Yi Qin was not easy to deal with, so he performed his 10 Ghost Shadow Flash again. But unlike before, this time, the black light was covered with a layer of grayish-white qi. Wherever it went, the flowers and trees withered, the ground cracked, and a faint burnt smell spread out. The surface of his Jin Qi was showing signs of being corroded. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He activated his pure Junjin Qi special protective Qi. Countless sharp Qi flows combined together, killing the grayish-white Qi. Break for me. The black light merged together, and the evil man in black appeared behind Yi Chen. His right claw, which was surrounded by the grayish-white Qi, grabbed towards Yi Chen. The next moment, the air exploded violently, and a huge hole was created in the protective Qi layer, which almost hurt Yi Chen. Of course, the man in black was not in a good condition either. His palms were pierced by the Qi layer, leaving many tiny wounds on them. Blood was oozing out of the wounds as if he had been stung by a hornet. I am so angry. The man in black cursed. The other two were doing very well and he was the only one who was suffering. But it seemed that this brat in front of him was only at the early condensing reality realm. Without touching the ground, Yi Chen lightly stepped on a herb. Junqi has a corrosive effect. I guess you are not supposed to show your identity. So what? The ghost corpse Junqi has not shown its true power yet. You are dead. I am going to turn you into a bronze-armored corpse. The evil man in black threw out a palm attack, and a huge amount of grayish-white Junqi swept out, rushing towards Yi Chen's position like a flood. The ground cracked and burned, the herbs were burned into ashes. Wherever the grayish-white Junqi went, nothing could survive, and a black path was created. Yi Chen sneered, "You really think I cannot kill you?" His whole body was filled with Junqi, and Yi Chen's aura kept increasing. Eventually he jumped out of the ground and rushed into the sky above the red blood forest. At the same time he slowly threw out a punch as if he was pulling 10 horses. It was extremely strenuous. Tyrant Fist, the first movement, Tyrant's Rampage. Deciding to end the battle quickly, Yi Chen did not hold back anymore. He directly performed the low-rank Earth Realm Fist art that he had recently mastered, the Tyrant Fist. Chapter 79. Chen. As he threw out a punch, the fist power squeezed the air in front of him, making a loud noise. After the corpse ghost genuine Qi resisted it for a while, it flowed backward at an even faster speed. Not only that, the corpse ghost genuine Qi was compressed from a few meters thick to half a meter in diameter under the power of the Tyrant Fist. It looked like a grayish-white pillar of light. How is this possible? He infused all of my ghost corpse Jin Qi into his fist power. The man in black opened his eyes wide. His pupils were filled with fear and desperation. Before he could do anything, he was pierced through by the gray light beam. Whoosh! The two halves of the black-clothed man's body began to burn and turn into ashes. Brother Tian. The man in black who was fighting with Wang Feng could not believe his eyes. Although Tian was not as powerful as him, his fighting power was not to be underestimated. Even he would need hundreds of attacks to defeat him. Plus, there were many condensing reality realm warriors in the Ghost Corpse Mountain, and only the most elite disciples could become low-level ghost guards. He thought that with their power, they would be able to compete with the disciples from the martial institutions, and that these small fries in front of him would be easy to kill. But now reality had slapped him in the face. He was completely stunned. Wang Feng had been suppressed by the man in black. Seeing that the man in black was in a daze, he knew that this was the only chance he had. He threw out a blade attack and a bone-chilling blade power swept across the area. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The leader was a late condensing reality realm warrior after all. As soon as he sensed the incoming blade power, he immediately activated his Zhen Qi and created a grayish-white circle of light, blocking the incoming ice-cold and explosive blade power. Corpse King Fist. Dot. With bloodshot eyes, the man in black threw out a punch. Wang Feng had already experienced the Corpse King Fist from the man in black. It was extremely powerful and had a corrosive effect which could destroy Zhen Qi. He did not dare to take it head-on. His feet touched the ground and flew backward. At the same time, the colorful snow blade in his hand did not stop. He threw out 13 blade lights. The man in black did not look at the result. He bent down and punched the ground. Hell Locust Wave. The ground within a radius of 10 meters started to shake. The next second, a 5-meter thick gray mushroom-shaped air burst out and swallowed Wang Feng. Yi Chen frowned and was about to help. However, it was no longer necessary. Wang Feng, who was holding the colorful snow blade, cut open the air barrier and stepped out. He slashed down from the sky, followed by a second slash, a third, a fourth. He slashed out 38 times in a row. Each slash stacked on top of each other, forming a huge astral saber. The astral saber extracted all the air in front of it, forming a vacuum without any resistance. This caused the speed of the slashes to increase by more than 3 times. Like a sudden clap of thunder, the astral saber struck where the black-clothed man was. Kacha. A deep scar appeared on the ground, and the flowers and trees nearby fell. Yichen looked very serious. What a horrifying attack. Under this kind of attack, even if his pure jade body boosting spell had reached the peak of the 3rd level, he still wouldn't be able to block it. Only by reaching the 4th level would he be able to block it. Facing this attack, the only thing he could do was to not get hit. The inner disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy were indeed not easy to deal with. Their fighting abilities were not any weaker than the Emerald Martial Palace's disciples. In some sense they might even be stronger. The black-clothed man's body was completely destroyed. The astral saber was way too fast, and the black-clothed man was not as fast as the one killed by Yichen. Puking out a mouthful of blood, Wang Feng's face turned pale. He knelt down on one knee. Stopping Yichen from coming over, Wang Feng said, "I am fine. This is the side effect of forcefully performing the vacuum-killing blade. My qi and blood are flowing backwards. You should go check on Yuan Xueme." Vacuum-killing blade. What a powerful name. Yichen nodded and walked to the other place where the battle was taking place. Spring rain. In the thick grass, Yuan Xueme's feet did not touch the ground. She looked like she was weightless. The thin silver sword in her hand was shaking at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that it was almost impossible to see it with naked eyes. Only beams of sword light could be seen flying out, like a light rain in the spring. Chi 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 chi. The grass under the black-clothed man's feet was full of holes, as if he had just experienced a locust disaster. He had to put up a defensive layer to block the continuous sword lights. Summer rain. Seeing that the black-clothed man had blocked the first wave of sword lights, Yuan Xueme looked normal. The sword aura in her hand changed from gentle to violent and impatient. Impossible. How could I be suppressed? Being under the cover of the sword lights, the black-clothed man knew better than anyone else how horrifying the sword lights were. If it was just a spring rain before, then it was a summer storm now. It kept pouring down, washing his defensive layer. Autumn rain and thunder. Without giving the black-clothed man any chance, Yuan Xueme's sword aura changed again. The sword lights contained the poetic perspective of thunder and lightning. It was like a thunderstorm in the autumn, stunning and desolate. Crack. The defensive layer cracked open. The black-clothed man screamed in fear, "I give up. I will leave right now. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Yichen shook his head. Compared to the previous two, this black-clothed man looked so miserable, which did not match his face at all. However, this also reflected the complexity of people's hearts. No one's appearance could truly reveal their inner qualities. There were those who appeared forthright on the surface, but were dark on the inside. There were those who were refined, but were secretly licentious and shameless. There were also those who appeared to be sanctimonious, but were actually thieves and prostitutes. They were more hateful than the so-called villains. Yuan Xueme had already planned to kill him. How could she let this black-clothed man go? The sword aura in her hand became even stronger. The violent thunder sword light almost drowned the black-clothed man in it. Crack, 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 crack. More and more cracks appeared on the black-clothed man's defensive layer. Finally, it could not bear the attack anymore and collapsed. The black-clothed man who had lost his defense was instantly pierced through by the sword light, turning into a hornet's nest. Phew! Yuan Xueme let out a mouthful of turbid air. Her body sank and her feet landed on the ground. Her forehead was covered in sweat, reflecting a crystal-clear light. Yichen smiled and said, "The Rudra Martial School's 4-season sword art is amazing. Unfortunately, I did not get to see the most powerful winter sword art. The 4-season sword art is an Earth Realm sword art. How could I learn it? This is only the 4 seasons rain sword art that was derived from the 4-season sword art. It is far from the real 4-season sword art. It is not even worth mentioning. On the other hand, Brother Ye's fist art is so earth-shattering. It can actually merge with the opponent's chi and attack back, killing them with only one attack." Yuan Xueme looked at Yichen with a smile. Yichen shook his head and forced a smile. It was not easy to gain the upper hand with words from Yuan Xueme. On the Ling family's side, everyone suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Their palms, which were holding their weapons, were full of sweat. They were ready to charge at any time. Although some of them would be injured or killed, they did not care about that. However, martial school disciples were indeed martial school disciples. Although they did not seem to have the upper hand on the surface, when they really fought with their lives on the line, they used all kinds of ace attacks and killed the 3 black-clothed men. Compared to them, the fighting power of these people was miles behind. They did not even have the qualification to look at their backs. Chapter 80. Alright, let's keep going. It's getting late, we have to get back before dusk. Lin Xiaoxue said as she brushed the hair off her forehead. Miss, you are right. I do not dare to spend the night in the Red Blood Forest. I am afraid that I will not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Indeed, the night in the Red Blood Forest is 10 times scarier than the day. Hurry, everyone, hurry. Thinking about the horrors of the Red Blood Forest, everyone's expression changed, including the 6 condensing reality realm warriors in the team. Yuan Shuemei said to Yi Qin, we will have to rely on Brother Yi when we get back. I have just performed the Spring Rain Sword art, the Summer Rain Sword art and the Autumn Rain Sword art in a row. My meridians have been damaged. I am afraid I can only use 70 to 80% of my power. She then looked at Wang Feng, who was sitting with his legs crossed, and continued, Wang Feng's vacuum-killing blade is very aggressive, his side effects are even worse than mine. Yi Qin nodded and said, don't worry, I am here. The first movement of the Tyrant Fist art was not weaker than the vacuum-killing blade art, and it had the same side effects. Fortunately, Yi Chen's body was extremely powerful. His chi power had already reached 15,000 pounds, which was the limit of his physical strength. In the future, it would be 10 times more difficult to increase his chi power, unless he reached the 4th or 5th stage of his pure jade body boosting spell. The man in black did not have a storage ring on him, but Yi Chen did not care. He found a clean place and sat down with his legs crossed. He took out a low-rank soul stone and started to recover his Zhen Qi. Time passed quickly and the sun was slowly setting. Although she was reluctant to leave, Lin Xiaoxue still decided to leave the Red Blood Forest immediately. The journey back was not smooth, but the number of beasts had obviously decreased. Perhaps the true horrors of the Red Blood Forest would only be revealed at night. The moment everyone walked out of the Red Blood Forest, the sky was completely dark. A waning moon hung high in the sky, lonely and bleak. Woo woo woo, vaguely, everyone could hear the sound of a woman crying in the depths of the forest. Their backs suddenly went numb and they started sweating profusely. Luckily we came out early. This Red Blood Forest is too scary. No one has ever been to the deepest part of it. I heard that at night there will be ghosts in the forest. The vice-captain of the team wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The others felt the same way. After exiting the forest, the rest of the journey was easy. In less than 2 hours, everyone returned to the bustling Blackrock City. Yi Qin stayed at the Ling residence for one night. The next morning, Yuan Shuemei and Wang Feng parted ways and returned to their respective sections. Time passed quickly for a martial artist. 1 month passed. During this period, Yi Qin was like the other inner court disciples. He spent 2 days cultivating, 3 days accepting tasks, and in the middle he had to hurry and find his way. It might look boring, but it was not. Every time he went to a new place, Yi Qin would learn about the customs of that place. There were all kinds of quests, not all of them were fighting and killing. Occasionally there would be a letter delivery mission. A week ago, Yi Qin had delivered a letter to the Windy Nation's great general Li Zhenghao, who had also rewarded him with a military crossbow, which could break the protective Zhen Qi of a normal condensing reality realm warrior with one shot. On this day, Yi Qin had just returned from a 1-star gray rank mission. On the way up the mountain, some inner court disciples were not in a hurry to return to the floating cloud palace. Instead, they were walking slower and slower, discussing something important. Do you know what happened in the Emerald Martial Palace? What could happen in the Emerald Martial Palace? Don't tell me it was destroyed like the evil Earth Martial School. It's not possible. All of the top 5 martial institutions have some powerful martial artists. Even the powerful martial artist who destroyed the evil Earth Martial School would not dare to attack us. Not destroyed, but it has something to do with the young generation. Brother Fong, you like to keep us guessing again. What is it? Just say it. Young Master Emerald has reached the Clasping Yuan realm. Although the voice was not loud, the inner court disciples who were walking up the mountain heard it clearly. What? Young Master Emerald has reached the Clasping Yuan realm? Is it true? The first big hurdle for a martial artist is to break through from the condensing reality realm to the Clasping Yuan realm. If you are not talented enough, you will not be able to make the breakthrough within 3 to 5 years. If you are not talented enough, you might be stuck at the peak of the late condensing reality realm for the rest of your life. That's right. This young Master Emerald had reached the peak of the late condensing reality realm a year ago. How did he make the breakthrough so quickly? Doesn't that make him the most powerful martial artist among the young generation in the Windy Nation? Young Master Duanmu and young Master North Snow have already been surpassed by him. The inner court disciple called Brother Fong said, "This time my mission is not far from the Emerald Martial Palace. I heard that the leader of the Emerald Martial Palace, Zhuang Qingxian, will come out of his closed-door training and hold a celebration party for young Master Emerald. He has also invited all the top martial institutions. Wow, it seems to be true. This young Master Emerald is indeed talented. A few years ago there were 3 young masters who could compete with him. Unfortunately, our second brother from the Sky Cloud Martial School was not strong enough and was surpassed by the other 3. Now it is young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu's turn. Hearing this news, Yichen was also very surprised. Although the peak of the late condensing reality realm was only 1 step away from the clasping yuan realm, without great talent and perseverance, it would be very difficult to make the breakthrough. However, once a martial artist reached the clasping yuan realm, he would be able to fly as fast as a bird in the sky. If he had enough Jin Qi, he would be able to travel 10,000 miles in just 1 day. Every single move he made would have a destructive power. Killing a condensing reality realm martial artist would be as easy as killing a chicken or a monkey. In other words, if young Master Emerald wanted to kill young Master Duanmu and young Master North Snow, he would only need a few moves. But to kill young Master Cold Mountain from the Sky Cloud Martial School, he would only need 1 move. He would become the real #1 martial artist among the young generation of the Windy Nation, and no one would be able to compete with him. At this time, the disciple continued, besides this, the Emerald Martial Palace has gained another core disciple. I heard that her name is Ji Shuiyan. This girl is extremely talented. She reached the late condensing reality realm at the age of 16. After learning the Earth Realm martial arts of the Emerald Martial Palace, she defeated all the core disciples and became one of the best among the core disciples. Some people secretly called her Young Master Emerald, Palm and Lu Wuxiang and Stone Man Shirpadian as the 4 kings of the Emerald Martial Palace's young generation. Ji Shuiyan, is she a disciple of the Ji family? I know her. She has the title of leaving no trace on the snow, in the martial world. Her movement art is very good. Ji Shuiyan. Hearing this, Yi Chen's expression didn't change much. However, it gave him a lot of pressure. He was still an early condensing reality realm martial artist. Although he could defeat geniuses with higher cultivation levels, he was not sure if he could defeat a late condensing reality realm martial artist, not to mention a late condensing reality realm martial artist. I have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. Yi Chen thought to himself, then sped up his pace. Chapter 81. The so-called peak of the early condensing reality realm and the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm were actually stuck at the breakthrough point, unable to break through. After 10 days of hard training, Yi Chen had finally reached the peak of the early condensing reality realm. He was only 1 step away from the mid-condensing reality realm. However, he did not want to be stuck at this point. Once he lost his motivation, he would have to waste another month or 2. He could not wait any longer. Break through with all your might. While enduring the pain in his meridians, Yi Chen operated his pure Jun Jin Qi with all his might, continuously making a large circle. At the same time, he held a low-rank soul stone in each of his hands in case he ran out of Jin Qi. He could use the soul stones to break through. The vast and boundless night sky was dotted with stars, and a bright moon hung in the middle of it, shining brightly. A gentle breeze was blowing, the leaves on the treetops were rustling. After a moment of silence, with the courtyard as the center, the qi of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 feet suddenly began to move, like the changing of the wind and clouds, or the coming of a storm. Slowly, the qi of heaven and earth revolved and contracted around the entire courtyard, gradually sinking down, shaped like a giant funnel. The drastic change of the yuan qi caused a violent airflow. The gentle breeze suddenly turned into a hurricane. The sand and stones on the ground were flying everywhere. Someone is breaking through? Ever since he had been promoted to an inner disciple, Yi Chen had moved to an inner disciple's yard on the mountainside, where all the other inner disciples with the same status lived. The distance between them was less than 10 feet. Of course, this kind of change could not be hidden from the others. The yuan qi funnel became smaller and smaller. At last, it drilled into the house, shattering the roof. On the bed, Yi Chen's face was alternating between red and white. Streams of sharp qi were moving around his body, and from time to time he lost control and shot thousands of holes into the furniture. Success or failure, it all depends on this break. Suddenly Yi Chen's face turned ferocious. He did not care about the side effects of his weak Jin Qi. He sucked in a huge amount of natural yuan qi into his body, giving people the illusion that he was a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Almost at the same time, a ball of transparent qi spread out. All the furniture and windows were shattered. A few big cracks appeared on the wall, and the cracks spread out like a creeper. After dispersing the excess heaven and earth yuan qi, Yi Chen felt the tearing pain lessen a lot, and the real qi whirlpool in his dantian showed faint signs of strengthening. This was a crucial moment to test one's willpower and talent. Those who did not have enough willpower would likely lose their drive and fall short of success, stopping at the peak of the early stage. Those who did not have enough talent would have a great force suppressing their realm. No matter how arrogant they would not be able to take another step forward. Yi Qin had perseverance and he didn't lack talent either. What he lacked now was to take that step. Jinqi Great Circulatory Cycle 180 times. 220 laps. 250 rounds. Yi Qin had surpassed his previous limit. His Jinqi cycle had reached an astonishing 250 revolutions, 10 more than the previous record. This was not the end. Yi Qin used his powerful soul force to control his Jinqi so that it would not scatter and fail at the last step. Then he sped up his great circulatory cycle. When it reached the 280th cycle, the heaven and earth yuan qi in his body was completely refined into true energy, and like rivers flowing into the sea, it shrunk into his dantian and fused into his true energy vortex. Bus, bus, bus. The Zhen-Qi vortex expanded 3 times in a row, and finally stabilized. Only then did Yi Qin open his eyes. A bright light flashed in the room, bringing up beams of illusory lightning. He had truly achieved the stage of creating lightning out of thin air. Reaching the peak of the early condensing reality realm in 10 days, and then reaching the mid-condensing reality realm in one go, it was really difficult. Yi Qin let out a breath slowly and a smile appeared on his face. Reaching the mid-condensing reality realm was not a simple breakthrough. When he was only at the early condensing reality realm, he was able to defeat Wang Kanyang, who was at the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. Now that he had reached the mid-condensing reality realm, even if that bloodthirsty monster came looking for him, he would not be afraid anymore and he would definitely be able to kill him. Of course, if he were to fight against the core disciples of those martial institutions, it would still be a bit difficult. After all, being able to become a core disciple meant that he was one of the most powerful late condensing reality realm martial artists. Some of them had even trained low-rank Earth realm martial arts, which meant that they were much more powerful than the current Yi Qin. However, even if he could not defeat a core disciple, Yi Qin was confident that he could escape unharmed. Give me some more time. Once I reach the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm, I will be able to compete with the core disciples. Yi Qin thought to himself. The news that young Master Emerald had become a clasping Yuan realm martial artist had spread in the Sky Cloud Martial School 10 days ago. Whenever people had free time they would talk about it. For other people it might be a topic of gossip, but for Hidden Fragrance Sword, Zhu Mei and Child Hanshan Luo Hanshan, it was a huge pressure that almost crushed them and made them unable to breathe. At their level of cultivation, no one would be willing to be under someone else. They would train hard every day, and strive to become one of the most powerful young martial artists in the world. But now, young Master Emerald had reached the clasping Yuan realm before them, which meant that he had completely left them behind and became the leader of the younger generation. The leader of the younger generation of the Windy Nation. What kind of glory was that? What was happening in the outside world had nothing to do with Yi Qin. He was busy entertaining Wu Zongming. Wu Zongming rarely came to visit Yi Qin, but when he saw Yi Qin he couldn't help but gasp in shock. You have reached the mid-condensing reality realm? Yi Qin said, I just made the breakthrough, my Zhen-Qi is not stable yet. I can't help but admire you. A year ago you were still at the mortal realm stage 6, but now you have already surpassed me and even surpassed Zhang Haoren. Zhang Haoren was very talented, but he had not reached the mid-condensing reality realm yet. He was still at the peak of the early condensing reality realm. Yi Qin knew all of this. Alright, you should have heard about the news that young Master Emerald had reached the clasping Yuan realm, right? Wow, he is indeed one of the top 4 childs of the Windy Nation. He was already on the verge of becoming the leader of the top 4 childs a year ago, and just as I expected, he was the first one to make the breakthrough. Wu Zongming said with a sigh. Pouring a cup of tea for Wu Zongming, Yi Qin said, if the others can turn the pressure into motivation, it is not impossible for them to catch up with young Master Emerald. It is difficult. Wu Zongming shook his head, picked up the teacup and took a sip, then smiled bitterly and said, these things are too far away from us, it is useless to talk about it. This time I came to ask you if you want to go to the Northwest Auction House? Yi Qin raised his eyebrows. You mean one of the top 5 auction houses in the Windy Nation? Wu Zongming nodded. Yes, the Northwest Auction House is located in the Forgotten City. It has existed for hundreds of years. It has a longer history than most of the big martial institutions. As one of the top 5 auction houses, the Northwest Auction House's auction items are all rare and precious, many of which are extremely beneficial to the warriors. You must have heard some news, right? Yi Qin said. Hehe, the Northwest Auction House has a small auction every 6 months and a big auction every 3 years. Although it is a small auction this time, there are a lot of rare items. It is said that there are 3 Zhenqi pellets among them. Hearing this, Yi Chen's interest was piqued. The Zhenqi pellet was an extremely precious pellet. It had a 50% chance of helping a condensing reality realm warrior to advance to the next level. It was equivalent to an enhanced version of the condensing reality pellet. Even though he had just made the breakthrough and did not need the help of external items, but if the auction house had this kind of precious pellet, he might find some other interesting things. Alright, let's go. Yi Chen agreed. Chapter 82. Every disciple of the martial school had to complete a mission within a month. Even the core disciples were no exception, unless they were approved by the higher-ups. Fortunately, both Yi Chen and Wu Zongming had completed more than one mission this month, so they did not have to worry about not having enough time. They would be fine even if they came back next month. The second day. At the foot of the mountain, the two of them rode on their dark brown horses and galloped towards the northwest direction. The journey to the Forgotten City was 28,000 miles long. On the way they had to pass through 4 cities, 2 mountains and a large plain. The cities were not dangerous and they could replenish their rations and eat some food. However, the mountains and the plain were never safe places. There were countless demonic beasts, horse gangs and robbers, and there were countless dark martial artists. In the eyes of the bandits, the weaker martial artists were fat sheep, and there was nothing wrong with killing them. The sky was blue and clear and there were a few white clouds floating in the sky. On the northwest plain, the cool wind carried a strong smell of blood. Hehe, these horse gangs must have thought of us as fat sheep. Wu Zongming used a black cloth to wipe the blood off his long knife and grinned. Sitting on the horse, Yi Chen looked down at the dead bodies of the horse gangs on the ground. Among the dozens of horse gangs, 2/5 of them had been cut in half, and the rest of them had their heads blown off. They died a horrible death and the blood and flesh stained the grass red. There were only 2 of us and we were riding on dark brown horses. These horse gangs probably couldn't resist the temptation and thought of us as chicks. You don't say. After knowing that we were the inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School, one guy wanted to run away. It seems like the disciples of the big martial schools are really scary, and they can do whatever they want. However, the dark martial artists are not included in this. They really think of the disciples of the martial schools as fat sheep. Yi Chen nodded. The number of martial artists in the underworld was much less than that of bandits and horse bandits. However, every martial artist in the underworld was an abnormally valiant existence. They were able to fight against the disciples of the big sections. There were some lucky ones among them who had inherited the true teachings of their deceased seniors. In terms of martial skills, they were not at a disadvantage at all. In addition, they had been fighting all year round. Their killing intent could scare ordinary people to death. In terms of momentum, they were much stronger. Before, they had met a mid-condensing reality realm warrior in the outskirts of the Azure Mountain, who had knocked Wu Zongming off his horse with only 1 spear attack. If he had thrown out a second spear attack, Wu Zongming would have been dead for sure. Yi Chen would not let that happen, so he killed him with 1 punch. I've heard that the Forgotten City is the largest city in the northwest. It has a length and width of 50 miles, and there are more than 10 million people living there. I wonder what kind of scene it is, Wu Zongming said as he sat back on his horse and looked into the distance. Hearing him, Yi Chen thought of the world he came from. In the ancient times, a city that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people was already considered not bad. It was nothing compared to the True Spirit Continent. From this point of view, it could be seen how vast the True Spirit Continent was. It was not something that could be imagined. Pulling the reins, the 2 of them squeezed the horse's abdomen with their legs and galloped forward. In the evening, the sun was setting. The sunset glow in the west and the great plain behind them contrasted with each other, creating a beautiful and spectacular scene. 2 teenagers riding on dark brown horses, one on the left and the other on the right, followed the surging crowd and arrived outside of a huge city. These 2 people were indeed Yi Chen and Wu Zongming. They had spent 1 day and 2 nights to finally cross the northwest plain and arrive at their destination, the Forgotten City. Behind the crowd, Yi Chen raised his head. The first thing he saw were the 3 golden characters on the city gate. Forgotten City, ho. Letting out a heavy breath, although Yi Chen had mentally prepared himself, such a huge city still surprised him. It was at least 5 to 6 times bigger than the Windy City near the Sky Cloud Martial School. The city gate was 33 meters tall, and the city wall was 66 meters tall. On top of the city wall, there were groups of fully armed soldiers patrolling back and forth with expressionless faces. Here we are. Wu Zongming looked a little tired. Yeah. Let's go in. Seeing that it was almost their turn, Yi Chen jumped off the horse. Leading the horse, the two of them walked to the city gate. There were 2 rows of armored soldiers standing in front of the city gate. Each of them looked very energetic with their temples bulging. Obviously they were Mortal Realm Stage 5 or 6 warriors. The leader of the soldiers had even reached Mortal Realm Stage 10, not far from the Condensing Reality Realm. 1 silver per person. If you want to sneak in, you will have to ask the blade in my hand first. The leader of the soldiers was not in charge of collecting the entrance fee, he was staring at the people entering the city. Wu Zongming curled his lips. 1 silver? So expensive. The Windy City only costs 50 copper. Yi Chen laughed. You still care about this small amount of money? Of course I don't care about this small amount of money, but it is a lot for the commoners. Forgotten City is the biggest city in the northwest. It is not a good thing to collect a small entrance fee. Everyone wants to go in and it will be crowded to death. In this aspect, Yi Chen had more foresight than Wu Zongming. That's true. After paying the entrance fee, the two of them entered the city smoothly. The Forgotten City was indeed the biggest city in the northwest. As soon as they entered, they were completely shocked. In front of them was a street that was wide enough for dozens of horses to run side by side. The shops on both sides were extremely luxurious, as if they were built with gold. In the distance, there were many tall wooden buildings rising from the ground. Just like Luo City, the Forgotten City also had a tall tower located in the center of the city. It was really incredible. Yi Chen shook his head. If the Forgotten City was full of modern high-rise buildings, he would not be so surprised. After all, everything in front of him was built by human beings, without the assistance of any machines. Moreover, in terms of luxury, the Forgotten City could not compete with the modern cities. West of the city. Shilai Restaurant. In the private room named Chen. Yi Chen and Wu Zongming ordered a table of dishes and ate with relish. The business of this restaurant is so good. Except for the private rooms, the outside is full. But the food is not bad. It is 100 times better than dry food. I'm going to get sick from eating so much. Warriors all had a large appetite. In just a short while, Wu Zongming had already eaten 3 servings of food. Outside the private room, the waiter came in with another plate of dishes. You two, this dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity is a gift from our restaurant. Please enjoy. There were 16 private rooms in the Shilai restaurant, which were named Sun, Moon, and Stars respectively. Each code had 4 private rooms, and only the private rooms had precious dishes as gifts. People outside had to pay for them. Yi Chen asked, "May I ask when the auction of the Northwest Auction House will start?" The waiter's heart trembled. Those who could participate in the auction were all rich. These two must be the young masters of some big family with extraordinary backgrounds. He immediately said enthusiastically, "2 masters, the auction of the Northwest Auction House will start in 2 days. You can stay in the Shilai restaurant." So there are still 2 days. Then wait. This is a tip for you. Yi Chen threw a piece of silver to the waiter. It was worth 10 taels. Thank you, 2 masters. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Go do your thing. Not long after the waiter left, an angry voice came from outside the private room. What, all the private rooms are full? Are you kidding me? Do I, Tang Manlu, have to sit and eat with those lowly people? Master Tang, all the private rooms are full. Why don't you wait a little longer? I think some of the masters should have finished eating already. The waiter was terrified. Humph, I will give you 10 minutes to clear out a private room. Otherwise, I will hold you responsible. Chapter 83. The waiter did not know what to do. Those who could enter the private rooms were all influential people, and they could not be messed with easily. However, this Tang Manlu in front of him was not an ordinary person either. He was one of the top 8 warriors of the Forgotten City, and his family was only second to the top 8 families. Please wait, I will ask the manager. The waiter did not dare to make the decision, so he ran downstairs. On the ground, the well-dressed young man sneered and said to the beautiful lady next to him, "I heard that there are many treasures in this auction. I am afraid a lot of people have heard about it." The beautiful lady said, "My Purple Sun Martial School's second disciple, Ouyang Ming, will be here." Ouyang Ming is here too. Tang Manlu's expression changed slightly. Ouyang Ming, who had the title of Little Godly Legs, was also one of the top 8 warriors. However, he was the leader of the 8 warriors and his power was immeasurable. He was ranked second among the young generation of the Windy Nation. Indeed. Other than that, the North Snow Quick Blade Lynch from the North Snow Martial Academy will be here as well. I heard that he is here for a great blade. Tang Manlu did not have the arrogant aura that he had before. Compared to the 2 people mentioned by the young man, he was nothing. Soon, the manager, who was over 60 years old, hurriedly ran over. "Oh, isn't this Master Tang? What brings you here?" Tang Manlu said impatiently, "Manager, you hurry up and prepare a private room for me. You will get the money. Don't tell me you don't have it." "That is easy, leave it to me." "Then it will be easy." Pulling the waiter aside, the manager said in a low voice, "Li Lin, who are the people in the 16 private rooms? Tell me." The waiter nodded and bowed. "The first private room is for the mayor's son, the second one is for the leader of the Luo family, and the third one. Do you have a brain? Who told you to call out the owner of the Sun VIP room? They are all important people and you can't touch them. Call them out from the Star VIP room." The manager slapped the waiter's head and berated him. Yes. The waiter wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "The one in the Star room is a middle-aged man. He is very powerful, he should be a clasping Yuan realm warrior. The one in the Star room is... The one in the Qin room is 2 teenagers. I heard that they are here for the auction." The shopkeeper was silent. It sounded like everyone was of high status, but the Shilai restaurant was located in the Forgotten City. Naturally, they had to satisfy the local bigwigs first. Even if the 2 youngsters with the number 4, Qin, were from a big family, it would not affect their business. Moreover, Tang Manlu's Tang family was there to support them. "Go and invite the guest of Qin number 4 out. Let them go to the restaurant a few streets away. As for the previous dishes and wine, give them free of charge." After careful consideration, the manager gave the order. The waiter hesitated. But what? Hurry up. Do you want me to fire you? Don't forget that there are many people who want to be waiters in the Shilai restaurant. They are waiting in line. I'll go. Please don't fire me." The waiter hurriedly ran to the 4th private room with the character, Qin. Pushing open the door of the room, the waiter rubbed his hands and said in a low voice, "Masters, I hope you can give this room to the guests outside. The dishes and wine that you have eaten before are all free of charge." Wu Zongming was eating fish. Hearing this, he stared at the waiter and said, "We are not guests? As for the dishes and wine, haha, what a joke. Yichin, can't we afford it?" Yichin sneered, "There are so many restaurants in the Forgotten City. They will find a place to eat." The shopkeeper said that you should. The waiter knew that he had said something wrong and hurriedly covered his mouth. "Shopkeeper?" Yichin raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up. Being scared by Yichen's eyes, the waiter stammered and couldn't say a word. He had already cursed Tang Manlu in his heart. Why did he come at such a time and make things difficult for me? I can quit. No, the Shilai restaurant pays me well. I can't quit. Outside the room. Tang Manlu was getting impatient and scolded, "Shopkeeper, is it not done yet?" "Almost done, I will go and have a look." They hurriedly came to the number 4 private room, and the innkeeper ordered them to leave. "Sirs, I'm really sorry, but this private room has already been reserved. You should go to another restaurant." Bang. Wu Zongming smashed his chopsticks on the table. "Are you bullying us because we are foreigners? I will be sitting here today. Who dares to kick us out?" The shopkeeper braced himself. "I advise you to go somewhere else. You can't afford to offend the masters outside." "Who is it that we can't afford to offend? Let him come in and show us." "Well, you two should leave." Since he had already done this, the shopkeeper did not expect to be safe. He could only offend one of them. "How dare you?" Wu Zongming roared. At this moment, the door opened again. Tang Manlu and the beautiful lady walked in. They were already impatient and were ready to kick them out. Tang Manlu glanced at them and saw that one of them was at the early condensing reality realm and the other was at the mid-condensing reality realm. He said disdainfully, "You two, please. Don't embarrass yourselves." Yichin also looked at him and said, "You don't have the ability to do that." Tang Manlu sneered, "Don't talk big. The Forgotten City is not like other places. Don't think that just because you are the king of your own territory, you can do whatever you want here. A Tang Manlu will make my words clear. No matter if you are a dragon or a tiger, you will have to bow down to me. Otherwise, don't say I didn't warn you." "Oh, Tang Manlu, I have never heard of this name. I would like to see how you are going to make me bow down to you." Standing up, Yichin stared at him. It seemed like he was going to fight if there was any disagreement. The beautiful lady shook her head. This person was too arrogant. It seemed like he had never been bullied at home. He was just going against Tang Manlu. He was going to suffer a bit later. The shopkeeper saw that the situation was not good. If these people started fighting, it would ruin the reputation of the restaurant. He immediately said to Yichin, "Sir, Master Tang Manlu is one of the 8 heroes of our happy city. The Tang family is also one of the top families in the city. They are not people you can mess with. Listen to my advice and leave immediately. Otherwise it would be a small matter if you get hurt, but losing face is a big matter. Wu Zongming laughed out loud. Tang Manlu had already activated his Zhen Qi and said coldly, "What are you laughing at? Trying to compare your family background with Yi Qin? You really don't know what's good for you. Even my Wu family does not dare to compare with Yi Chen's family." The manager heard something wrong. "I wonder which family this young master is from." Wu Zongming said loudly, "Listen carefully. My companion is the son of the leader of the Yi family, one of the top 8 families. He is also a genius of our Sky Cloud Martial School. He is one of the top figures in the entire Windy Nation. The Tang family is not worth mentioning. This young master is the son of the leader of the Yi family." The manager felt a little dizzy. He had really poked a hornet's nest. As one of the top 8 families, the Yi family also had a stronghold in the Forgotten City. They were very powerful, and the Western Arrival restaurant could not mess with them. He did not expect that he would actually ask the other party to leave. Wasn't he looking for death? If the Yi family heard this news, they would definitely not let it go. After all, as one of the top forces, their reputation was the most important. Being slapped in the face was like touching a tiger's butt. For a moment, the manager was frightened and did not dare to speak. Chapter 84. Tang Manlu and the pretty girl were shocked as well. Although the top 8 families were not as powerful as the top 5 martial institutions, their influence in the whole Windy Nation was not something that their families could compare with. As for the martial institutions, it did not mean much. Nowadays, anyone with a little bit of talent would be able to join a martial institution. No one could use the power of a martial institution to scare the others, unless you were the son or daughter of the leader. The pretty girl remained silent as if she had nothing to do with it. One of the top 8 families, the Yi family is indeed powerful, but that's all you can do. Relying on your family's power without the protection of your family, you are nothing. Tang Manlu calmed himself down. He did not want to lose face in front of the shopkeeper and the pretty girl, so he said lightly. Wu Zongming said with disdain, "You are also relying on the Tang family. I think, without the Tang family's support, you would not be one of the top 8 warriors of the Forgotten City. You are looking for death." Tang Manlu's eyes were filled with anger. Slowly walking in front of Wu Zongming, Yi Chen lifted his eyelids and said, "Words are useless. Let's exchange a punch. Whoever takes one step back will have to get the hell out of the number 4 private room. How about that?" "Are you serious?" Hearing Yi Chen, Tang Manlu was shocked at first, but then a smile appeared on his face. He was still in a dilemma. He didn't know if he should advance or retreat, but he didn't expect Yi Chen to be even more arrogant and ignorant than he had imagined. Yi Chen actually dared to challenge a late condensing reality realm warrior. He was just asking for trouble. Although he was not a core disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, he was still one of the most powerful inner disciples. How could he be afraid of a mid-condensing reality realm warrior? Of course, Yi Chen had never exchanged blows with a late condensing reality realm warrior before. This was the perfect opportunity for him to see how powerful he was. As for losing, he did not even think about it. When he was at the early condensing reality realm, he could already beat Wang Kunyang, who was at the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm, with only one punch. After reaching the mid-condensing reality realm, his power had increased a lot. Even if his opponent was a core disciple, he would not be able to avoid this punch. Tang Manlu turned his head and said to the shopkeeper and the pretty girl, "That's great, shopkeeper. You, Li Ling, you two can be our witnesses. I am afraid that someone will not admit it." The shopkeeper smiled at Yi Chen but did not say anything. "Sure." The pretty girl, Li Ling, nodded in agreement. However, it was obvious that she did not think highly of Yi Chen. She thought that he was blindly confident and could not see the truth. "Enough nonsense, let's begin." Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He pushed the third movement of the pure jade body boosting spell to its peak. His skin started to emit an inconspicuous jade-like luster. Even his clothes were covered by a layer of it. His hair had a strong texture. Each strand of it was crystal clear. Wu Zongming, shopkeeper Yu, and Li Ling retreated to a corner to make room for them. "Fine, today I will show you my strength." With every word he said, Tang Manlu's aura rose by a notch, and in the end, a flame-like colored glazed chi exploded from his body, soaring into the sky, and some of the decorations on the walls were blown away. Li Ling narrowed her eyes. She knew that Tang Manlu could not be underestimated. He had reached the highest level of the 7th level of the Azure Magic spell in only a couple of years, and had reached the level of fire-like Zhen Qi. It seemed like there was no doubt about the result of this battle. Shoo, shoo, shoo. While Tang Manlu was making such a big noise on the other side, Yichen was not any slower. Sharp qi shot out from his body like needles, piercing the floor and the tables and chairs on the side, creating countless small holes. Not only that, the sharp qi flow formed into qi swords hiding in the air. The 7th level of the pure Junjin qi. Li Ling was shocked. As an inner disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School, she had fought a lot with the inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. She had seen a few of them who had trained the pure Junjin qi, but they had only reached the peak of the 6th level. None of them had reached the 7th level. According to the rumors, the pure Junjin qi was the hardest to train among all the top-ranked mortal realm martial arts in the Sky Cloud Martial School. If he was given enough time, he would definitely become a core disciple. Li Ling still did not think highly of Yichen, but she was quite optimistic about his future. Even if he trained it to the 7th level, it would still be useless. The difference between the mid-condensing reality realm and the late-condensing reality realm is not as simple as you think. Tang Manlu was not worried at all. He slowly tightened his right fist, making a cracking sound. It was as if his palm was not made of flesh and blood, but a whole piece of jade that was rubbing against each other. Great Jade Breaking Fist. A bright white light appeared on his fist as Tang Manlu threw out a punch. Rumble. Before the punch was completely thrown out, the whole restaurant started to shake. The customers who were eating were confused, not knowing what was happening. Inside the number 4 private room, the air started to shatter bit by bit. Yichen ignored the change in the air. He stood still. With the protective qi covering his body, these small movements could not hurt him at all. Tiger Roar Dragon Fist. Seeing the fist approaching his body, Yichen did not stand still anymore. He took a step forward and his right fist suddenly burst out a bright blue light. It pierced through the air with a tiger roar, leaving a dragon-shaped qi flow behind. The two fists clashed together. The next second, including Li Ling, everyone's eyes could not see anything. Only the white light and the blue light intertwined together, filling up the huge private room. Boom! A thunderous sound was heard. The walls of the private room cracked, the floor cracked, the tables and chairs were shattered, and a series of cracking noises were heard. It seemed like someone was pushed back and crashed into something behind him. After a few blinks of the eye, the blue light and the white light disappeared. When they saw the situation in the private room, they all had their eyes wide open. They could not believe what they saw. Tang Manlu lost. Li Ling took a deep breath. Inside the damaged private room, Yichen stood there unmoving like a mountain. The clothes on his right arm were slightly torn, and his eyes moved to the opposite side. There was a human figure leaning against the wall, and the huge power had even caused the wall to collapse. Bright red blood flowed down from his right arm and mouth, and his face was pale and bloodless. This person was none other than Tang Manlu. "Get the fuck out." Yichen's voice was heard. He was not too excited about beating Tang Manlu with only one punch, since he had 15,000 pounds of physical strength. His Tiger Roar Dragon Fist had been trained to the peak. It had already evolved into the most powerful attack. If he still could not beat Tang Manlu back, then it would be a problem. Not to mention, Tang Manlu was not that much stronger than Wang Kunyang, who also had 10,000 pounds of physical strength. Good, very good, I will not let today's incident go so easily. Tang Manlu was not seriously injured. After all, he was a late condensing reality realm warrior. His protective Jin Qi was very strong. However, the shame in his heart was driving him crazy. He could not wait to cut Yichen into 1,000 pieces. Standing up, Tang Manlu walked out of the private room in embarrassment. He did not even call Li Ling. Chapter 85. Li Ling took a deep look at Yichen and walked out of the room, leaving the restless manager Yu behind. Since he had made a mistake, he had to make up for it himself. With a face full of remorse, Manager Yu said, "Master Yi, I was blinded by a ghost and did something that offended you. Please don't take it to heart, Master Yi. From now on, there will always be an empty private room in Shilai restaurant, waiting for your arrival." Yichen did not plan to blame the shopkeeper, since it was not easy for him to do anything. Everything he did had to be done according to other people's wishes, and if he was not careful, he might offend someone. Before this, if he did not kick Yichen and Wu Zongming out, he would offend Tang Manlu. "Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. It's just that we haven't finished our meal. Find us a place even outside, but don't chase us away," Yichen said lightly. Yes, I will do it for you right away." Manager Yu was so grateful that he bowed and retreated. After Manager Yu left, Wu Zongming looked at the broken chin room and shook his head. He said firmly, "This time, no matter what price I have to pay, I must get a Zhen restoration pill." Yichen said, "Although there will be some side effects, as long as you can control it, it won't be a big problem." To a warrior, cultivation was a way to go against the natural order. As long as one's heart was not corrupted, there was no need to worry. Soon, Manager Yu arranged a place for the two of them in the hall on the second floor and personally served them food and wine. He was very enthusiastic. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The third day. Early morning. Light rain fell from the gloomy sky, sprinkling evenly on the ground of the Forgotten City. In the north of the central part of the Forgotten City, there was a magnificent building. It was stable and 30 meters tall. There was a huge board hanging above the door, with 5 majestic golden words carved on it, Northwest Auction House. Looking down from the sky, there were dozens of people around the huge Northwest Auction House, rushing towards the auction house along the streets or alleys. Among them, there were rich and powerful people sitting in palanquins, noble women raising low-level demonic beast pets, and young elites riding fine horses. Of course, there were even more unfamiliar martial artists, which made up 70% of the total number of people. Outside the gate, Yi Chen looked at the words on the board and walked in side by side with Wu Zongming. "You two are." The receptionist outside the door could tell that the young man was extraordinary at first glance, so she hurriedly came over to ask. After all, a person of noble status could not sit in the ordinary seats like the others. Wu Zongming said, "This is a direct descendant of the Yi clan Yi Chen. I am a descendant of the Wu clan. The Yi family, one of the 8 great families. This way please. I'll take you to a private room." The receptionist secretly rejoiced. As a receptionist, she must have good eyesight. Although she did not know some people, she could tell a thing or two from their temperament. She must not treat them as ordinary people and neglect them. The young man in front of her was actually a direct descendant of the Yi clan, so he was definitely of noble status. Although there were many Wu clans mentioned, to be able to walk together with a direct descendant of the Yi clan, it must be the most powerful Wu clan. Walking in front, the receptionist in a thin silk dress twisted her waist. She was already thinking about how generous the reward would be when the higher-ups knew about this. The auction house was very big, even more magnificent than the auction house in Yi Chen's world. The surrounding walls were inlaid with many gold and crystal stones, forming a beautiful pattern. It did not look vulgar at all, but instead gave people a sense of joy. The private room for the two was directly opposite the stone auction stage to the left. The private room was not big and there were not many things inside. There were only a few beast leather chairs and a red sandalwood table filled with snacks and fruits. There were some landscape paintings on the wall. "If you need any service, you can tell me. I'll be right outside." She was not the only receptionist. Each of them was in charge of a private room. Yi Chen said, "Okay." The receptionist walked out and closed the door. Wu Zongming sat down on the beast leather chair. It was soft and had a nice fragrance. Private rooms are great. There are even beast leather chairs to sit on. Yi Chen sat on the leather chair next to Wu Zongming and laughed. "That's all? You are the second young master of the Wu clan after all." "Don't mention it. The inheritance of the Wu clan will not be mine. I don't care anyway. I'll just be an outer elder in the Sky Cloud Martial School." Wu Zongming put a grape in his mouth and said. Yi Chen shook his head and did not say anything. His goal was simple. He wanted to become stronger and explore the mysteries of the world. In the third private room there were 5 young people sitting there. The one on the left was Tang Manlu, who had been defeated by Yi Chen last night. Sitting next to him was the pretty girl Li Ling. The one sitting in the middle was a young man wearing a purple and gold robe. He was about 17 or 18 years old. His eyebrows were very thick and sharp like blades. His eyes were shining brightly like 2 shiny black gems. His legs were very long, about 3 to 4 inches longer than a normal person's. As he sat there, boundless pressure filled the entire private room. It was obvious that he was the leader of the 5. The 2 people on the right of the young man were wearing the same purple robe as Li Ling. They did not have any gold robes. They had a powerful aura which was no weaker than Tang Manlu's. "Tang Manlu, I haven't seen you for half a year. Your cultivation has improved a lot." The young man caressed the storage ring on his finger and said casually. Tang Manlu had a complicated look on his face. He said, "Not as good as you, Ouyang Ming. You have the title of Little Godly Legs. I don't know how many people have been killed by your legs." "Of course. In the whole Windy Nation, except for the young Master Emerald who has already reached the Clasping Yuan realm, our brother Ouyang is one of the most powerful martial artists." One of the 2 people on the right said. Of course. But I heard that this time, the 3rd disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, North Snow Fast Blade Lynch, will also come. I am afraid that he is also here for that great blade." Sitting with the young man, Tang Manlu always felt inferior. He could not help but use the name Lynch to pressure the young man. Ouyang Ming sneered, "North Snow Fast Blade Lynch. I will fight him sooner or later. Let's see which is more powerful, his blade or mine." Although his title was Little Godly Legs, his blade art was also very powerful. It was not weaker than his leg art. However, there were too many people who used blades, especially in the North Snow Martial Academy. That was why he was called Little Godly Legs. Right at that moment, a human figure suddenly appeared on the crystal glass in front of them. The human figure was wearing a snow-white robe. He was tall and skinny. He seemed to be walking very slowly, but the waitress behind him could not keep up with him. She almost fell down. She looked like she had seen a ghost. Judging from his temperament, the human figure was very impressive. However, when people looked at his face, they were very disappointed. Because he had a very ordinary face, so ordinary that they would not be able to find him in a crowd. Ouyang Ming's eyes flashed like lightning in the air. He slightly lowered his center of gravity, which made the sturdy leather chair creak. As if he had sensed Ouyang Ming's gaze, the human figure turned his head and looked into Ouyang Ming's eyes. The waitress was very confused. The crystal glass could only show the outside from the inside but not from the outside. Why did this disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy look like he was looking at a person? Chapter 86. In the private room, Tang Manlu didn't look Lin Chi in the eye, but Lin Chi's gaze made him jump in fright. He had the illusion of being cut by a knife. It was as if Lin Chi's gaze was a knife light that could cut through illusions and hurt people's souls. It had an inconceivable power. In the void, Ouyang Ming and Lin Chi's eyes had already clashed. Countless electric sparks were produced, and they refused to give in to each other. After a few blinks of an eye, both of them looked away. North Snow Quick Blade. Ouyang Ming sneered, his face did not look so good. Although Lynch was not as powerful as young Master North Snow, his gaze was more powerful. Just now it seemed like they were evenly matched, but in fact Ouyang Ming was already at a disadvantage. No wonder the leader of the North Snow Martial Academy, Shui Warren, thought that Ouyang Ming would be the most likely person to comprehend the blade intent. However, as long as he did not comprehend the blade intent, Ouyang Ming was confident that he would be able to compete with him. Outside the private room, Lynch expressionlessly walked forward and stopped in front of the private room next to Yi Chen's. Yi Chen suddenly frowned, he seemed to feel a blade aura approaching him. "Yi Chen, what's wrong?" Wu Zongming asked. Yi Chen shook his head. "Nothing, the auction is about to start." "Yeah, most of the people have arrived." "Alright, how much money did you bring?" 180,000 gold. "You didn't ask your family for money?" 180,000 gold was a huge amount of money for normal people, but it was normal for them. This time, for the Zhen pellet and some other treasures, Wu Zongming had collected 300,000 gold. Yi Chen's family was much bigger than the Wu family. If he really wanted to collect, it would definitely be more than this amount. Yi Chen laughed, "That's enough. I'm just going to take a look, maybe I won't buy anything." 180,000 gold was the Bloody Butcher's entire wealth and the money he had earned from his recent missions. It was already quite a lot. If there was something he was interested in, he still had 10,000 low-rank soul stones in his storage ring. If each one was worth 2,000 silver, then 10,000 low-rank soul stones would be worth more than 20 million silver, or 2 million gold. It was even more than the total assets of some small families. Hehe, when the time comes, you will regret bringing too little silver. Wu Zongming grinned. Yi Chen's mind was not completely focused on the conversation with Wu Zongming. His powerful soul force penetrated through the wall and searched the room next door. There was only a young man sitting in the private room. His appearance was ordinary and he was dressed in a white robe. His slim body was straight and his profound chi was not emitted from his body. Instead, it was pulled inwards as if he was trying to concentrate his chi. Peak of late condensing reality realm, this guy should be North Snow Fast Blade Lynch. Yi Chen did not think of young Master North Snow, because young Master North Snow was said to be very handsome, and always had a smile on his face. Plus, he was very handsome, and was the dream of all the female disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Lynch didn't know anything about soul power exploration, but the strange feeling still made him vigilant. He tilted his head and looked at the flat wall. "Did you notice it?" "No, I didn't." Yi Chen noticed that the other party's gaze was scattered and did not notice him. Of course, there was no point in continuing to explore, so Yi Chen withdrew his soul power. Lynch felt that the strange feeling disappeared. He was a bit confused, but he didn't think too much about it because the auction had begun. Behind the stone auction stage, an old man in a yellow robe walked up. He clapped his hands and all the crystals above the auction house suddenly lit up. The soft light illuminated every corner of the auction house. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Northwest Auction House. I am the intermediate auctioneer here, Chen Zongqiao. I think a lot of you already know me. For those of you who don't know me, you don't have to remember my name because the next time you come, I might be the host of the auction again. Before the auction, I still have to say, if you have any precious items that you want to auction, you can entrust them to our auction house. Items are divided into 4 ranks according to their value. Low-rank treasures will only take 10% of the auction fees, mid-rank treasures will take 5%, high-rank treasures will be auctioned for free, and as for the extreme-rank treasures, we will even pay you the money. Once he said this, the people below started discussing. Are you kidding me? If there are high-rank and extreme-rank treasures, who would take them out to auction? You must be out of your mind. That's right. A low-rank treasure is enough to make people fight for it, and mid-rank treasures can make clasping Yuan Realm and astral-reaching realm warriors go crazy for it. Top-rank treasures are even worse, not to mention extreme-rank treasures. Yichen was also speechless. The ranking of the auction items was the same as the storage rings, which were divided into 4 ranks. A low-rank storage ring was equivalent to a low-rank treasure, and a mid-rank storage ring was equivalent to a mid-rank treasure. As for top-rank and extreme-rank treasures, he dared not even imagine what it would be. The elder in yellow revealed a smile. He did not say these words casually, but to stir up the people's emotions. Once people got excited, they would do things that were hard to understand, which was exactly what the auction house wanted. Alright, I will not waste your time anymore. The auction will officially begin. Let the first item come up. As the elder's voice faded, a beautiful lady walked up from the back. She was holding a gold-inlaid wooden plate, which was covered with a bright yellow silk cloth. The gold-inlaid wooden plate was placed on the stage, and the elder in yellow lifted up the silk cloth. All of a sudden, a blue manual appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The first item is a martial skill manual, called the Green Yuan Palm, a top-rank mortal realm martial art. It is a unique martial art from the rank 8 martial institution, the Green Yuan Martial School, from hundreds of years ago. When trained to the extreme, the palm power can even shatter a great sword into pieces. It is extremely powerful. It is even more powerful than many top-rank mortal realm martial arts. The starting price is 20,000 gold, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 gold. Hearing the elder in yellow's introduction, the audience was shocked. Some of the warriors who did not join any martial institution were envious. They were not like the martial disciples who could learn top-rank mortal realm martial arts after being promoted to inner disciples. They did not need to worry about it at all. Most of them had only learned top-rank mortal realm martial arts, and some of them had only learned mid-rank mortal realm martial arts, which was quite shabby. Damn, let's do it. If we can learn a top-rank mortal realm martial art, we will be able to make a name for ourselves in the martial world. Those martial disciples will not compete with us, so we will have a better chance of getting the manual. We have to get it. Through the crystal glass, Yichen saw the changes in the crowd and shook his head. Compared to the martial disciples, these warriors did not have it easy. All they learned were trash, and the martial disciples would not even look at them once. However, according to the introduction, the Green Yuan Palm seemed to be very powerful, and it might even be as powerful as the Tiger Roar Dragon Fist. No wonder so many people wanted to come to the Northwest Auction House. 22,000 gold. Someone could not help but start to bid. After the first bid, the whole auction house became chaotic and people kept calling out bids. 23,000. 25,000. Fuck, 28,000 gold. A ferocious-looking warrior stood up. I will bid 30,000. Who dares to compete with me? 30,000 is nothing. 35,000. Yichen was shocked. No way, a top-rank mortal realm martial art can be sold for 35,000 gold? Then what about my 180,000 gold? Chapter 87. 40,000. The ferocious-looking warrior directly added 5,000 gold. It was obvious that he was determined to get this Qing Yuan Palm manual. Damn it, I only have 38,000 gold, I still need 2,000 gold. Whoever wants to lend me, I will pay you back double in the future. Someone tried to borrow money from the warrior next to him. We don't care about 2,000 gold, but what if we run into some good stuff and don't have enough gold? So sorry, we can't do that. You are right, the small auction only happens once every half a year. If we miss this one, we will have to wait for another half a year. How can we borrow money? At this moment, no warrior wanted to borrow money. After all, they only had around 50,000 gold. If they were short of 1,000 gold, they would lose a lot of confidence. It was not wise to lend money to others. In the end, the Qing Yuan Palm Manual fell into the hands of the ferocious-looking warrior for 40,000 gold. The second item, 3 groups of low-rank soul stones, 100 in each group. They will be auctioned separately. The starting price for each group is 20,000 gold, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 gold. Start. The elder in yellow robes lifted the silk cloth and announced loudly as the golden-laid wooden plate was placed on the stage. What? Low-rank soul stones? I haven't used low-rank soul stones for a long time. This time I have to get a set. With low-rank soul stones I might be able to reach the late condensing reality realm in a short time. It is priceless. 100 low-rank soul stones are enough for me to use for more than a year. Off the stage, all the warriors who didn't belong to any martial schools went crazy. They all breathed heavily, their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at the low-rank soul stones on the stage. They just wanted to go up there and snatch them away. 22,000 gold. 25,000 gold. 28,000 gold. 30,000 gold. The price of the first group of low-rank soul stones rose sharply. The elder in yellow robes stood on the stage with a smile on his face. The higher the price of the item, the more stable his position would be, and the higher his salary would be. Soon, the first group of low-rank soul stones was bought by an extremely ugly warrior for 35,000 gold. The bidding for the second group of low-rank soul stones began. Perhaps it was because there was one less group, but some of the cultivators who had been watching from the sidelines couldn't help but join in the bidding. This caused the price of the second group of low-grade spirit stones to quickly surpass the first group. It reached 38,000 gold taels and was won by a middle-aged cultivator. When it was the third group's turn, the scene was completely heated up. Those cultivators who didn't manage to get the low-grade spirit stones earlier desperately put in all their belongings, vowing to win the last group of low-grade spirit stones. In the private room, Yichen was also shocked. He thought that a low-rank soul stone would be worth 250 gold, but he never thought that it would be worth nearly 400 gold. Didn't that mean that the 10,000 low-rank soul stones in his storage ring were worth 4 million gold? 40,000 gold going once, 40,000 gold going twice, 40,000 gold going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this martial artist. The elder in yellow let out a sigh of relief after the third group of low-rank soul stones had been sold. It seemed that low-rank soul stones were in high demand. Unfortunately, the lowest price of the auction in the Northwest Auction House was 20,000 gold. Otherwise, they could be separated into groups of 10. In this way, those warriors who didn't have enough wealth would definitely try their best to fight for them, even if it was 500 gold per piece. After all 3 groups of low-rank soul stones had been delivered to the buyers, the elder in yellow cleared his throat and said with a loud voice, "Next is the third item, the ancient half of a sword." The silk cloth was lifted up, revealing the upper half of the sword in front of everyone. Perhaps it was because it was too old and broken, the sword still looked dim under the crystal light. Damn. What the hell is this? What is this thing? Half of a sword, even if it was originally a mid-rank treasure, it would not be valuable anymore. Who would want to bid for it? Look, maybe there is something hidden in it. No one could tell what was going on. Their eyes landed on the elder in yellow, wanting to hear his explanation. The elder in yellow was prepared for this. He reached out his hand and picked up the sword and said, "According to the appraisal experts of our auction house, this half of the sword is 500 years old. In other words, this is an antique with 500 years of history. In addition, 500 years ago it might have been a top-ranked great sword, but for some unknown reason, it was broken by someone and lost its spirit. A 500 years old antique, a top-ranked great sword. What a pity. If it was still in good condition, some of the people from the Windy Nation and even the South Rudra region would definitely come to fight for it. A broken top-ranked great sword with no spirit. Why would they want to buy it? Maybe some antique collectors would go and bid for it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Yeah, let's just watch from the sidelines. Let's see what this broken thing is like." Hearing the comments from the audience, the elder in yellow smiled bitterly. This half of the sword indeed did not have any practical use. It only had 500 years of history left. Hopefully it could be sold for a good price. Of course, there was nothing that could be done if it could not be sold. The previous 2 rounds of publicity had already been done. Whether it lived or died would depend on the next round. Is this the other half of the broken sword? In the private room, Yichen's eyes shone with a bright light. He stared at the half of the sword on the stone auction stage without blinking. This half of the sword was also dull. Its width was the same as the broken sword that he had bought at the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Even the crack was almost the same. Only the middle part was missing. If he was not mistaken, the two parts were originally one, but they were separated due to various reasons. Now the bidding begins. The starting price is 20,000 gold. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 gold. The elder in yellow looked around and took a deep breath before saying loudly. There was a moment of silence. I bid 21,000 gold. The one who spoke was an elder in his 70s. He had a gray beard and was wearing an old-fashioned black robe. Someone recognized the elder's identity. He was one of the few antique collectors in the Forgotten City. He loved to buy strange things and put them in his house for his own appreciation. He would not allow others to see them even if they wanted to. Even his own family members were no exception. He was known as an old-fashioned old man. In the private room, Yi-Chin did not rush to bid. He had to keep his composure. Otherwise, it would easily arouse others' suspicions if he attacked fiercely. There was silence in the hall. No one made a bid. The elder in yellow knew that it was time to liven up the atmosphere. 21,000 gold. Who wants to bid a higher price? Don't forget, this half of the sword could be a fragment of a high-grade sword. Even if it has lost its spirituality, we might still be able to find something useful in it. Moreover, it has 500 years of history. It's really a long history. The hall was still silent. At this moment, Yi-Chin raised the plate in his hand. 22,000 gold. Good. Someone has increased the price. Good eyes. Who else wants to bid? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The elder in yellow said excitedly. 30,000 gold. This time it was not the elder collector who bid. It was Ouyang Ming who was in the third private room next door. Tang Manlu asked doubtfully, Brother Ouyang, is this half of the sword very important? Ouyang Ming said calmly, it's nothing. It's good to buy it for my collection. After all, this small amount of money is nothing. Chapter 88. 30,000 taels of gold, someone is raising the price again. What are you waiting for? The yellow-clothed old man's voice was even louder. The price of 30,000 taels of gold had already reached his estimation. Even if no one continued to raise the price, he was already satisfied. The old collector raised his board, 31,000 taels. 32,000 taels. Yi-Chin also raised the price. Ouyang Ming disdainfully smiled, 40,000 taels. I won't raise the price. Although this thing is to my liking, it is not worth this price. It is better to buy other antiques. The old collector gave up on raising the price. You should have given up a long time ago. Isn't it just half a sword? Why spend tens of thousands of taels of gold? The warrior beside him laughed. What do you know? As long as it is an antique, there is a research value. Okay, I don't know, but you do. In the private room, Yi-Chin frowned and raised the price to 41,000 taels. Wu Zongming was confused. Yi-Chin, what's wrong with you? There are still many treasures after this. There is no need to waste money on this broken thing. Do you really think you can find something from it? Without its spirituality, this half of the sword is about the same value as a normal treasure sword. Yi-Chin said, since we are here to participate in the auction, we have to buy something back. Hee, I can't do anything to you. Wu Zongming shook his head. 50,000 taels. Ouyang Ming raised his board. This amount of gold was nothing to him. He had been an inner disciple for many years and had completed hundreds of missions. His accumulated wealth had reached a terrifying level. Even some of the middle-class families might not be as rich as him. A mere 50,000 taels of gold was nothing to him. The yellow-clothed old man's heart almost jumped out of his chest. This was too inconceivable. The half of the sword that he thought no one was interested in was actually sold for 50,000 taels of gold. It was far beyond his estimation. Moreover, it seemed that the other side did not plan to give up. Below the stage, everyone also felt that it was very strange, but they were not very surprised. Every time there was an auction, there would always be some dark horse. Some worthless things would be auctioned for a very high price, while some valuable treasures could not be sold. Another two rich people who have nowhere to go, someone said enviously. 80% of them are sect disciples. These people are really rich. Sigh, it's a pity that we're not talented enough. Otherwise we would have entered the sect long ago. Now we could at least become outer sect elders. How impressive. That's enough. They're raising the price again. 55,000 taels. Yi-Chin added another 5,000 taels. 60,000. 65,000. 70,000. 80,000. 90,000. Yi-Chin's expression was very ugly. He had originally thought that no one would bid for the half-sword until now. Who would have thought that things would go against his wishes? Instead, the price had risen all the way to 90,000. He really didn't know if that person was deliberately trying to join in on the fun, or if he really wanted to buy it. Raising his sign, Yichen bid 100,000 taels. So, everyone on the scene gasped. 100,000 taels of gold was not a small amount. Many mid-condensing reality realm warriors would not be able to earn this amount even after 10 years of hard work. After all, warriors spent a lot of money, and they would never try to save money when it came to buying pellets. Although 100,000 taels of gold is not a big deal, there is no need for me to continue bidding. It's not like I have much use for it anyway. I'll just keep it as a collection. Plus, I've tricked that person. I think that person would feel bad about it. Ouyang Ming sat on the demonic beast leather chair with a faint smile on his face as he teased. A disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School said flatteringly, "If we knew who that person was, we would definitely ask him to treat us. Brother Ouyang has already given him a lot of face." "Yeah, when the auction is over, let's go and see who that person is." Ouyang Ming said, "You guys don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. I don't want him to treat us. Just ask him to lend me the half-sword for a few days." Hearing Ouyang Ming, Li Ling bitterly smiled. She thought to herself, that person better not go against second brother. Otherwise he will suffer a lot. In the whole Windy Nation, there were not many people who could go against second brother. 100,000 taels going once, 100,000 taels going twice, 100,000 taels going thrice, sold. Congratulations to the VIP in room number 7, this half-sword will be delivered to you immediately. The elder in yellow was so happy that he looked like he had just picked up 100,000 taels of gold. Soon, the pretty girl walked in with the half-sword in her hands. "Tsk, even this piece of junk is worth 100,000 taels of gold." Wu Zongming only took a glance at it, then lost interest. Yichen handed the pretty girl 10 gold notes worth 10,000 taels of gold each, then took the half-sword from her and threw it into his storage ring. Yichen scanned the sword with his soul power. He thought to himself, "These two are indeed one, but there is still a small part missing. I wonder if I can gather them all." Yichen could vaguely hear a loud laughter coming out of the half-sword. It was so ancient that it left a deep impression on him. He knew that there must be something special about it, otherwise he would not have spent 100,000 taels of gold to buy it. The fourth item is 3 Jinjin pellets. I think everyone knows what they can do. That's right, they can increase a condensing reality realm warrior's cultivation by 50%, and the side effects are very small. Besides that, you can take this pellet 3 times in a row. The first time is 50% chance, the second time is 30% chance, and the third time is 10% chance. Whoever can buy 3 of these pellets will definitely be able to increase his or her cultivation by 1 level, unless he or she is very unlucky. After the previous surprise, the real hot item officially appeared on the stage. It was the Zhenjin pellet that Wu Zongming had been dreaming of. There were 3 of them in total, and each of them was priceless, especially for those warriors with low talent. The 3 pellets will be auctioned separately. The starting price will be 30,000 taels of gold, and each bid must be at least 2,000 taels of gold. Wu Zongming could not wait any longer. He raised his sign and said, 50,000 taels of gold. Boss. Everyone in the auction house was confused by this price. Who is this guy? Why did he bid such a high price at the beginning? Is he trying to kill us all? Some of the warriors who were not rich enough were gritting their teeth, but they could not do anything about it. They were not as rich as him, otherwise they could have just bid 1,000,000 taels of gold, and see who would dare to compete. 55,000 taels. After a moment of silence, someone started to bid. Wu Zongming grinned, 70,000 taels, 80,000 taels. A martial disciple started to bid, 100,000 taels. Wu Zongming continued to bid, 120,000 taels, 150,000 taels. In the end, the first Zhenjin pellet fell into Wu Zongming's hands, which shocked everyone. Martial disciples were indeed martial disciples. They were all extremely rich. The starting price of the pellet was 30,000 taels of gold, but it was raised to 150,000 taels of gold, which made them feel completely hopeless. The second pellet was not as popular. It was bought by someone who looked like a martial disciple for 130,000 taels of gold. The third pellet was raised again. It reached 160,000 taels of gold. It was also bought by a martial disciple. The elder in yellow was very satisfied with this result. He cleared his throat and said, "Next up is the most important item, a low-rank Earth Realm Martial Skill Manual." What? A low-rank Earth Realm Martial Skill? Are you kidding me? Including the guests in the private room, everyone was shocked. Chapter 89. Don't be surprised, the 5th item is indeed a low-rank Earth Realm Martial Skill Manual. The seller is a clasping Yuan Realm martial artist, who is quite famous in the northern part of the Windy Nation. But of course we can't reveal his name as it violates the rules of the auction house. Let's cut to the chase. This low-rank Earth Realm martial skill is a leg martial skill, called the Killing Tyrant Kick. If you master this martial skill, you will be able to stop the flow of a river with a single kick, and if you master this martial skill, you will be able to shatter a 100-meter-tall mountain with a single kick. It is said that when you master this martial skill, the air will no longer be an obstacle, and your speed will reach an unimaginable level. You will be able to cover 100 meters with a single step. The old man in yellow didn't want to keep people in suspense, he explained everything in one breath. Boom. The auction house was boiling. The VIP guests in the private rooms who had been indifferent all this time started to breathe faster. Stopping the flow of a river, shattering a mountain, covering 100 meters with a single step, it was already very rare to have one of these three skills, let alone combining them into one. A low-rank Earth Realm martial skill was indeed incomparable to a top-rank Mortal Realm martial skill, it had reached a whole new level. Yichen didn't care too much about the first two skills, because the Tyrant Fist could also do the same. But the third one was even more shocking. Covering 100 meters with a single step was much more terrifying than leaping 100 meters. After all, leaping would take at least a few steps, not to mention the fact that the Killing Tyrant Kick was not only about speed. This leg martial skill manual is mine. Inside the private room, Ouyang Ming made up his mind. Although he already had a low-rank martial skill manual, it was only a martial skill manual. Both the leg and blade arts were top-rank Mortal Realm martial skills, and of course they were the best of the best. The starting price is 100,000 gold, each bid must be at least 10,000 gold, start bidding. 120,000 gold. 130,000 gold. 150,000. 180,000. The price of the martial skill kept rising, all the martial artists who didn't belong to any martial institution were stunned. Ouyang Ming sneered, he raised the wooden sign and shouted, 250,000 gold. Who is in that private room? He just increased the price by 70,000 gold, he is so rich. A martial artist curiously asked. I saw Ouyang Ming from the Purple Sun Martial School enter that private room before, it should be him. No wonder, among the young generation of the Windy Nation, only a few people could surpass Ouyang Ming in terms of wealth, such as Young Master Emerald, Young Master Duanmu and Young Master North Snow. In this auction there are also disciples who are as famous as Ouyang Ming. For example, North Snow Fast Blade Lynch is also here. Lynch, it's said that he has the potential to surpass Child North Snow and become the #1 disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy. It's impossible for now, but who knows in the future. Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, another bid sounded out. 300,000 taels. The voice was slightly deep and it came from the second private room. Ouyang Ming remained calm. 350,000 taels. 400,000. 450,000 taels. That person quickly followed. 500,000 taels. To be honest, even Yichen was startled by this price. He thought to himself, the voice of the person who followed the bid is very deep, it should be a middle-aged man. A middle-aged man with 500,000 taels of gold, he must be a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. After all, apart from the top martial artists of the Windy Nation, very few condensing reality realm martial artists would be able to bid 500,000 taels of gold. The other person was the young man who was competing with him for half of the sword. He was most likely a core disciple of some big martial institution, and Yichen was sure that he had heard of his name before, it was just that he couldn't recognize his voice. 600,000 taels. Ouyang Ming raised his voice. 700,000 taels. 800,000 taels. 900,000 taels. That person didn't even budge an inch. Ouyang Ming laughed, his face had a trace of ferociousness, which made Tang Manlu and Li Ling's hair stand on end. They knew that Ouyang Ming was angry, but that middle-aged man was obviously not a kind person. He was most likely a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Unless the elders of the Purple Sun Martial School came, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Taking a deep breath, Ouyang Ming roared, 1,200,000 taels. Standing next to Yichen, Wu Zongming said with jealousy, this martial institution's disciple is so rich, although I haven't heard his voice, but it's very likely that he is one of the 3 big steps of the younger generation in the Windy Nation. Compared to him we are so poor, so poor. Do more missions and save up for a few years, you will also have the same amount of money. A few years later he will have even more money. Never mind, the most important thing is to improve our cultivation, the money will come sooner or later. Yi-Chen didn't say anything. He started to think the more money he had, the better. In the future, when there was a large-scale auction, he was afraid that even 1 or 2 million taels of gold would not be enough. He seemed to have more than 10,000 low-rank soul stones, but if he really had to exchange them for gold, he would feel a bit sad. 1,300,000 taels. The price continued to rise. Ouyang Ming gritted his teeth and said, 1,500,000 taels. 1,600,000 taels. That middle-aged man's tone was the same, there was no change in his tone. Damn it. Ouyang Ming smashed the rosewood table with his palm, his eyes were bloodshot. If it weren't for the fact that he still had to compete for that great blade, he wouldn't be so angry. Now that he had used so much gold, how could he compete with Lynch? After all, Lynch's wealth was not much less than his. 1,800,000 taels. Ouyang Ming decided to fight again. He hoped that Lynch would back off, otherwise when he reached the clasping yuan realm in the future, he would definitely kill this person. A calm voice came, 2 million taels. If I don't kill this person, Ouyang Ming will not be satisfied. Veins popped out on his forehead. Ouyang Ming squeezed out a beast-like roar from his throat. The old man in yellow didn't care about this, he only cared about the price. According to the real value of this martial skill book, it was only about 500,000 taels, it was definitely not more than 100,000 taels. Now that the price had doubled, it was 2 million taels of gold, how could he not be happy? 2 million taels going once, 2 million taels going twice sold. After the climax, the next part was a bit low-key. The style of the Northwest auction house was different from other places. Normally it was divided into 3 rounds. The first round was used to liven up the atmosphere and arouse people's emotions. The second round's items were not as valuable as the first round's items, but there were a lot more of them. There were dozens of items and each of them had different values. The lowest one was no more than 20,000 taels of gold, while the highest one was more than 100,000 taels of gold. All in all, those martial artists who didn't belong to any martial institution were waiting for this moment. They were all bidding in full swing, competing for the items that they wanted. The third round had begun. Different from the previous 2 rounds, the third round's items were all treasures. The starting price was more than 50,000 taels of gold. Some of them were even more valuable than the martial skill book. The 68th item, the low-rank great blade, the space-splitting blade. The real climax was about to begin. In the private room, Lin Chi opened his eyes that had been closed all this time. His sharp gaze seemed to have materialized, flashing randomly in the void like streaks of illusory blade light that could steal one's soul. Chapter 90. The elder reached out his hand and picked up the sheathed great saber from the wooden plate, then slowly pulled it out. All of a sudden, a beam of silver light flashed, and the saber chi shot up into the sky, seeming like it could cut people's souls. The huge auction stage was filled with coldness. Good saber. This saber is not just a low-rank great saber anymore, it is close to a mid-rank great saber. Inside the private room, an elder in gray robes said with greed in his eyes. Yi-Chen thought of something. The air-shattering saber in the elder's hand did not seem to be as powerful as the tiger head saber he got from the underground world. It had the same saber chi and sharp edge. If he needed money in the future, he could sell it to the auction house. The air-shattering saber, the saber of the blade marquis 100 years ago. It is 4 feet and 2 inches long, and its widest part is 2 and 3 inches. The back of the saber is half an inch thick, and the handle is 7 inches long. It can generate saber chi and increase the power of the user. The starting price is 300,000 silvers, and each increment must be no less than 50,000 silvers. You can start now. Putting the great saber back into the sheath, the elder in yellow put the air-shattering saber back on the wooden plate, then looked around. Seeing that everyone was staring at the air-shattering saber, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. 1 million silvers. In the 6th private room, Lynch raised his wooden plate. 1,500,000 silvers. The elder in gray robes followed. Ouyang Ming was a bit surprised by the bidder, but of course he would not give up on the air-shattering saber. He yelled, 2 million silvers. Did I hear it right? It has only been 3 bids and it has already reached 2 million gold. North Snow Quick Blade Lynch and Little Godly Leg Ouyang Ming both made their bids. I wonder who the other elder is? I know. That elder is called Blade Old Man. He is at the early clasping yuan realm, and he is quite famous in the martial world. I wonder how many people he has killed with his saber art. Blade Old Man? I remember now. Quick Blade Wu Wanshan used to be his teacher. But for some reason they parted ways. I did not expect to see him here. Wu Wanshan is probably as powerful as Blade Old Man now. But North Snow Quick Blade Lynch is even more powerful. He beat Wu Wanshan with only 10 attacks. Don't underestimate Blade Old Man. Haven't you heard that the older ginger is the spicier? This person has been active for decades, so he must have countless trump cards. Lynch's expression remained the same. 3 million. Little brat, you have quite a lot of wealth. I'll let you show off for a while, but when we get out of Forgotten City, the air-splitting blade will be mine. The gray-robed old man, Dao So, was reluctant to spend so much gold to bid for the Skysplitter saber. He felt that it was a waste. It would be better to wait for someone else to bid for it, then secretly follow them and kill them to get the treasure. In any case, it was not the first time he had done something like this. With one less competitor, Yang Ming felt much more relaxed. Just like Lynch, he increased the price by 1 million taels, reaching a sky-high price of 4 million taels. 5 million. Without even thinking about it, Lynch continued to raise the price, as if the gold he had on him was just a broken stone that wouldn't hurt him no matter how much he threw out. 5,500,000 taels. Yang Ming felt that he had underestimated Lynch. 5 million taels was the highest price he could offer, of which 30% was borrowed from Rushing Thunder Hand Ouyang Lai. 5,500,000 taels. Lynch had also reached his limit, he only added 50,000 taels of gold. Turning his head, Yang Ming said to the people around him, "Lend me all the gold you have, I'll pay you back 4 times in the future." Li Ling said, "I still have 20,000 taels left from the 2 items I bought earlier. I still have 20,000 taels left. 35,000 taels." After pooling everything, Yang Ming managed to come up with an extra 100,000 taels of gold. He invested all of it and shouted, 5,650,000 taels. Lynch frowned, then he remembered that before he left, Junior Sister May gave him a small bag, and asked him to open it at a critical moment. Taking out the bag and opening it, Lynch showed a rare smile. Although he looked ordinary, his smile was like that of a child, pure and flawless. 5,700,000 taels. Lynch raised the price again. Hearing that, Yang Ming was stunned. Impossible, how can he still have the energy? Tang Manlu and Li Ling looked at each other. They felt that Lynch's price was just like his knife skill, unpredictable and unexpected. In the end, the air-splitting blade fell into Lynch's hand. 5,700,000 taels, this is too much, how can we live? Look, Lynch came out, it seems like he is going to leave. I heard that he came here for the air-splitting blade, it's normal for him to leave, it would be a waste of time if he stayed. Hey, Dao So is following him, is he going to kill him for the treasure? It's possible, but is he not afraid of the North Snow Martial Academy's revenge? It seems like you don't know Dao So well, he is always reckless and his whereabouts are uncertain. Maybe he will escape to another country after killing Lynch, and the North Snow Martial Academy might not be able to find him. Some people noticed what happened, they started to discuss with each other in low voices. Lynch's departure did not cause too much of a commotion, the auction continued. The 79th item was a low-rank Earth Realm martial art manual, but it was an auxiliary one, it was called the Limitless Universe Art, it could stabilize Jin Qi and suppress Jin Qi. It sounded normal, but a lot of powerful martial artists did not think so. When a martial artist made a breakthrough, their Jin Qi would be unstable, and their cultivation would be unstable. But if a martial artist trained the Limitless Universe Art, this would not be a problem. Besides, when fighting with other martial artists, it could also suppress the scattered Jin Qi, and increase the endurance of the battle, which could be fatal for martial artists with similar cultivation. Therefore, no matter from which aspect, the Limitless Universe Art was more valuable than the Sky-Killing Kick Art, since the latter was a martial skill, and the True Spirit Continent did not lack martial skills. However, the Limitless Universe Art was an auxiliary martial art, it was very rare, and even big martial institutions would not have it. Its starting price was 200,000 taels, which was twice the price of the Sky-Killing Kick Art. 500,000 taels. The Clasping Yuan Realm martial artist who had bought the Sky-Killing Kick Art made his bid again. Yang Ming sneered, "I can't get the air-shattering blade anymore, so I am not afraid of you. But the air-shattering blade will be mine sooner or later. That elder in gray is obviously a Clasping Yuan Realm martial artist, I am afraid he is up to no good by following Lynch. As long as he kills Lynch, I will have plenty of ways to get the air-shattering blade from him." Yang Ming calmed himself down, raised his plate. 3 million. The whole place was silent, the Clasping Yuan Realm martial artist did not say anything. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Yang Ming smiled. 4 million. A clear female voice was heard, it was calm. "It is Su Jing." Yi Qin blurted out. Wu Zongming was shocked. Are you sure it is senior sister Su Jing? Yi Qin nodded. I have met senior sister Su Jing before, I have talked to her for a while. Senior sister Su Jing is currently ranked 8th among the core disciples. I heard that she is way more powerful than that. I wonder if it is true. Should be. When he accidentally saw Su Jing training, Yi Qin thought he had seen her power. He thought she only had 3,000 to 4,000 pounds of strength, but she was quite powerful. But now he did not think so. As his cultivation level increased, he recalled that scene. He was sure that she did not use all of her power. She had only used 30% of it at most. It was the power that was stored inside her body. Chapter 91. Su Jing's unexpected appearance made Ouyang Ming's face turn green. It seemed like he did not check the almanac when he left the house today. Not only did he not get the air-killing kick manual, he did not get the air-splitting blade, and now he even lost the limitless heaven and earth art. I don't believe that I can't get the limitless heaven and earth art. Ouyang Ming shouted in his heart and increased the bid to 5 million. Su Jing's voice was flat as she said to her 3 junior sisters in the same private room, "Lend me all your money. Senior sister, I'll lend it to you. You can't let Ouyang Ming get the limitless heaven and earth art." The female disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School were all very beautiful. They each took out a stack of gold notes and gave them to Su Jing. After counting the gold notes, Su Jing raised her head. 6 million. Okay, 6 million. This has broken the record of the previous small auctions. Who else wants to bid? You should know that the limitless heaven and earth art is very rare to see. If you lose this opportunity, it will be very difficult to get it again. The elder in yellow added fuel to the fire on the stage. Unfortunately, no matter how much he talked, no one continued to raise the price. 6 million taels of gold was too high. There were many big clans in Forgotten City, but they did not have the means to transfer so much gold at once. Moreover, the infinite heaven and earth skill was only an auxiliary skill. It could not directly increase one's combat power. Spending 6 million taels of gold to buy was not worth it. Good steel should be used on the blade. However, Su Jing was different. Although this heaven and earth limitless technique couldn't increase her battle prowess, it would be of great help to her in the future. After breaking through to the next realm, she didn't need to worry about the phenomenon of her true qi being unstable anymore. Imperceptibly, it would shorten the cultivation time needed to advance again. Shaking his head, the elder in yellow knew that 6 million gold was the end of the line. 6 million going once. 6 million going twice. Sold. Congratulations to the lady in room 12. Without him saying anything, someone sent the limitless heaven and earth art to her. What made Tang Manlu and Li Ling feel strange was that the angry Ouyang Ming calmed down. His eyes were deep and cold, but no one knew what he was thinking. There were 3 other treasures left, and all of them were sold at a sky-high price. However, the highest price was only 4,500,000 gold. It could not exceed the price of the air-splitting blade and the limitless heaven and earth art. The auction ended successfully and everyone left the room. Opening the door, Yi Qin said, "Let's go." Picking up a grape and throwing it into his mouth, Wu Zongming was in a good mood. He could not wait to go back to the Sky Cloud Martial School and take the Zhenqi pellet. The two walked out of the private room and headed for the exit. "Little brat, so you are a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School." At the entrance there were 5 young men standing there. Tang Manlu and Li Ling were among them and the other 3 were new faces. The leading young man was wearing a purple and gold robe. He had long legs and was about 1.9 meters tall. Yi Qin asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" "Nothing much. My senior brother Ouyang wants to invite you to the Fortune Immortal restaurant for a drink. I hope you can give him some face." One of them said sinisterly, "Sorry, I'm busy." Yi Qin took 2 steps to the side and was about to leave. That man stopped Yi Qin. "What? You don't even want to give me face? If senior brother Ouyang did not give you that half of the sword, do you think you could have gotten it?" On the side, Ouyang Ming sneered. He did not want to cause trouble for Yi Qin, he only wanted to know who the female disciples were. After asking around, he found out that there were 4 of them. 3 of them were wearing the inner disciple uniform of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and the last one also had the symbol of the Sky Cloud Martial School on his sleeve. Seeing that Yi Qin was also from the Sky Cloud Martial School, he immediately came up with a plan. Wu Zongming rolled his eyes and said, "You guys did not get any treasures in the auction because you are not capable enough. What does it have to do with us? Do you think we need you to give it to us?" Senior brother Ouyang invited you for a drink because he thinks highly of you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Another Purple Sun Martial School inner disciple said in a deep voice. Yi Qin thought it was Tang Manlu who was causing trouble, but it seemed like it was not the case. He said indifferently, "Move, don't block the way." Just when the two were about to lose their temper, Yang said, "Among the young generation of the Windy Nation, many people want to invite me for a drink, but it is very difficult. Today I, Yang, invite people for a drink. Even if you don't want to go, you have no choice." How arrogant. I would like to see how the godly legs Yang is going to invite us Sky Cloud Martial School disciples for a drink. Behind Yi Qin and Wu Zongming, Su Jing's voice came. "Senior Sister Su." Yi Qin and Wu Zongming nodded. Su Jing walked in the front, followed by 3 Sky Cloud Martial School female disciples. Yang squinted his eyes. "Late condensing reality realm, no wonder you are so arrogant. But it is still not enough. Your head Senior Sister Zhu Mei is qualified to talk to me on equal footing." "Senior Sister Zhu Mei is not here, only I, Su Jing, am here." Su Jing was not very tall. Yi Qin estimated that she was about 1.7 meters. She was wearing a white dress and had a beautiful body. Her eyebrows were slightly curved, but her aura was not any weaker than Yangming's. There was a kind of unique aggressiveness hidden in her aura. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to Brother Yangming like that?" The entrance of the Northwest Auction House was very wide. It was about 10 meters wide. The inner disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School who had just spoken, did not do anything. He pushed out his palm, and his Zhen Qi formed a huge red ring, covering Su Jing's body. "Piss off." Su Jing took a step forward and the surrounding space seemed to vibrate, giving people the illusion that they could not stand steadily. Her blood and qi were boiling and soon after, a thick and dazzling golden light gushed out, instantly shattering the giant red ring and causing the opponent to vomit blood. How could she be so powerful? They are both at the late condensing reality realm, but her opponent could not even withstand a single attack. He is not even qualified to be attacked by Sister Su Jing. Wu Zongmin saw that Su Jing took a step forward and broke her opponent's attack, causing him to puke out blood. He was shocked. Yi Qin was also a bit surprised. Su Jing, who had reached the late condensing reality realm, was even more powerful than he had imagined. The entrance was too eye-catching. The fight between the two attracted a lot of warriors. "Look, it's the Sky Cloud Martial School and the Purple Sun Martial School disciples. They are fighting." Little godly legs Yangming has failed again and again. How could he let it go? He will definitely find trouble with the owner of the Limitless Universe art. Unfortunately, there is no one among these Sky Cloud Martial School disciples who can control the situation. Not necessarily. That Sky Cloud Martial School female disciple just took a step and blew her opponent away. Yangming did not make a move, otherwise it would be hard for her opponent to fight back. Other than the warriors who were attracted by the fight, the people of the Northwest Auction House also noticed the fight. Soon, the elder in yellow pushed through the crowd, walked over and said, "You guys, the Northwest Auction House does not allow fighting. Please give us some face, otherwise it will be hard to explain." Other than being an auctioneer, the elder in yellow was also an early clasping Yuan realm warrior. As he spoke, he sent out a wave of Zhen Qi, forming an invisible Qi wall. Yangming knew that it would be hard to fight here, so he nodded and said with a smile, "Of course not, I just wanted to invite these few people for a drink. Since they are busy, I will not force them. Let's go." After the elder left, Su Jing said to Yi Qin and Wu Zongming, "It is not safe on the road, you guys should come with us." Once the owner left, the others had no reason to stay. Trouble solved, the elder in yellow smiled bitterly. Although martial school disciples were one of the most popular customers of the auction house, they were also the most troublesome ones. Chapter 92. On the Northwest Plain, 6 riders were running at full speed. "I can't believe that after a year, you have not only become an inner disciple, but also reached the mid-condensing reality realm." Su Jing, who was riding beside Yi Qin, said casually. Yi Qin said, "How can I compare to you, sister? I think even if Yangming were to fight you, he would not be able to win. I have no confidence against him. He is after all at the peak of the late condensing reality realm, he has more experience than me. Even Sister Zhu Mei said that he has hidden his strength well, and has the ambition to challenge the 3 young masters. Let's not talk about him, your power should be higher than the mid-condensing reality realm. You are full of qi and blood, full of profound qi, this is a sign of having more than 10,000 pounds of strength." Su Jing could tell that Yi Qin was different at first glance. Yi Qin asked curiously, "How can you tell?" "This is a secret qi and blood circulation technique, it can tell if the opponent's qi and blood is strong or not. Normally, if one has more than 10,000 pounds of profound qi, then one would have more profound qi, and if one has more than 100,000 pounds of profound qi, then one would have more profound chi, which would be like a smoke signal, which would not be able to get close to it. Even without this technique, one could still sense it. There is such a thing? I am indeed ignorant. Yichen was shocked. 1,000,000 pounds of strength gathered on a small human body, how terrifying would that be? It would be enough to shatter everything in the world, pull up mountains and pierce through the earth's crust. Su Jing said, "It is not that you are ignorant, but a lot of people do not know about this. I only read about it from an ancient scroll. It said that 10,000 years ago, there was a martial institution called the Vast Expanse Martial School. Everyone in the school trained their bodies. 10,000 pounds of strength would make you a servant disciple, 30,000 pounds of strength would make you an outer disciple, 50,000 pounds of strength would make you an inner disciple, 80,000 pounds of strength would make you an inner disciple, 200,000 pounds of strength would make you an inner disciple, 300,000 pounds of strength would make you an outer master, and 300,000 pounds of strength would make you an inner master." Wu Zongming and the other female disciples were all fascinated by the story, but they were still doubtful. Is there really someone in this world who could train their strength to more than 500,000 pounds? Where is the Vast Expanse sect? Has it been destroyed? Yichen asked. Su Jing nodded. It seems that the heavens did not allow the Vast Expanse school to exist. In a single night, the school was razed to the ground, and someone found a dragon scale in the ruins. It was the size of a wash basin and could cut through iron like mud. It was incomparably sharp. Rumor has it that a divine dragon descended upon the world and destroyed the entire Vast Expanse school. That dragon scale was left behind after the Vast Expanse school's leader and several great elders fought against the divine dragon. Divine dragon, that's ridiculous. That is the legendary existence that surpasses the life and death realm. They are immortal and can roam the Taishu. A female disciple exclaimed. Su Jing narrowed her eyes. The world is so big that it is not something you can understand. Even those life and death realm warriors could not understand it, let alone us. Yichen smiled bitterly. With his strength, he was only a servant disciple in the Vast Expanse sect, not even an outer sect disciple. He really had no idea how the people in the Vast Expanse sect cultivated. Half a day passed by and it was already noon. The few of them had already flown to the center of the Northwest Plains. As far as the eye could see, the sky and the plains formed a line. There was no end to it, and the white clouds were getting bigger and bigger until they reached the sky above their heads. There are horse hooves. Yi Chen's ears twitched as he heard the sound. Su Jing nodded. It's earlier than I thought. Wu Zongming felt strange and asked, "Senior sister, you know that someone is looking for trouble with us?" Yangming is inextricably linked to the bandits in the Northwest Plains. He often makes use of them to besiege and kill disciples from the sects that oppose him. This isn't the first time and it won't be the last. I just don't know which group of bandits came. Damn it, they are actually colluding with the horse bandits of the Northwest Plains. The three female disciples were furious. Su Jing looked at the large black dots that were gathering from all directions and said, "What's so strange about it? Everyone has their own way of doing things. Some are cunning and despicable, some are righteous and some are cruel. There are too many of them. But as long as they have a clear mind and don't have any inner demons, anyone can cultivate to a very high level, and it has nothing to do with their character." What a brilliant idea. Yichen thought. Da-da-da-da-da. The continuous horse hooves gradually became louder, and everyone could already see the clothes and faces of the horse bandits in front of them. "I said kill them, then you guys break out of here and I will cover you," Su Jing said with a decisive tone. "Senior sister. Cut the crap, there are clasping Yuan realm martial artists among them, we can't fight them." The horses were very fast and within a few blinks of an eye, they had already arrived in front of everyone. There were more than 50 horse bandits and 7 or 8 of them had strong Jinqi vibrations. Obviously they were late condensing reality realm martial artists. The leader had a face full of stubble, and his Jinqi was condensed into a single point, which was extremely pure. He was definitely a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. When the horse bandits were only 30 steps away from them, Su Jing yelled, "Break through, kill them." As she yelled, Su Jing's body turned into a golden light. Ignoring the distance of 30 steps, she punched 2 late condensing reality realm martial artists in the chest. Yi Chen's speed was not slow at all. He pushed his crane shadow steps to its limit, and his whole body had already disappeared into the air. After that, a late condensing reality realm horse bandits had exploded, turning into a blood mist. Wu Zongming and the 3 female disciples knew that they were not as powerful as the others, so they gathered together and tried their best to break through to the west. The leader of the horse bandits saw that 3 of his subordinates had died in the blink of an eye. He roared and jumped towards Su Jing. His thick Jinqi had shaved off a layer of the ground, and he moved at lightning speed. Monster-killing fist shaking the heavens and earth. Su Jing did not back off. Her 2 fists were like a giant devil splitting a mountain, and she faced the leader of the horse bandits head-on. Buff, buff, buff. This time, the surrounding horse bandits suffered greatly. They were all blown away by the shockwave, puking out a huge mouthful of blood in the air. Taking 3 steps back, Su Jing looked calm, but her movements were wild. Her white robe fluttered in the wind as she charged towards the leader of the horse bandits again, throwing out a powerful punch. On the other side, Yichen was surrounded by 3 late condensing reality realm horse bandits. Little brat, go to hell. Kill the wolf. Flash spear. Ghost cry and wolf howl. The 3 of them each used their unique attacks. They wanted to kill Yichen together. Yichen's body blurred, he casually flashed and dodged the attacks of the 3 bandits. In the middle of the attack, Yichen's Jinqi increased infinitely. He threw out a punch from the side. Tyrannical rampage. The power of the punch tore the ground apart. It gathered a huge wave of dirt and rushed out. Boom. The ground exploded. The late condensing reality realm horse bandit was blown into pieces, his blood and flesh flying everywhere. This kid is hard to deal with. Archers, get ready. As the order was given, arrows were shot towards Yichen like rain, locking down the huge space. Ding, ding, ding. Unfortunately, Yichen's body was covered in a jade-like luster. Once the arrows touched him, they were broken into 2 pieces and bounced off. Chapter 93. Clang. Facing the rain of arrows, with a few late condensing reality realm warriors glaring at him, Yichen did not dare to take it lightly. He immediately pulled out his hidden cloud sword. The pure Jun Jinqi had a great effect on the sword art. Once Yichen threw out a sword attack, the snow-white sword light looked like a blooming lotus flower. The sharp light shot out in all directions, slicing the ground around Yichen into pieces. At the same time, numerous mountain-like silhouettes appeared within the sword light. They were extremely sharp and powerful. Combining the 2 together, it looked a bit like the legendary Blade Mountain. Condensed sword chi. Yichen swung the sword straight out. The sword light was compressed infinitely and turned into a thick sword chi. Because of its high speed, the air was cut open like water ripples, and the natural yuan chi was disrupted. In the eyes of the crowd, this was not a sword chi at all, it was clearly a mountain. They suddenly felt that it was unstoppable, and their momentum was weakened by 80%. Swoosh. The flat ground was split open, and the horse bandits in the vicinity of this line were either split into 2 halves or crushed into a bloody mist by the aftermath of the sword chi, leaving nothing behind. Then, the sword chi's momentum did not diminish, and it slashed towards the leader of the horse bandits who was suppressing Su Jing. Sword chi. The horse bandit leader sensed the change and looked over. He was shocked. A mid-condensing reality realm warrior could actually release sword chi. Wasn't that something only clasping Yuan realm swordsmen could do? Moreover, this sword chi was not an ordinary sword chi. It contained the mentality of a mountain, which could crush and suppress everything. It was almost at the edge of the sword intent, and was only 1 step away from the supreme sword intent. After exchanging more than 10 moves, Su Jing was gradually suppressed by the horse bandit leader. However, she had also figured out his martial arts patterns. If she was not mistaken, this horse bandit leader should be one of the top horse bandit leaders in the Northwest Plain. His name was Chi Kue, and he had reached the clasping Yuan realm a few years ago. His moves were very powerful. If she was not strong enough, she might not even be able to take 3 of his punches. After fighting for a while, Su Jing noticed that her opponent's attention had shifted, and she couldn't help but look over as well. In her line of sight, Yichen, who was dressed in a white robe, was like a towering mountain. He was clearly right in front of her, but he gave off the illusion that he was far away. This junior brother of mine is really amazing. There is the aura of Tao in his sword technique. As long as he is given time, he will definitely become a peerless swordsman in the future. Laughing out loud, Chi Kue withdrew his left hand and threw out a punch while saying, "No matter how talented you are only a mid-condensing reality realm warrior, what can you do to me?" Mountain crashing fist break. Kacha. The artistic conception in the sword chi was the first to be broken. Then the sword chi collapsed and disappeared. However, Chi Kue's body also stiffened. Strands of sword chi flowed up along his arm, wanting to injure his foundation. Only after separating a portion of his true chi could he eliminate the threat of the sword chi. Su Jing understood what Yichen meant. He wanted to help her escape. With that thought in mind, all of her Zhen chi started to burn like fire. Two illusory golden flame rings appeared behind her head, one big and one small. Low-rank Earth Realm Art, Golden 3 Realm Art. Yichen could tell that Su Jing had trained a low-rank Earth Realm Art, Golden 3 Realm Art. This art was extremely powerful. The 7th stage was called the Shocking Sky, the 8th stage was called the Extreme Void Sky, and the 9th stage was called the Skytop Sky. When the 3 stages combined, it could suppress everything and was unstoppable. However, Su Jing had obviously trained it to the 8th stage, the Extreme Void Sky. When the 2 stages combined, her power suddenly increased. With a single punch, Chi Kuei was forced to take 4 steps back. Open. Not in the mood to fight anymore, Su Jing just charged forward. The burning golden Zhen Qi instantly pushed away the people who were in her way. She did not even care about her horse, she flew towards Wu Zongming and the other 3. Yichen did not stop her either. He turned around and threw out 13 sword attacks. Streams of mountain-like sword qi flew towards Chi Kuei, who was chasing after him. His feet did not even touch the ground as he flew backwards. With the help of Su Jing and Yichen, Wu Zongming and the other 3 finally got out of the encirclement. 4 horses and 2 people, their speed increased to the limit. Like lightning, they gradually disappeared into the distance. Damn this brat. Chi Kuei was furious. He stomped on the ground, causing it to shake continuously. He threw out a series of punches, which turned into countless fist shadows that shattered the mountain-like sword qi. Brother, what do we do now? A leader of the horse gang could not help but ask with red eyes. Chi Kuei calmed down his boiling blood and tried to suppress his unstable emotions. He asked, how many brothers did we lose? 23 in total. Besides me, all the other leaders were killed. 6 late condensing reality realm warriors were all killed. I am so angry. Chi Kuei's eyes were wide open and bloodshot. Although there were only about 50 people in this bandit group, every one of them was a veteran of hundreds of battles, especially those 6 small leaders who had followed him to roam the Northwest Plains for several years. They were the foundation that he relied on. He never thought that they would all die in this battle. For a moment, his heart was bleeding. Brother, I have told you before, don't hang out with Ouyang brother. They are both core disciples of the martial school, they have powerful people behind them. Although they give us a lot of gold and treasures every time, we are risking our lives for them. But they don't even need to do anything, yet they get the biggest share. I know about this. Chi Kuei was indeed the leader of a horse gang. Although he was angry, he still had some calmness in his heart. He said, we have already offended the Sky Cloud Martial School, we cannot have another conflict with the Purple Sun Martial School. Let's avoid contact with Ouyang brother from now on. Right now, let's leave the Northwest Plain and go out to recruit people, hoping to make a comeback. You're right, brother. After fighting their way out of the encirclement, Yi Qin and Wu Zongming rode on one horse, while Su Jing and one of the female disciples rode on the other. Taking out a mysterious green pellet and throwing it to Yi Qin, Su Jing said, the rest of the journey will inevitably be dangerous. This is a mysterious recovering pellet, it can help you recover your lost Jin Qi. Yi Qin had heard about the mysterious recovering pellet before. It cost 3,000 gold for one pellet, and it could recover Jin Qi 10 times faster than usual. It was a necessity for high-level warriors. With just a glance, Yi Qin picked up the pellet and swallowed it. He then started to use his pure Jun Jin Qi to refine the pellet. In his dantian, the almost dried-up Jin Qi whirlpool was helped by the mysterious recovering pellet. Jin Qi continuously poured out, flowing into all the meridians in his body. Before, he first threw out the Tyrant Fist art, then he used the Lone Peak of 13 Swords. He used the poetic perspective of the Lone Peak of 13 Swords to create a sword qi that consumed a lot of Jin Qi. Although it was powerful, it could not last long. It was far weaker than a clasping Yuan Realm Warrior. After all, a mid-condensing Reality Realm Warrior was still too low. After 7 days, the group of 6 returned to the Sky Cloud Martial School in the Windy Mountain. The next half a month was no different than before. Training, doing missions and so on. Inadvertently, Yi Qin heard the news brought back by a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School who had participated in the auction. The North Snow Fast Blade Lynch had safely returned to the North Snow Martial Academy. It was said that someone had seen the old man in gray Dao So in a very bad shape with one of his arms broken. Chapter 94. The sea of clouds was rolling, the wind was blowing. You really want me to fight you with all my power? On a remote cliff, Su Jing, who was dressed in white, stood there. She was not tall, nor did she have a burly figure. She even looked a little delicate. However, no matter how strong the wind was, it could not shake her in the slightest. She was like a statue that had not fallen for thousands of years. Yi Qin nodded, I have trained a martial art and it needs a lot of pressure to improve. So I want to use your help to train. What he was talking about was the pure jade body boosting spell. He had trained this martial art to the peak of the 3rd level a long time ago, but he had not been able to break through to the 4th level. He had been thinking about it these days, and realized that it would be very difficult for him to reach the 4th level by himself. Only by using other people's power to stimulate his own potential could he achieve it in a short period of time. If that is the case, then I will not hold back. Su Jing could tell that Yi Chen was serious. Although she was curious about what kind of martial art he had trained, she was not a talkative person. She would not ask what she should not ask. Cross the sea to kill the devil. Su Jing took a step forward with her right foot. All the rocks within a few meters radius floated into the air. She did not seem to be very fast, but she had already arrived in front of Yi Chen. She threw out a punch with a strong golden light. Yi Chen could feel the explosive power contained in this punch. He did not dare to waste any time. He pushed the pure jade body boosting spell with all his power. A layer of jade-like luster appeared on his skin. His body shook and his Jin Qi was pushed to the limit. He threw out a punch as well. Chin. The two fists collided and a strong shockwave spread out. A few huge black cracks appeared on the ground like snakes, spreading everywhere. So it really is more than 10,000 pounds of power. Because Yi Chen did not use any martial arts, his arm was numb and his vision blurred. He almost fainted. Su Jing did not intend to hold back. She missed the first punch but the second one followed. Destroy the mountain and flip the sea. That intense golden light, along with the sound of a tsunami, attacked towards Yi Chen's temple from the left side. The fist power hadn't arrived yet, but the fist wind had already arrived. It was like a lightning bolt and was as heavy as a mountain. Bang! Yi Chen stretched out his hand to block the punch. His left fist drilled out from his waist and began to counterattack. Alright, I'm going to use the power of the 7th level of the Golden Three Realms art. After repelling Yi Chen's fist energy with a single punch, an illusory golden ring of fire appeared behind Su Jing's head. Her entire body was burning with golden Jin Qi. Combined with her strength of over 10,000 Jin, she would be able to kill anyone who stood in her way. Yi Chen did not retreat nor evade. He laughed loudly and said, "Senior sister, go ahead and make your move." A cold glint flickered in Su Jing's eyes. With a twist of her feet, the surface of the cliff cracked. Soon after, her two fists, one on the left and one on the right, struck out, using the move she used to deal with Chi Kuei. Ketcha. The jade-like luster on the surface of Yi Chen's body collapsed and was annihilated. His tall and straight body that was as steady as a mountain took 10 steps back, and every step he took was extremely heavy and emitted thumping sounds. Alright again. Activating the pure jade body boosting spell. Again Yi Chen didn't care about the taste of blood in his throat, he rushed towards Su Jing. Back off. This fight was to help Yi Chen break through. There was no need for any fancy moves, only a solid head-on collision. Therefore, Su Jing threw out another punch which once again made Yi Chen take 10 steps back. Again. Boom. Again. Towards the end, Yi Chen's 7 orifices began to bleed. The jade-like luster on the surface of his body became dim and looked like it would disappear at any time. However, the more it was like this, the more intense Yi Chen's fighting spirit became. His whole body was filled with profound qi, and even the mountain wind could not extinguish it. His tall and straight body was unyielding, as straight as a javelin, extremely sharp. It was like a piece of rough metal. After being polished thousands of times, it burst out with a sharpness that could pierce through gold and stone. Su Jing was shocked. What kind of martial art did Yi Chen train? Without using any martial skills, he could take more than 10 punches from her without falling down. Instead, it seemed like he was going to be reborn. Besides that, his fighting spirit really did look like a peerless swordsman. Knowing that it was not enough, the golden Jin Qi around Su Jing's body grew even stronger, and a bigger halo appeared behind her head. It was the sign of the 8th stage of the Golden Three-Realm art, the extreme Taiji. With a punch, the mountain wind stopped and the air was still. Only the cliff could not handle the power and started to shake. Demons fall. Although the monster-killing fist art was a top-rank mortal realm martial skill, the power of the last movement was already extremely close to a low-rank earth realm martial skill. However, it was also quite troublesome to perform. Yi Chen had to push his Golden Three-Realm art to the 8th stage before he could use it. Otherwise, he would have to bear the huge counterforce and get slightly injured. It was similar to Yi Chen's Tyrant Fist art, but not as crazy. The golden light was like a waterfall with a power that could pierce through a mountain. It flew towards Yi Chen. Pooh! The jade-like luster could not even last for a second, and was instantly destroyed. Yi Chen could only feel that the clouds on both sides were moving forward quickly. He felt something sweet in his throat and a huge amount of blood spurted out, turning into a blood mist. The fast-moving clouds stopped moving, and Yi Chen's whole body was sunk into the mountain behind him. He could not even move a finger and he felt weak and dizzy. With a bitter smile, Yi Chen said weakly, "Senior sister, are you trying to kill me? Stubborn diseases need strong medicine to cure them. It will save you a lot of trouble." Walking in front of Yi Chen, Su Jing opened Yi Chen's jaw, and threw a dark red pellet into his mouth. She said, "This is the body refining pellet that I usually use to train my strength. It is very effective. You don't need to move for now in case you hurt your muscles and bones and leave behind future problems." Yi Chen did not hear the last few words. Once the body refining pellet entered his throat, it turned into liquid and flowed down. With his stomach as the center, the medicinal power gradually spread to his internal organs, all the meridians in his body and finally into his bones, continuously forcing out the impurities. Black impurities oozed out from the surface of Yi Chen's body, and the stench was overwhelming. Not knowing how long had passed, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. His bright eyes were like cold lightning, and also like the light of a sword, sharp and penetrating. "So smelly. Let's go back and wash up." She pressed her white and slim palm on the mountain and pushed out her hidden power, shaking Yi Chen out. Smelling himself, it was indeed smelly. Yi Chen said embarrassedly, "Thank you for your help, senior sister. If you need anything in the future, Yi Chen will definitely not decline." "Let's go, you want to kill me with the stench?" Su Jing said expressionlessly. A week had passed. That night, Yi Chen sat on his bed with his legs crossed, continuously practicing the pure jade body boosting spell. The jade-like luster on the surface of his body was flickering, sometimes it was bright, sometimes it was like his whole body was made of jade, sometimes it was dim like a rock. A light, almost inaudible sound was heard as the jade-like luster shattered inch by inch, merging back into Yi Chen's body. Then he spat it out, giving off a cold white light. It looked countless times tougher than before, giving off a diamond-like feeling. At this moment, the fourth spell of the pure jade body boosting spell, Broken Jade Rebirth, was completed. Chapter 95. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen jumped off the bed and performed a set of King Kong fist without using his Jin Qi. The wind from the punch whistled through the room, causing the furniture and the wooden windows in the room to make rattling sounds. Finally, they broke into pieces and scattered all over the floor. "Wow, my strength has increased by 5,000 pounds and reached 20,000 pounds. Yi Chen immediately felt the great increase in his physical strength. He seemed to have endless energy and could kill 5 water buffaloes in a row with one punch. Qi power was not like Jin Qi, which was limited by the limits of the human body, and would grow very slowly. It would already be amazing for a martial artist to reach 20,000 pounds. Even clasping Yuan realm martial artists did not have such a powerful body, unless they had also trained a body-strengthening martial art. Senior sister Su Jing must have used 70 to 80% of her strength that day, otherwise her last punch could have killed me. Thinking of the power of the Golden Three-Realm art, and the monster-killing fist art, Yi Chen knew his limits and did not think that his opponent had used her full strength. Nothing happened that night. The next morning the sun was high up in the sky. Stepping on the sunlight, Yi Chen arrived at the floating cloud palace. The palace was empty, there were only 3 or 4 people choosing missions, it was very quiet. Walking to the gray jade wall, Yi Chen looked at it and fixed his eyes on the last mission in the first row. It seemed to be newly posted. Mission: go to the ancient water lake and help the Chu family find the lost ship. Details: there is a dangerous place in the ancient water lake called the 9 Bends and 18 Bends. There are many demonic beasts in the water and it is accompanied by underwater whirlpools. It is extremely dangerous. Mission difficulty: 5-star gray level. Mission reward: 120,000 gold. The ancient water lake, isn't that in the extreme north of the Windy Nation? It is so far away from here. Yi Chen had heard of the name of the ancient water lake. It was said that this lake had existed for 3,000 years. In the early days it was just a small lake. Later there was a big earthquake and everything within thousands of miles sank into the ground. After 3,000 years of irrigation, it became the ancient water lake today. In the early days the ancient water lake was not dangerous, but the current ancient water lake was extremely dangerous. It seemed that the earthquake had released the ancient demonic beasts underground, which had occupied the entire ancient water lake, causing some fish and prawns that were not demonic beasts to mutate and become one of the demonic beasts. In the middle of the ancient water lake, there was a large island named Panshan Island. There was a clan living on the island. It was the Chu clan that issued the mission. The Chu clan had a long history. 3,000 years ago they lived on Panshan Island. Even though they knew that there were many demonic beasts in the ancient water lake, they had never thought of leaving and had always lived there. On the other hand, there would occasionally be some geniuses who were unwilling to be left out of the limelight. They would leave the ancient water lake and come to the bustling area, making a name for themselves. It was said that the Emerald Martial Palace had an inner disciple who came from the Chu family of the Panshan Island. Without thinking too much about it, Yi Qin tore off the mission slip and left the soaring cloud hall. At the foot of the mountain, a rider was galloping towards the north. 8 days later, Yi Qin came to the vicinity of the vast ancient water lake. Coincidentally, there was a small rundown restaurant on the shore, with 4 large black words written on the plaque with peeling paint. Ancient Water Restaurant. Getting off the horse, Yi Qin patted the horse's head. It took me 8 days to get here. I should replace you when I get back. You will suffer if you follow me anyway. It was shameful to waste time. The dark brown horse was reliable in the early stages, but in the later stages it was powerless. 2,000 miles a day was of no use at all. Even if they rushed through the night, they would only be able to travel 3,000 miles a day. Yi Qin planned to go back and get a half-demon horse, the ghost-eyed jade lion, which could travel 3,300 miles a day. If they rushed through the night, 5,000 miles would not be a problem. The most important thing was that the half-demon horse had a strong physical strength. It could run continuously for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. After that, it only needed to rest for a night and it would be full of energy again. Young warrior, you are going to the ancient water lake, right? Why don't you come in and take a rest? The waiter saw a guest and greeted him enthusiastically. Yi Qin nodded. Take care of my horse. All right, this way please. The restaurant was more dilapidated than he had imagined. The walls were mottled, the tables were rough and uneven, and even the chairs were pieced together. It looked very shabby. Choosing a chair that was pleasing to the eye, Yi Qin sat down and ordered a few dishes. While he was eating, the sound of horse hooves unexpectedly came from outside the restaurant. Good luck today, another guest. The waiter immediately became energetic. After a while, a young man dressed in green walked in. Seeing Yi Qin, the young man in green frowned. You are an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Are you going to the ancient water lake Panshan Island? Yes. Yi Qin could tell that the young man was an inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace. Then you don't need to go. The Chu family's business should be handled by the Chu family. Yi Qin raised his eyebrows. You are a disciple of the Chu family. The 166th generation disciple of the Chu family, Chu Ming. The young man in green sat down at a table opposite to Yi Qin. Sorry, since I have accepted the task, I will try my best. Yi Qin did not intend to give up the task. Chu Ming sneered. I am reminding you that there is no boat to cross the ancient water lake. It is 450 miles of waterway from here to the Panshan Island. If you are not careful, you will be dragged into the water by the beasts and die without a whole body. Moreover, the 9 twists and 18 turns are even more dangerous. Everything is dangerous. How can you achieve great things by being timid? The two did not have any conflict. After all, not every disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace was arrogant and annoying. On the shore of the ancient water lake, the lake water was surging and sparkling. At a glance, the sky and the water were like a line. Chu Ming glanced at Yi Qin and took out a waist-thick, 1-meter-long piece of wood from his storage ring. The wood was shot more than a dozen feet away, drawing a white water mark on the lake. It was extremely fast, but Chu Ming was even faster. He didn't make any movements, but he was faster. Before the wood fell into the water, he had already stepped on it. He rode on the wood as if it was nothing, and after a while, he became a small dot. Using a piece of wood as a boat. Yi Qin nodded and looked around. Soon, he found a small forest hundreds of meters away, in which there were many 3 to 4 meters tall trees. A sword light flashed and a big tree fell down. Yi Qin was afraid of being attacked by beasts on the way, so he cut a dozen more pieces of wood. Each piece was the same thickness and weighed hundreds of pounds. Coming to the shore, Yi Qin did the same thing, threw the wood out and stood on it. The scenery on both sides quickly passed by. Yi Qin felt that he had never been so happy before. For a moment he felt that the sky was high and the earth was wide. He was like a bird, free and unrestrained. The wood had lost its momentum. Yi Qin activated his Zhen Qi and spurted it out from the back of the wood, becoming the source of power. Whoosh, whoosh. Although he did not catch up with Chu Ming, his speed was not slow. In addition, it was good to step on the wood and enjoy the scenery of the lake. after walking for dozens of miles. Under the water behind the log, a huge shadow was following them silently. Chapter 96. The ancient water lake is indeed full of dangers. Yichen looked at the surface of the water in front of him and heard the rapid sound of water splashing. Many shuttle-like strange fish swooped up. The strange fish was more than 3 feet long, and its entire body was covered in dark green scales. Its pectoral and pelvic fins were very long and wide, like the wings of a bird. They flapped violently as it flew at an extremely fast speed. Chi-chi-chi-chi-chi. While flying, the fish opened its mouth and shot out 2-inch-long venomous stingers, covering the entire area. Although Yichen did not know what kind of fish it was, he knew that its poisonous stingers were not to be underestimated. Who knew if it could kill a condensing reality realm warrior within a second? Of course, after reaching the 4th stage of the pure jade body boosting spell, the poisonous stingers would not be able to penetrate his defense. However, Yichen did not plan to be passive. Activating his protective aura, he shattered the densely packed poisonous thorns. Clang. The hidden cloud sword was unsheathed and flashed 4 times in the air. The next moment, 4 cross-shaped sword lights shot out and sliced the school of strange fish into pieces. Blood rained everywhere. Before the previous wave subsided, another wave arose. Suddenly, a huge wave rose behind him. In the wave, a huge monster snake was faintly discernible. Its demonic aura soared into the sky, stirring up vortexes one after another. This time Yichen recognized the species of this strange snake. It was a peak level 4 demonic beast water-splitting python. It was extremely strong and had the innate ability to call the wind and summon the rain. In addition to the demonic beast's inner dan, it could also form a water-splitting dan. If a martial artist wore it on their body and used their Jin Qi to stimulate it, it would be enough to double their speed in water. It was a rare treasure. The anaconda opened its bloody mouth and shot out a thick pillar of grayish-white water. Yichen's brows slightly wrinkled. He waved the hidden cloud sword in his hand, and a clear sword mark appeared in the air. Then a condensed sword light flew out. Voila! The water column exploded and it started to rain heavily. Yichen stood still. Before the raindrops could even come within 3 feet of him, they were sliced into nothingness by the protective aura. Seeing that the water column could not do anything to Yichen, the anaconda looked up to the sky and hissed. The ferocious demon aura rushed up to the sky, causing a drastic change in the chi of heaven and earth. Large dark clouds suddenly gathered in the low sky. It was so dark that it made people panic. At the same time, a strong wind blew above the ancient water lake and the undercurrent surged, stirring up waves after waves. A normal peak level 4 demonic beast shouldn't be this strong. Could it be that this anaconda has the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast? That would be surprising. As far as Yichen knew, it was true that a peak level 4 demonic beast could summon a gale. However, it was very difficult to cause a small-scale change in the sky. It was almost impossible. Only a level 5 demonic beast could cause such a big movement. The wood under his feet moved up and down in the undercurrent. Yichen snorted coldly, raised his right foot and stomped down. Buzz! Ripples spread out one after another, and the surface of the water within a radius of 100 feet calmed down. Abruptly, the anaconda let out a miserable howl, and its huge body was thrown up, as if it had suffered a heavy blow. After a few blinks of an eye, the anaconda's wriggling body returned to the surface of the water, but it was not hurt. Instead, it became extremely angry. Its long body rolled and slapped, and its 4 to 5 feet long tail broke through the water waves, violently whipping towards Yichen, leaving a series of afterimages. Yichen's expression was completely dignified. In addition to stabilizing the wood with his foot, he also used the secret skill he got from the Bloody Butcher, Earth Explosion and Sky Shock. The hidden force quietly attacked the anaconda from the bottom of the water. He thought that even if he could not kill it, he could at least injure it a little and make it retreat. But now it seemed that the power of Earth Explosion and Sky Shock could not break its defense at all. The tail, which was as thick as a water tank, whipped over. The sharp airflow was like a knife. Without thinking, Yichen jumped up into the air. Crack! Like a stick hitting tofu, the wood was instantly smashed into pieces. In the air, Yichen took a deep breath, waved the hidden cloud sword in his hand 4 times, and 4 mountain-like sword chi slashed down, respectively locking on the anaconda's head, neck, abdomen, and tail. Clang, clang, clang. Except for the tail, the other 3 parts were all hit. But even with the sharpness of the sword chi, it could only break the snake's scales and barely reached its insides. Gray-red blood suddenly dyed the surface of the lake red, spreading out like ink. The anaconda was really in pain this time. It looked up to the sky and hissed, and its gray-green eyes turned scarlet, looking strange and cruel. It opened its bloody mouth, and a whirlpool gathered in its throat. Then a half-meter thick spiral water column rushed out, and compressed again in the middle, becoming as thick as a thigh, and shot towards Yi-Chen like a laser. Not good, this beast is too strong, I can't do anything to it. Yi-Chen's expression changed. The thigh-thick spiral water column was too fast, and he couldn't borrow any momentum in the air, so he had no time to dodge. He could only throw a punch at the water column. In the sky-shaking sound, a huge semicircle was formed on the surface of the lake, about 10 meters deep. Compared to it, Yi-Chen's body was like a slightly bigger insect, so small. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and Yi-Chen was slightly injured. The anaconda was not much better. Its huge body rolled a few times in the water and it was dizzy. It couldn't send out a second spiral water column. I'll take the parting water pill next time, I should go to Panshan Island first. After making up his mind, Yi-Chen didn't want to continue fighting with the anaconda. He stepped back and the rainwater in the air bent into an amazing arc, like a pulled bowstring. Of course, this was not a bowstring, but the rainwater that Yi-Chen condensed, and turned into something that could be borrowed to increase the initial momentum. Swoosh! With his arms wide open, Yi-Chen was like a white crane, and in a flash he left the area and swept towards the center of the ancient water lake. After half a day, Yi-Chen, who had been traveling for a long time, finally saw a huge island. The island was circular and there were winding roads around it. On the top of the island, other than a mountain, there was a continuous ancient building complex. With a bitter smile, Yi-Chen said to himself, Chu Ming should have arrived long ago. After all, he is more familiar with the ancient water lake than I am, and can avoid some dangers in advance. Shaking his head, Yi-Chen activated his chi, and the wood under his feet moved forward at a faster speed. On the island, Yi-Chen didn't fly up the mountain directly, because that was not a polite behavior. Following the path, Yi-Chen came to the main road of Panshan, where there were 4 men guarding. Who are you? The yellow-faced man shouted coldly. Yi-Chen cupped his fists and said, You guys, I am an inner disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, and I am here for a mission. What proof do you have? The man asked. Yi-Chen thought of the inner disciple token, and quickly took it out and threw it into the man's hand. The man carefully looked at it and after confirming that there was no mistake, he returned the token and politely said, I have offended you just now, Hero Yi, please follow me up the mountain. Yi-Chen nodded and followed behind. Chapter 97. The coiling mountain avenue was clearly 10,000 feet long, but now it was stretched to hundreds of thousands of feet. According to the yellow-faced man, no matter who it was, if they wanted to reach the top of the mountain, they had to walk along the coiling mountain avenue. As for why, the yellow-faced man didn't know. Perhaps it was a custom that had been passed down for thousands of years. With their amazing speed, they arrived at the top of the mountain in less than half an hour. As far as the eye could see, the flat mountain top was covered with ancient buildings. Behind the buildings, there was a small green mountain that was less than 100 feet high. A beautiful waterfall fell straight down into the small pond in the middle of the buildings, splashing water everywhere. What a beautiful place. Yi-Chen was secretly amazed. He was used to seeing big cities and mountains. Now that he was on this island, he felt refreshed. Walking along the ancient stone road, Yi-Chen followed the man with a yellow face to the big house in the middle of the buildings. Master, the person outside is an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The man with a yellow face said loudly. Let him in. An old voice came out. Hearing this, Yi-Chen stepped into the hall of the house. An old man in his 70s was sitting in the main seat of the hall. His skin was yellow like the man with a yellow face, but it did not look like he was malnourished, it seemed like he was born this way. Sitting next to him was a young man in green, it was Chu Ming who had arrived before Yi-Chen. Chu Ming saw that Yi-Chen could come to the Panshan Island, he was a little surprised. Walking to the center of the hall, Yi-Chen cupped his fists. I am Yi-Chen, an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Nice to meet you, Master Chu. The old man nodded. You received a mission and came here, right? Yes. That's good. With 2 disciples we have a better chance of finding the lost ship. Yi-Chen will try his best. While talking, Yi-Chen was confused. He carefully sensed the old man's cultivation level and found that he was only at Mortal Realm Stage 7. He could not help but ask, Master Chu, on the way here, I noticed that all the people in the Chu family are below the condensing reality realm. What is going on? He didn't think that a family couldn't produce a condensing reality realm warrior. Chu Ming was a good example. In the future, he might also step into the clasping yuan realm and become a martial artist. The old man sighed. Find a seat first. Yi Chen sat on the chair opposite Chu Ming, wanting to hear what he had to say. It's not that our Chu family doesn't have any condensing reality realm warriors, it's just that we don't have any condensing reality realm warriors. Any warrior who has reached the condensing reality realm, if they stay on Panshan Island for more than 3 months, would suddenly meet with an unexpected calamity, or be attacked by demonic beasts, or become possessed by evil spirits, and disappear without a trace. Therefore, when Chu Ming reached the condensing reality realm, I asked him to leave Panshan Island. The elder said slowly. There's such a thing? Yi Chen gasped. Chu Ming said lightly, that's true. 15 years ago, my father died of chi deviation without any warning. The hall was silent for a moment. Yi Chen said again, then why didn't the whole family leave Panshan Island? The outside world is so big there would be a place for the Chu family. The story starts from 3,000 years ago. At that time the ancient water lake was not called the ancient water lake, it was called the Green Lake. Our Chu family lived on the shore of the Green Lake, there was no Panshan Island. However, ever since one of our clansmen found an ancient object in a cave at the bottom of the Green Lake, things changed. First, there was a huge earthquake in a radius of 1,000 miles, causing the terrain to change, forming a huge crater. Then there was a thunderstorm that lasted for 3 months, almost completely submerging the Chu clan and everything around it. On the brink of life and death, an island descended from the sky, suppressing the cave at the bottom of the Green Lake. Our Chu clan's ancestors believed that the gods were merciful and gave the Chu clan a way out. Thus the entire clan moved to the island. This island is today's Panshan Island. After recalling for a while, the old man continued, but things are not so simple. After moving to Panshan Island, all the warriors above the mortal realm died one by one within 3 months. At that time, the patriarch with the highest cultivation level, the ancestor of our Chu family, finally said some information before he died. What did he say? Yi Chen found himself deeply attracted. The old man used all the strength in his body and said word by word, devil, curse, just these 4 words. Devil, curse. Yi Chen suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his back, the pores on his body stood up. These 4 words seemed to have a great magical power, even saying it out loud was enough to make people tremble. Chu Ming's face was also not looking good. Every time he heard these 4 words he would feel a kind of fear, deeply imprinted in his blood, unable to get rid of, unable to forget. The old man smiled bitterly, is it very scary? Yi Chen did not try to be brave, he nodded and said yes. When I first heard these 4 words I was even more afraid than you were. I couldn't sleep for a month, I always felt like there were shadows around me, like there were ghosts roaring. But then I became numb, because as long as we don't reach the condensing reality realm, we Chu family are still normal people, we won't die for no reason. Hearing this, Yi Chen looked at the old man again. The old man had not explained his previous doubts. The old man continued, it's not that we didn't think about moving the whole family, it's just that we couldn't do it. Before the ancestor died, he told everyone to leave Panshan Island, not to stay here. The others all obeyed and were divided into 3 groups, ready to leave one by one. But what made people desperate was that only one of the first groups survived, the others also suddenly met with an unexpected disaster, and it was even more terrible than those who died on Panshan Island. The only survivor was scared out of his wits, and after returning to Panshan Island, he died within 3 years. Couldn't leave Panshan Island? But what happened to Chu Ming? No, only one of the first group survived. Although he died later, it was due to a mental breakdown, it should have nothing to do with the curse. In other words, only one person could leave Panshan Island safely, and not be threatened by the curse. This could be explained as there were 50 ways of living, 49 ways of living. If a person escaped, the heavens would always leave a chance of survival, not to mention an entire family, hundreds of thousands of people. At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Yi Chen's mind. After a few decades, some of the younger generation of the family didn't believe it, and prepared to move again, but the number of people was much smaller, only a few dozen. Without exception, as long as one left Panshan Island for 500 miles, only one survived, the others all died tragically. No one could explain why. The old man's voice sounded a little tired. Yi Chen more or less understood the ins and outs of the whole thing, but he didn't think that such a beautiful place could have such a terrible thing. An underwater cave, an island that fell from the sky, a cursed family, the whole thing was too horrifying and impossible to explain. Perhaps when he reached a certain level he would be able to solve this mystery. Now he didn't dare to act rashly, for fear of being infected by the curse of Panshan Island. At that time he really wouldn't be able to leave Panshan Island, unless he killed Chu Ming. But he and Chu Ming weren't from the same family. Even if he killed Chu Ming, he wouldn't be able to leave Panshan Island, unless he killed Chu Ming. Chapter 98. Just as Yi Chen was lost in his thoughts, the elder looked at him and said, "If there is nothing else, can we go to the 9 bends and 18 bends to look for the lost ship? My granddaughter is still on the ship. It has been half a month. Although there is enough food on the ship, accidents are inevitable." Chu Ming stood up and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa, leave it to me. I will definitely bring Xianing back. Since there are people on the ship, let's go now." Yi Chen also stood up. The elder nodded and said, "I will go with you. The Ironwood ship is ready. On the northwest coast of Panshan Island. A 15 meters long and 3 meters wide black wooden ship was docked there. Its surface was glowing with a faint metallic luster. Yi Chen knew that this was the Ironwood ship. It was made of ironwood, which was comparable to metal. Needless to say, it was hard enough to withstand a full blow from a mortal realm warrior. It was also very flexible, able to move quickly in big waves without worrying about the hull breaking. Master. 12 Mortal Realms Stage 9 warriors of the Chu family stood in a row and said in unison. The elder waved his hand and said, "You all know Chu Ming. This is the inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yi Chen. He will go with us to the 9 bends and 18 bends to rescue Xianing." After saying that, he turned to Yi Chen and Chu Ming and said, "They are not as strong as you two, but they are good swimmers. They can hold their breath underwater for 15 minutes. Yi Chen was a little surprised. With his current cultivation, holding his breath underwater for 15 minutes was not difficult, but these 12 people were only at Mortal Realm Stage 9. The closer they got to the 9 bends and 18 bends, the faster the current became. Waves after waves of water hit the side of the ironwood ship, making loud banging sounds. Inside the cabin, the old man said, "The 9 bends and 18 bends are very complicated with countless whirlpools. Without exquisite rowing skills, it is impossible to pass through. If there are no accidents, this old man's granddaughter should be trapped in the first half of the 9 bends and 18 bends. There is a small mountain there, and the mountain and the lake have formed a flat beach for the boat to dock. What you need to do is very simple: kill any demonic beasts that come close to prevent the boat from being pushed off course." Yi Chen said, "That's very simple. I can use my lightness skill to fly over, and I'll be able to find the lost ship and your granddaughter very quickly." The old man shook his head. The truly terrifying part of the 9 bends and 18 bends is not the flow of water or the demon beasts, but the thick fog. If one were to enter it alone, it would be very easy to get lost and not be able to come out for a lifetime. Only by following the changes in the flow of water would one be able to find a way out. "I see." Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully. Panshan Island and Ancient Water Lake could not be treated with common sense. It was too strange. Creak. Suddenly the ironwood ship shook violently as if it had been brushed by something. "Dang dang dang," a martial artist of the Chu clan rushed in. "Clan head, 3 demon birds are approaching." The old man nodded. "Leave it to the 2 of them." Yi Chen and Chu Ming looked at each other and walked out of the cabin together. On the deck, Yi Chen looked up and saw 3 huge strange birds flying in the air. The strange birds had a wingspan of 5 meters, and the upper half of their wings had a pair of sharp claws. At this time they had not yet approached the ironwood ship, but the wind caused by the flapping of their wings had caused the ironwood ship to shake. Star finger, 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Chu Ming raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand, and at the end of his fingertips, a glazed brilliance appeared. He pointed 7 times in the air, and drew the pattern of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Without any suspense, the 3 demon birds were shrouded by the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Several bloody holes appeared on their bodies and they fell into the lake. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Good finger technique. Insignificant skill." Chu Ming withdrew his hand. At this moment, a Chu family martial artist shouted, "We have arrived at the 9 bends and 18 bends. Everyone hold on to the fixed objects so as not to be thrown out of the deck." The voice fell, and in the blink of an eye, the hull of the ship suddenly swayed, and there was a tendency to capsize. The other Chu family martial artists were already prepared, and firmly held on to the things that they could hold on to. Only Yi Chen and Chu Ming were indifferent. Their feet firmly stepped on the deck, and no matter how fiercely the ship shook, it was difficult to shake their bodies. Chu Ming's body was very flexible, and his balance was also very good. He seemed to be motionless, but in fact, his body was secretly making subtle changes in the direction of the hull, and he could always take advantage of the situation. But when he looked at Yi Chen, his eyes could not help but narrow. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back, and his feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, swaying with the hull of the ship. It was as if he was a part of the hull, and there was no possibility of him being thrown out. What a brilliant Qinggong! Chu Ming's eyesight was very powerful, and he immediately saw that Yi Chen's attainments in Qinggong were very high, and his use of Zhen Qi was far beyond that of ordinary martial artists. Yi Chen faintly smiled and was about to speak, when he suddenly frowned and said, "There is a demon beast sneaking over from under the water." His figure jumped, and Yi Chen's body fell on the side of the ship's railing, and his fist with a shining blue light blasted down. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the sky, and the blue Qi dragon swooped down, drilling into the bottom of the water. The next moment, the huge corpse of the demon beast floated up, and there was a bathtub-sized hole in its chest and abdomen, and blood was gurgling out. Chu Ming looked at the corpse of the demon beast and was surprised. The water shadow beast is good at hiding its demon Qi and is proficient in stealth. How did you detect it? If it wasn't for Yi Chen's discovery, Chu Ming believed that it was impossible to kill the water shadow beast in advance. Only when the opponent launched an attack and exposed its demon Qi, would he be able to detect it. At that time, even if the Ironwood ship was undamaged, it would definitely deviate from the course, and it would take a lot of effort to return to the normal route, which would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't say that his soul power was strong and that he could freely explore anything around him, so he casually made up a reason and said, "Although the water shadow beast is proficient in stealth, and its demon Qi is restrained, but with its huge body, it is difficult to sneak over without a sound, and it will inevitably change the water flow." Chu Ming secretly nodded. What Yi Chen said was right. The bigger the body, the greater the resistance in the water. But Yi Chen's perception was too strong, and he could even see the subtle changes in the water flow, which was really admirable. As they gradually went deeper into the 9 twists and 18 turns, the frequency of the hull shaking became faster and faster. Sometimes it was clearly swaying to the left, but suddenly it jumped up, and sometimes it was clearly stable without any waves, but the whirlpool under the water made it difficult for the hull to move. From fast speed to a sudden stop, it could almost make an ordinary person's heart jump out. Finally, the Ironwood ship arrived in front of the half-submerged mountain. On the beach, a large ship was docked there, and it seemed to be faintly discernible in the thick fog, and there was a dead silence. The ship had not yet approached, but Chu Ming and Yi Chen's feet touched the deck, and like two big birds, they flew over at an incredible speed. Papa. The two stood on the deck of the lost ship, and felt that the atmosphere had changed. "Xianing, are you there?" Chu Ming called out. Whoosh, whoosh. Except for the lake wind, there was no other sound. The two were afraid of missing something, so they pushed open the cabin door and went in. After a moment, the two came out again. Yi Chen looked up at the mountain and said to Chu Ming, "Maybe they went to the mountain to take refuge." Chu Ming nodded. "That's the only possibility. Let's wait for Big Grandpa first." Chapter 99. The Ironwood boat docked and the old man came over with 12 people. Chu Ming said, "Grandpa Xianing is not up there." "Not up there." The old man's face changed. He turned to the Chu warriors and said, "You 12 people for people in a group, divide into 3 groups and go up the mountain." "Yes, Lord." The 12 Chu warriors formed their own groups and went up the mountain from 3 directions. At this time Yi Chen said, "Lord Chu, you and Chu Ming in a group, I can go alone." "That's it." The old man did not underestimate Yi Chen. Along the way Yi Chen's strength was no less than Chu Ming, who was at the late condensing reality realm. After they parted ways, Yi Chen followed the most remote path and flew up the mountain. On his way up the mountain, a poison water scorpion that loved water rushed towards him, but was easily smashed into pieces by his fist power. Liquid splashed everywhere, but he did not slow down at all. After a dozen breaths, he had disappeared into the depths of the mountain that was covered in thick fog. The fog silently parted, and a figure flashed like a ghost. Every time his feet touched the ground he would slide dozens of meters away. His breath was long and pure. All of a sudden the mountain near Yi Chen started to move. It was actually a giant rock beast with a rock-like outer shell. It opened its deep mouth, and an arm-thick red shadow flew out towards Yi Chen at lightning speed. Courting death. The hidden cloud sword was unsheathed, and the sharp sword light collided with the red shadow. Clang. The red shadow was cut open and yellow-brown blood spurted out. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a 10 feet long tongue. The root of the tongue was still in the mouth of the rock beast. It was like a frog sticking out its tongue. The beast wanted to use its tongue to roll Yi Chen into its mouth. It was really insidious. Missing its attack, the rock beast's body shrank back and squeezed into the mountain to avoid Yi Chen's counterattack. How could Yi Chen let it go? He stamped his foot on the ground and released his power. Bang! The rock beast was forcibly blown out. The sword chi flashed, and the giant rock beast with an extremely high defense fell to the ground. Its abdomen was cut open, and its internal organs and intestines rolled out. The strong earthy smell was extremely pungent. Not interested in dissecting the corpse of the giant rock beast, Yichen didn't even look back as he flashed into the thick fog. The mountain peak wasn't big, so Yichen quickly arrived at the mountainside. The first thing that came into view was a stone bridge. Beneath the stone bridge, clouds and mist tumbled. It was unfathomably deep. On the other side of the stone bridge there was a large flat ground. Behind the flat ground there was a large stone door. It was 33 feet tall and 28 feet wide. The door was tightly shut, revealing only a small gap. Light shone out from inside, changing the color of the mist. There's someone inside. Yichen hesitated for a moment before stepping onto the stone bridge. Kalala. Inconceivably, the stone beasts on both sides of the stone bridge came to life. They broke free from the stone surface and rushed towards Yichen step by step. Mountain range stacking. Facing the many stone beasts, Yichen used the lone peak of 13 swords attack range, the mountain range stacking. With a wave of his sword, layers of sword light spread out. Cha-cha-cha. One by one the stone beasts were chopped into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Just as he was about to leave, Yichen discovered an amazing scene. The broken pieces of the stone beasts twisted a few times, turned into mist and blended into the surrounding environment, leaving no traces behind. Strange, this was really strange. Yichen's eyes flashed, no one knew what he was thinking. Moments later, Yichen took a deep breath, carried his sword and rushed towards the stone door. The stone door was really thick. Yichen estimated that even if he could break it, it might cause the stone room inside to collapse. It was not a wise move. Gathering 20,000 pounds of strength in both of his arms, Yichen inserted both of his hands into the gap in the middle of the stone door and tried to pull it to both sides. Rumble. The stone door slowly opened, and a brightly lit hall appeared in front of Yichen. Compared to the outside, the hall inside was luxurious enough. On both sides of the hall, there were 18 gold-painted stone pillars. They were 26 meters tall, smooth and without any carvings. In the middle of the hall, there was a red carpet, which extended all the way to the main seat of the hall. A middle-aged man was sitting on the main seat, his eyes were slightly closed, and his aura was like a mountain. On both sides of the red carpet, there were 6 other middle-aged men. Although their auras were not as powerful as the middle-aged man, they were still not to be underestimated. They were at least at the peak of late condensing reality realm. Who are you? The middle-aged man on the main seat opened his eyes, which were shining like lightning. He was obviously a clasping Yuan realm warrior. Yichen cupped his fists and said, I am here to look for someone. I wonder if you have seen a young girl coming here? The middle-aged man on the main seat said lightly, Come in and have a seat. Yes. Yichen felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. He followed the order and sat on the last seat on the right side of the red carpet. An evil look flashed through his eyes. The middle-aged man waved his hand at the stone door, and the stone door slowly closed. The young girl you are talking about is 15 or 16 years old and clean? Yichen had already learned about his granddaughter's appearance and temperament from the elder. He nodded and said, Indeed, have you seen her before? Yes, she was trapped at the foot of the mountain. I saved her. She is now in the side room. You can take her and leave now. The middle-aged man seemed to be easy to talk to. With a suspicious look in his eyes, Yichen asked to confirm, I can take her and leave? What? You don't want to take her? Oh no. Yichen stood up and walked towards the side room of the hall unhurriedly. He pushed his soul power to its limit, just in case something unexpected happened. However, things were very strange. Not only did the middle-aged man on the main seat not move, even the other 6 middle-aged men on the side seemed to have their acupuncture points sealed. They sat there without moving or talking. There was only some meat on the table which had not been eaten at all. A strange atmosphere filled the whole hall. When he reached the door of the side room, Yichen suddenly turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. The evil look in the middle-aged man's eyes quickly disappeared. He asked, What now? Nothing, I just think it's funny. Yichen pulled out his sword and sneered. The middle-aged man said with a gloomy face, I have already given you enough face by letting you take the young girl away. Do you want to fight me? You are only a condensing reality realm warrior, I can easily kill you. Yichen said with a faint smile, Really? If you can kill me, why would you lie to me? If I am not wrong, once you enter the side room you will die. How dare you? Get the hell in here. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a golden stone pillar fell from the ground. Without any hesitation, it shot towards Yi Qin, who was not far away. It created a thunderous sound in the air, which was unstoppable. After all, this stone pillar was 66 feet long and half a meter thick. With the help of a clasping Yuan realm warrior's Jin Qi, it was more powerful than any weapon. It could easily pierce through a mountain and kill a late condensing reality realm warrior. At this moment, if it was an ordinary warrior, he would definitely retreat into the side room to avoid the attack of the stone pillar. However, Yi Qin was not one of them. His eyes were clear and he did not intend to dodge at all. He held the hidden cloud sword in his right hand and pointed it at the terrifying stone pillar. Crack! The stone pillar shattered into pieces, turning into mist and dissipating. Chapter 100. Mountain Condensing Sword Qi. After breaking the stone pillar, Yi Qin's eyes flickered with a cold light. He waved a half-moon-shaped sword Qi towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man did not expect that Yi Qin would not retreat or dodge. Instead, he attacked him after breaking the stone pillar. Before he could react, the sword Qi landed on his body. The mist rolled and the shape of the middle-aged chief changed rapidly. He turned from a human into a lizard-like monster, with 4 dark red sarcomas on his head. It was extremely disgusting. It opened its big mouth and everything in the hall turned into mist and was swallowed into its stomach. Yi Qin looked around. This was not a luxurious hall at all, it was a dirty stone cave. The 6 middle-aged men, who were neither smiling nor talking, were just skeletons sitting there. The color of their bones had turned black. In addition, there were a lot of white bones piled up on the ground, extending all the way to the main seat. It was the red carpet they had seen before. Looking back, the side room was also a stone cave. It was a few meters in size and there was a huge pit at the bottom. The pit was filled with a gray liquid and sticky bubbles were rising from it. When the bubbles burst, the air that was stored in the liquid touched the cave wall and corroded it, leaving a large area of black marks. Although he knew that everything before was just an illusion, Yi Qin still could not help but gasp. If he had not noticed it in advance, he would have stepped into the gray liquid and died. What was more horrifying was that if he had guessed it right, this lizard-like monster should be a rare Shin beast on the True Spirit continent. It liked to suck people's brains and turn their memories into its own. Then, it would refine a kind of Shin Qi according to the memories in its mind and arrange a vivid illusion, making it hard for people to tell which was real and which was fake. Shin beasts were demonic beasts that could evolve. According to the number of sarcomas on their heads, their strength could be distinguished. 1 sarcoma-like demonic beast was a rank 1 beast, 2 were rank 2 and 4 were rank 4 beasts. However, Yi Qin was not afraid of it. Among the demonic beasts of the same level, Shin beasts were the weakest kind, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Where is the girl? Yi Qin stared at the Shin beast. The Shin beast growled, its small eyes filled with malice. Yi Qin frowned and remembered that the sea serpent could not speak. Only in the illusion did people think that it could speak. In fact, it had not spoken from the beginning to the end. Everything was based on the atmosphere and its own imagination. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to stay. The previous sword strike had already injured the sea serpent, causing it to lose control of the sea serpent Qi. Yi Qin was not afraid that it would use the sea serpent Qi again. He stamped his feet and released his hidden force. Immediately, 3 sword Qi flew out in a triangular formation. Boom! The sea serpent flew high in the air under the explosion of the hidden force, and forcibly withstood the 3 sword Qi. Fiercely hitting the cave wall, the sea serpent suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a wisp of fog. This wisp of fog turned into a ball of fire in the air, burning towards Yi Qin. Watch me destroy your mirage. Yi Qin didn't dare to face the fire directly. He was afraid that it might be a trap. He switched the hidden cloud sword to his left hand and launched the first style of the Tyrant Fist, Tyrannical Rampage. All of a sudden, the fire was integrated into the sword and rushed towards the sea serpent. A horrifying scream sounded. There was a bloody hole in the chest and abdomen of the sea serpent. The edge of the bloody hole was pitch black, and a disgusting burnt smell spread out, making people want to vomit. It's really a trap. The Tyrant Fist itself had no attribute, but it could be integrated into the opponent's attack. At this time, the sea serpent was clearly suffering from its own actions. However, Yi Qin didn't know that the sea serpent's mirage contained 5 elements of Yuan Qi. Fire Yuan Qi was one of them. That fire was the essence of the fire in its body. It was very difficult to condense it again. Just now, it was afraid that it couldn't kill Yi Qin, so it used the sea serpent Qi to cover up the existence of the fire. Then, it took back the sea serpent Qi, which was easy to give people the illusion that it was an illusion. As long as Yi Chen was not careful, there was a high possibility that he would fail miserably. The intelligence of this monster was not inferior to that of humans. In terms of insidiousness and cunning, most humans were no match for it. Yi Chen's pupils shrank, and his heart was filled with killing intent. This sea serpent must not be left alive, otherwise, there would be endless disasters. Die. With a low shout, Yi Chen threw out a punch and a sword at the same time. Crack. Bang. Like a broken sack, the sea serpent collapsed on the ground, motionless. However, Yi Chen was afraid that it was not enough, so he continued to attack until the sea serpent was no longer in its beast form. Walking to the corpse of the sea serpent, Yi Chen reached out his hand and a fist-sized inner pellet was sucked out. The surface of the inner pellet was white, and there was a mist overflowing from it. Just looking at it would easily make people hallucinate. Taking out a slightly larger jade box from his storage ring, Yi Chen put the inner pellet into it. Putting away the jade box, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. He looked around, hoping to find some clues. Previously, in the illusion, the sea serpent had described the characteristics of the granddaughter of the elder, so he should have seen her before. He wondered if she was in danger or not. If she was in danger, there was nothing he could do. After all, it had been too long. The sea serpent was not a herbivorous monster. It specialized in sucking human brains. Something was not right. Yi Chen suddenly shook his head. The sea serpent could not speak, so everything that happened in the illusion did not count. But how did it know the characteristics of the granddaughter of the elder? Could it be that those were my own memories? The sea serpent made me hallucinate and said the answers I wanted to know. In other words, no matter who it was, as long as they were in the illusion, there would not be any loopholes in their words, because the questions I wanted to ask have already been answered. With a bitter smile, Yi Chen had to admit defeat to the sea serpent. If it were not for the fact that he had doubts in his heart and his unusually strong soul power, he would have been tricked by the sea serpent. After a careful search and finding no clues, Yi Chen immediately walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the ground was a wasteland full of weeds. The stone bridge was just a fallen boulder. As for the gully, it was real and below it was a lake. Following the way he came, Yi Chen went down the mountain. After a while, the lost ship appeared in front of him. There were more than 10 people standing there, including a girl in a yellow dress. The girl was beautiful and had a clean temperament. If he was not mistaken, the girl was the granddaughter of the old man, Chu Xining. Young hero Yi, my granddaughter has been found. The old man smiled. Yi Chen touched his nose. That's good. Chu Ming asked, nothing happened on your side, right? No, nothing happened. Yi Chen did not intend to complicate matters. Anyway, the purpose of the other party was to find Chu Xining, so there was no need to mention the sea serpent. That's good, let's go back. It's getting late. The old man nodded. The lost ship was abandoned in place. Everyone boarded the ironwood ship and sailed along the route they came from. On the way back, the number of demon beasts did not decrease, but because it was close to evening, it became more dangerous. Fortunately, Yi Chen and Chu Ming protected the ironwood ship and did not let it deviate from the route. When the last ray of sunlight faded, everyone had already returned to Panshan Island. It was a quiet night. The next morning, Yi Chen said goodbye to everyone. As for Chu Ming, it was rare for him to come back, so he planned to stay for a few more days. After all, the curse of Panshan Island generally occurred between the second and third month. There was no danger in the first and second month, and Chu Ming had only been back for a day. On the ancient water lake, the water was sparkling. A person stepped on a tree trunk and rushed forward. In June, the inner disciple ranking competition will be held. I wonder what kind of powerful characters will be among the top 10 inner disciples. Yi Chen's white robe fluttered in the wind. While looking at the lake scenery, he was thinking. Chapter 101. Half a day later, Yi Chen came back to the shore. What happened next made him speechless. The owner and the waiter of the ancient water lake had disappeared without a trace. As for his and Chu Ming's horses, of course they were gone too. Both of them were riding on dark brown horses. Each horse was worth more than 60,000 silvers, which added up to 120,000 silvers, which was enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for 10 lifetimes. If they didn't want to live an ordinary life, they could buy a small manor, become a master, and have 3 wives and 4 concubines and countless maids. In short, if there were no disasters in this life, they could have everything. I hope you guys are always lucky and don't run into me again. Yi Chen didn't care about a dark brown horse, but he hated people who took advantage of others. If he ran into them, he wouldn't mind sending them to jail for the rest of their lives. With a flash, Yi Chen flew away on foot. In the ancient spring town. In the Flower Fairy restaurant. The owner of the restaurant was a beautiful young woman, who was not even 25 years old. Her husband was a famous sword artist in the surrounding area, and she herself was a late condensing reality realm warrior, who was known as the Flower Fairy. Ever since she started running the restaurant, her business had been booming, and she was not any less famous than her husband. On the second floor of the restaurant, a lot of martial artists were sitting there, drinking and chatting. From time to time they would flirt with the lady boss. "Lady boss, your husband hasn't fought for a few years, I wonder how good his sword art is now?" Someone used her husband's name to talk to the Flower Fairy. The Flower Fairy said with a faint smile, "I'm not sure about this, but according to him, he can cut the Golden Water River in half with one sword attack." Cut the Golden Water River in half with one sword attack? These martial artists looked at each other. The Golden Water River was a big river near the ancient spring town. The widest part was hundreds of meters, and the narrowest part was also hundreds of meters. Even if he cut the narrowest part with one sword attack, it would still be a big deal. In addition to his powerful sword art, his cultivation was at least at the peak of early clasping Yuan realm, or even mid-clasping Yuan realm. The Flower Fairy took in everyone's expressions and nodded in satisfaction. Ever since she came to the Blossom Immortal restaurant, countless people had drooled over her beauty. If it wasn't for her husband's fame and strength, there would have been people who would have tried to snatch her away. It was necessary to teach them a lesson. You found a good husband. Reaching such a realm at the age of 26 is enough to be mentioned in the same breath as the disciples of the sections. No. As the Flower Fairy spoke, her gaze landed on the seat next to the window. There sat a young man in a white robe. His features were delicate and handsome. At this moment someone said, "June is almost here, the Sky Cloud Martial School's inner disciple competition is about to begin. To be honest, I would like to go and have a look. I want to see it too. Too bad no one invited me." Invite you? Dream on. Even some clasping Yuan realm martial artists weren't invited, not to mention you. Unless you are a relative of one of the Sky Cloud Martial School's inner elders, that would be quite possible. I'm just saying. By the way, Flower Fairy, has your husband been invited? The Flower Fairy nodded. The invitation letter arrived 10 days ago, but my husband is currently in seclusion, so I don't know if he can make it in time. Her husband's name was Song Qingyun, known as the Blue Cloud Sword Artist. He reached the clasping Yuan realm at the age of 21. His sword art was extremely sharp and he was quite famous in the Windy Nation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been invited by the Sky Cloud Martial School to watch the inner disciple competition. Tiske, it's a great honor to be invited by the Sky Cloud Martial School. But with the reputation of the Blue Cloud Sword Artist, it's normal for him to be invited. In our area, besides the Blue Cloud Sword Artist, only that old kidnapper and the 5 mountain master Pei Zhongli have been invited. Pei Zhongli, isn't that the father of Pei Shaoqing, one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School? Yes, the Pei family is the #1 family within hundreds of miles, and that Pei Shaoqing is also very good. He became an outer disciple at the age of 12 and inner disciple at 13, and now he is only 16, but he is already one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School, ranked in the top 5. Pei Shaoqing, this kid is indeed very good. But don't be fooled by his friendly attitude. He is not friendly when fighting, he is very cruel. If there are no accidents, this kid has the possibility to be in the top 3, maybe he can even fight for the first place. Not necessarily. Pei Shaoqing's good friend Ghost Sword Li Kuang should not be underestimated either. I heard that he had obtained a low-rank Earth Realm sword art 2 years ago. Even if he had only comprehended 60 to 70% of it, it would still be enough for him to look down on the others. Ghost Sword Li Kuang. The ears of the teenager in the white robe twitched slightly. He could clearly hear everyone's conversation. He did not care much about Pei Shaoqing, but he was interested in Ghost Sword Li Kuang. He had heard of this person before. He had a unique understanding of sword art since he was young. His sword art was unpredictable, it was completely different from the normal sword arts. Therefore he had never practiced the sword arts of the Sky Cloud Martial School until one day, when he accidentally obtained the inheritance of a deceased senior and learned a low-rank Earth Realm sword art, 9 Ghost Shadow Swords. With this sword art, his reputation skyrocketed, and he earned the title of Ghost Sword in the martial world. He could be considered as the #1 sword artist among the top 10 inner disciples. The handsome teenager was Yichen. After he lost his dark brown horse, his speed did not decrease, instead it increased. He could travel more than 3,000 miles in a day, and this was because he was afraid that he would lose too much Jinqi, so he would rest for a while. The ancient spring town happened to be on his route, so he came to the Flower Fairy restaurant to rest. I have already touched the edge of the sword intent, but unfortunately the lone peak of 13 swords is not that high ranked, so I am still at a disadvantage. I wonder what kind of rewards I will get from the inner disciple ranking competition? Yi Chen's strongest sword art was still the Tyrant Fist. Although the lone peak of 13 swords had the advantage of sword chi, it was still not as good as the ghost sword Li Kuang. As for Pei Shaoqing, it seemed that he was more famous than the ghost sword, but Yi Chen was more interested in people who use swords. The ghost sword is nothing. Among the top 10 inner disciples who can compete with the blood shadow sword Meng Chong, he is the only disciple in the Sky Cloud Martial School who has completed the 1,000 kill. Even the core disciples could not do it. I am afraid that this year he will not only be the #1 inner disciple, but he will also challenge the other core disciples. With his sword art, it should not be a problem for him to be in the top 15. That's true. Meng Chang's status as the #1 inner disciple is undeniable. The others can only compete for the 2nd to 10th place. Maybe there will be even more outstanding inner disciples who will compete with the top 10 inner disciples. It will be very intense. I will go find my brother-in-law tomorrow and ask for an invitation. He has a good relationship with one of the inner elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School, so there should be a chance. My cousin's teacher used to be in the Sky Cloud Martial School. I wonder if he can bring me. Everyone's heart was itching for an invitation. They could not wait to have an invitation right in front of them. At this time Yi Chen had already finished his lunch. He threw down a silver ingot that weighed 10 silvers, stood up and walked through the crowd heading downstairs. A Jianghu man accidentally saw the cloud pattern on Yi Chen's sleeve and said in a low voice, "I did not expect there to be an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School here. What a mistake." There were a lot of people in the Jianghu who wore white robes. Plus, Yi Chen had been traveling day and night for the past few days, so his robes were covered with dust. It did not look that eye-catching, so it did not attract much attention. Now that someone mentioned it, everyone realized that Yi Chen was indeed an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The Flower Fairy secretly smiled. She had already known about Yi Chen's identity. But seeing that he was only at the mid-condensing reality realm, she was afraid that it would not be possible for him to compete for the top 10 inner disciples. Of course, whether it was possible or not, she would find out when she went with her husband. She hoped that her husband would come out soon. Chapter 102. Being on the road for a couple of days was not without its benefits. At least, Yi Chen felt that his Jin Qi had become a lot purer and easier to use. Of course, people who did not have a strong enough soul power would not be able to notice the subtle changes. After returning to the floating cloud palace, Yi Chen walked to the ranking wall. There was basically no change in the ranking this month. The ranking was still the same. As for why, it was very simple. Everyone was focused on the competition that was going to start in June. There was no need to work so hard right now. It would be more suitable to wait until the competition to amaze the world. Looking at the bottom, Yi Chen smiled. He was ranked last, and the few people who were in the same batch as him were all in the top row. Alright, I should take advantage of this competition to become one of the top 10 inner disciples, so that I won't have to challenge other people in the future. Yi Chen did not really care about the ranking in front of him. In the competition everything was fair. You would not get any special treatment just because you had a high ranking. But right now the most important thing for him was training. The mid-condensing reality realm was too low. He had to at least reach the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. Then he would not have to be afraid of anyone among the inner disciples. At night, Yi Chen sat down to cultivate. In the morning, Yi Chen sat on the cliff, training his sword intent. At noon, Yi Chen would go to the pool under the waterfall to train his body. As the days passed, it was getting closer and closer to June. Deep in the mountains behind the Windy Mountain, next to the Rock Mountain, a burly young man with a height of 2 meters and a naked upper body stood there. His eyes were like lightning and his muscles were bulging. His terrifying aura was even stronger than a beast of the same level. Anyone who was stared at by him would feel as if they were facing an ancient beast, and they would tremble in fear. Brr. The muscular young man opened his mouth and roared. The muscles on his upper body shook like a mountain. His bones also made a sound like a bow being pulled, as if dozens of people were shooting arrows at the same time. The ground cracked under his stomp. The muscular young man opened his arms and slammed into the rock mountain. Rumble. The 20 meters tall, 6 to 7 meters thick rock mountain was broken into pieces. Huge rocks that were as tall as a human flew in all directions. His face did not even blush. The muscular young man mumbled to himself, "The competition is about to start. I Xiaoyi will not be willing to be ranked below others. I will definitely fight for the first place." Once I become the #1 inner disciple, I will challenge Su Jing and see who is the strongest in the Sky Cloud Martial School. There were 36 mountains in the Sky Cloud Martial School, which were specially prepared for the inner masters to train. There were 36 mountains in the Sky Cloud Martial School. The white-robed elder said to the youth beside him, Li Yun, as soon as you were promoted to an inner disciple, you became my disciple. In these 3 years, you have never gone out to do any missions or participate in the ranking competition. You have been concentrating on your cultivation, but this time, you must participate in the ranking competition. Otherwise, the sect leader and the other elders will think that I am delaying you and not giving you enough opportunities to train. The young man's expression was grave and stern as he said, Master, don't worry. I will let others know that even if I have never been in Jianghu, I can still defeat other disciples. The white-robed elder shook his head, don't look down on others. Although your strength is enough to be in the top 5 of the inner disciples, it is still a bit dangerous to fight for the top 3. As far as I know, Ghost Sword Li Kuang and Pei Shaoqing both have the strength to be in the top 3. As for that Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong, his fighting strength is so strong that even I, as an inner elder, am a bit surprised. I'm afraid you are still not his match. The cold-looking youth said, Master, didn't you tell me that if I want to fight, I should fight for first place? Otherwise, everything else is meaningless. That's what I've said. Then do your best to fight for the first place. If I'm not mistaken, your biggest opponent will be the Blood Shadow Blade, Meng Chong, and your second opponent will be the Ghost Sword, Li Kuang. His sword art is unpredictable, unlike the Sky Cloud Martial School. You must be careful when you meet him, don't lose to him in sword art. In terms of sword art, I will not lose to anyone. The white-robed elder nodded. Not to mention other things in terms of sword art, there were not many people in the Sky Cloud Martial School who could compete with his disciple. After all, after 3 years of hard work, the young man already had his own style of sword art. If he was given time, he might not lose to the #1 disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Hidden Fragrance Sword Zhu Mei. Alright, 3 months of closed-door training, let me see your current strength. Ding. The sword came out of the scabbard, and the cold-looking youth waved his sword towards the sea of clouds. Silently, 13 sword marks appeared in the sea of clouds. Each sword mark was the same length and there was almost no difference between them. It was as if they were all copies of the same sword mark. The white-robed elder's eyes flashed with a surprised look. 14 sword lights. I can't believe that your sword light has reached the highest level. If someone was here, they would definitely be confused. There were 13 sword marks in the sea of clouds. Why were there 14 sword lights? Black Dragon River, Sunflower Water Tributary. In the last 3 months, a new small gang was established here, called the Sunflower Water Stronghold. The Sunflower Water Stronghold had 3 leaders, all of whom were at the peak of the condensing reality realm. Among them, the head leader had already touched the edge of the clasping Yuan realm, and would only need 1 or 2 months to become a clasping Yuan realm warrior. In addition, the Sunflower Water Stronghold also had 7 or 8 late condensing reality realm warriors, more than 20 mid-condensing reality realm warriors, and 40 to 50 early condensing reality realm warriors. As for the mortal realm warriors, they were basically cannon fodder, and there were also hundreds of them. The outer gate of the Sunflower Water Stronghold was split in half with a bang, and an arrogant and wild young man walked in with big steps. People of the Sunflower Water Stronghold, come out and die. Whoosh. There were at least 100 Stronghold members surrounding the young man, and then there were dozens of elite Stronghold members, all of whom were condensing reality realm warriors. Looking for death, you dare to accept the mission to destroy my Sunflower Water Stronghold, kill him. With a command, the tall and sturdy young man was immediately drowned in the sea of people, and his figure could not be seen. Ha ha, all of you die. The blood-red blade light crisscrossed in the sea of people, and everywhere it went, there would be dozens of people's bodies cut open and blood splattered everywhere. There was simply no one who could withstand a single attack. No, not even a single attack, because even the condensing reality realm elite stronghold members could not block half of the power of the tall and sturdy young man's blade. How can he be so terrifying? Who is he? I know, he is the Sky Cloud Martial School's Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong. Run quickly. Someone saw something from the tall and sturdy young man's blade art, and his face was full of fear. Slaughter the common people, die for me. The tall and sturdy young man laughed arrogantly, and the murderous intent in his laughter soared into the sky. Soon after, a mournful and terrifying blood-red blade light flashed, and every time the blade fell, there would be at least 10 people dead, and the ground would be cut open with a hideous blade mark. Blood flowed like a river, and the people of the Sunflower Water Stronghold were almost all killed. At this moment, another 3 people rushed over. They were the 3 leaders of the Sunflower Water Stronghold. The third leader's weapon was a pair of Shen flower axes, the second leader's weapon was the eyebrow staff, and the head leader's weapon was a tiger-headed blade, which was the most powerful. The tall and sturdy young man rushed out from the corpses, and slashed at the 3 people. Puchi, Puchi, Puchi. The 3 peak condensing reality realm warriors were instantly dismembered by this blade, and the blood-red blade light pierced through their bodies, and a huge gap appeared in the main hall of the Sunflower Water Stronghold. So weak, so boring. The tall and sturdy young man shook his head and turned to leave. The moon-white robe on his body was not stained with a trace of blood. Chapter 103. There was a huge rock in the pool under the waterfall. Yichin sat down with his legs crossed, with the hidden cloud sword and its sheath on his knees. He had entered into a mysterious and ethereal state. The rumbling sound of the waterfall did not affect Yichin at all. In his perception, the world was no longer the same. The sound had completely disappeared, and the waterfall was falling slower and slower. In the end, the waterfall even started to move slowly. From time to time, a few water droplets would fly out of the waterfall. Under the sunlight, the water droplets would shine with a colorful light, like the brightest crystal. When he sensed that the waterfall had completely stopped, he opened his cold eyes. He pulled out his sword and waved it. All of his movements were done in one go, without any hesitation. Without a sound, the waterfall on the other side split into 2 and fell down in 2, unable to connect with each other. Boom, boom. 2 loud booms came out and the water splashed everywhere. I'm still half a step away from the sword intent. Unfortunately, this half step is the most difficult and it will take a long time to train. Just now, Yichin had almost grasped the existence of the sword intent. Unfortunately, it was still a bit mysterious and could only be counted as the half-step sword intent. There was still a slight gap between it and the real sword intent. As he let out a breath, Yichin slowly stood up. His body shook slightly, and the half-step sword intent immediately disappeared, making it hard for others to notice. After enjoying the scenery for a while, Yichin went back the way he came. Outside the yard, Wu Zongming saw Yichin coming back. He smiled and said, "It's not easy to find you." Yichin said, "There are only 3 days left until the inner disciple ranking competition. I want to improve my strength as soon as possible." "You're not planning to become one of the top 10 inner disciples, are you?" "More or less." Wu Zongming's eyes widened. "Really? The top 10 inner disciples are almost as powerful as core disciples. Some of them are even qualified to become core disciples. Most importantly, almost all of them are at the late condensing reality realm, and they have the power to kill normal warriors at the same level as them. The top 10 inner disciples were the most elite group of the inner disciples. Each of them had a combination of talent, perception, and willpower. They might not be as good as the core disciples, but as long as they were given enough time, who knew how far they could go. So for the sect, the top 10 inner disciples and the core disciples were equally important, and they would not be ignored just because of a temporary gap in strength. Yichin shook his head and said with a smile, "When did you lose your ambition? Aren't you just one of the top 10 inner court disciples? I heard that every year, a few people would be eliminated and new faces would appear." Wu Zongming opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. He felt that he was indeed a bit lacking in ambition. When Yichin was still at Mortal Realm Stage 6, he dared to fight against Zhang Haoren, who was at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10. Now that he was already at the mid-condensing reality realm, why couldn't he replace the others and become one of the top 10 inner disciples? Not necessarily. You're right. I used to be the number 1 outer disciple, so I didn't feel too much pressure. But after I became an inner disciple, I was surrounded by the best of the best. With my talent and power, it was nothing at all. That's why I had been hiding my true thoughts and planned to move up step by step. I didn't have to be so aggressive. Now that you have said it, I finally understand why the gap between me and Zhang Haoren has been increasing. It is because I have lost my courage and determination, and started to become an ordinary inner disciple. If Wu Zongming had not been with Yichin, he would not have realized this. But he had seen the changes in Yichin, and he felt that it was not a coincidence that Yichin could succeed, and it was worth thinking about. The joy of reaching the mid-condensing reality realm after taking the Zhenqi pellet had disappeared. Wu Zongming sighed, "What a sudden awakening. I thought that the Zhenqi pellet would be able to shorten the gap between us. But now it seems that the gap is getting bigger and bigger. At least I am not as determined as you." Yichin opened the door and invited him in. He said while walking, "Actually, talent is just like a stepping stone. It can give you a higher starting point than others. But if you want to keep improving, talent alone is not enough. You need to understand your own path and walk your own path. Wu Zongming forced a smile. The path and the path are still too far for me. I really don't know what level you have reached. Alright, why did you want to see me? Yichen asked. Wu Zongming patted his head. I almost forgot. The ranking competition will be held in 3 days. We need to go and draw lots now. Draw lots now? Yeah. Except for the top 10 inner disciples, everyone else has to draw lots and register their names. Otherwise it would be troublesome to do it on the day of the competition. That's true. Let's go together then. On the way, Yichen learned that the inner disciple ranking competition was divided into 10 groups, and each group had about 50 people. In each group, there would be one of the top 10 inner disciples, which was equivalent to a seeded contestant. The group competition would have 10 rounds, and the top 3 would have the right to go to the finals to compete for this year's top 10 inner disciple title. The others would be ranked according to the number of battles they had won. On the martial field, a big lottery box was placed there. There were 2 registrars next to it. Right now there were already a lot of inner disciples drawing lots. Damn, so unlucky. How did I end up in Ghost Sword Li Kuang's group? You call that unlucky? My group is Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong. Who can beat him? I have no choice but to give up if I meet him. Yichen was confused. He stood at the back of the line. Soon it was his turn. He reached his hand into the lottery box and took out a thin wooden card. On it was written, Group 7, number 28. Group seated contestant, Feng Ping. On the side, the registrar wrote down Yichen's name and the number of his group. After drawing lots, the 2 left the crowd. Wu Zongming asked, which group are you in? Who is the seated contestant? Group 5. The seated contestant is Feng Ping. Flying Wind Feng Ping. Wu Zongming was dazed for a second and said, he is ranked 6th among the top 10 inner disciples. His light body technique is ridiculously good. It is said that he can fly in the wind as if he is weightless. He is one of the more difficult ones to deal with. Luckily it was not me. Otherwise I wouldn't even be able to touch his clothes. Ridiculously good light body technique. Yichen was interested. To him, light body technique was also one of his advantages. He wondered how it would compare with Flying Wind Feng Ping. As for Wu Zongming, he was in Group 3. The seated contestant was called Xiao Yi. He was ranked 3rd among the top 10 inner disciples. He was even higher than Pei Shaoqing and Ghost Sword Li Kuang. He was a dual cultivator. His defense and attack were terrifyingly high. After leaving the martial field, the 2 went their separate ways. The 3rd day. On the night before the ranking competition, Yichen had finally reached the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. His Jun Qi was more than 30% stronger than before. At the same time, his pure Jun Jin Qi had also reached the peak of the 7th stage. His Qi swords were almost solid, they were even more powerful than the sword light. Now everything was ready. He just had to wait for the ranking competition to start the next day. Chapter 104. Dong, dong, dong. Early in the morning, the sound of a bell came from the martial field of the Windy Mountain, wave after wave, spreading out for dozens of miles. On the mountain road, people from all over the world had gathered. Among these people, there were leaders of small martial institutions, leaders of big families, head guards of escort agencies, leaders of gangs, business leaders, city leaders of nearby cities, and some famous martial artists. Leader Liu, you are here too. Of course I am. The Sky Cloud Martial School is the biggest martial institution within tens of thousands of miles. Our small martial institutions cannot compete with them at all. So this time I brought a few of my best disciples to watch the battles, hoping to inspire them. Hee, I also brought 2 young martial artists from the business, to show them what true geniuses are, so they don't get into trouble everywhere. Same here. These people did not usually interact with each other, but they still knew each other. They walked together in groups of 3 to 5, talking and laughing. At this time, it was obvious who had more power and who was more powerful, because only the powerful ones could make others surround them, not the other way around. In the inner disciple area, Yichen casually closed the door of his courtyard and started to walk towards the noisy martial plaza. So many people. Arriving at the martial field, Yichen was a little surprised. Last year, because he was beaten by Wang Gang, he was bedridden for a month, and missed the opportunity to watch the ranking competition. He had never seen such a spectacular scene of tens of thousands of people gathered in one place. There were 10 huge platforms in the martial field, each of them was round and 3 meters tall, and combined with the other platforms to form a flower pattern, it was very beautiful. The 10 platforms were surrounded by a circle of VIP seats, and above the VIP seats were the audience seats. From afar the entire martial field looked like an iron pot. The bottom of the iron pot was the battle site, and the 4 sides of the iron pot were the seats for the audience. Yichen, over here. In the open space between the platform and the VIP seats, a large group of inner disciples stood there. Wu Zongming waved at Yichen. With a gust of wind under his feet, he walked over. Wu Zongming was slightly excited as he said, Group 3 and Group 7's platforms are one after the other. Let's just stay here. But I'm a little nervous now. Look, the people in the VIP seats are all important people. Even your father is here. Yichen followed his gaze and saw his father Yi Tianhao and his mother Xin Yuqing in the VIP seats. Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing smiled at Yichen, their eyes were filled with expectation and pride. They had never thought that Yichen would be able to join the Sky Cloud Martial School's inner disciple ranking competition. Even if he could join, he would be at the bottom. But now it was different. They already knew that Yichen had reached the mid-condensing reality realm, plus his talent in martial arts, he should be able to get into the top 200. Yichen gave them a reassuring look before withdrawing his gaze. At this time the inner court disciples were basically all here, only the top 10 inner court disciples were still missing. Suddenly, the outer sect disciples and the spectator stands burst into cheers that soared to the sky. The top 10 inner disciples are here. The one in the middle should be Blood Shadow Blade Brother Meng Chong, right? Next to Brother Meng Chong is Iron Fan Brother Yi Qing, Brother Xiao Yi, Sister Zhou Rua and Brother Pei Xiaoqing. So powerful. Just like the others, the inner disciples who had arrived earlier all looked at the 10 people at the wide entrance. These 10 people were the top 10 inner disciples. Some of them were arrogant and overflowing with killing intent. Some of them were 2 meters tall and looked like ancient demonic beasts. Some of them had a smile on their faces and looked calm. Some of them had a face like a peach blossom and had a lithe body. Some of them were expressionless and had cold eyes. As the 10 of them walked together, an indistinct, earth-shaking aura spread out, attracting the attention of the important figures in the VIP seats. So powerful, just the aura alone is enough to overwhelm people. Wu Zongming gasped. Yichen smiled faintly, he didn't feel anything. He looked around and found that most of the people had lost their confidence and unnaturally looked away. Of course, there were also a small number of people who had excited expressions in their eyes. As long as he could beat them, they would be able to become the top 10 inner disciples. What was the purpose of a man's life? Wasn't it just for pride? Who did not want to be powerful and be admired by others? And the top 10 inner disciples were the best starting point. Because the platforms were in different directions, the top 10 inner disciples all spread out. On Yi Chen's side there was flying in the wind Feng Ping, Madman Xiao Yi, and also Zhou Rua, who was also one of the top 10 inner disciples. There was a total of 3 people, they were 3 steps away from each other, not too far away but not too close either. I don't think there are any powerful inner disciples on our side. Feng Ping looked around and said to Xiao Yi and Zhou Rua. Xiao Yi's long hair was draped over his shoulders, he looked extremely wild, they are still too young. In the past 5 years, the most unpopular one was only 3 disciples who got kicked out of the ranking. Normally it would be good if 2 disciples got kicked out. Feng Ping looked away from Yi Chen and the others, he did not pay too much attention to them. After all, without reaching the late condensing reality realm, there was basically no way one could get into the top 10. In the past 5 years there was only one core disciple, Su Jing, that freak. Even the hidden fragrance sword Zhu Mei got the title of top 10 inner disciples when she was only at the late condensing reality realm, and then became a core disciple. Zhou Rua, whose face was like a peach blossom, said lightly, "Don't be too careless, you might fail miserably. The Sky Cloud Martial School might have a second sister Su Jing." Wu Zongming said to Yi Chen in a low voice, "You didn't see the ranking competition 2 years ago. Sister Su Jing won all the battles with her mid-condensing reality realm cultivation and became the top 10 inner disciples. When she becomes a core disciple, then Brother Meng Chong, the Blood Shadow Blade, will have the chance to be the top 10 inner disciples." Yi Chen nodded, he had never seen the full extent of Su Jing's power. Even in the Northwest Plain she did not use all of her power. It was hard to imagine how powerful she really was. The top 10 inner disciples were not easy to deal with, each of them had the power to kill warriors at the same level as them within seconds. It would be very difficult, almost impossible, to beat them. Wu Zongming changed his tone and said, "But Brother Meng Chong, the Blood Shadow Blade, was not that powerful the year before. It was only last year that he started to show his power and no one could stop him. Some people said that he was already in the top 10 of the core disciples, and only after the ranking competition he would be able to challenge the core disciples. While the two were talking, the head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School flew onto the platform in the center. Clearing his throat, the head elder raised his voice and said, "Everyone, welcome to the annual Sky Cloud Martial School's Inner Disciple Ranking Competition. This year's ranking competition is the same as the previous years. There will be 10 groups, and each group will have a seeded contestant with a number of 0. They will participate in the group competition after 5 rounds, and all the previous rounds will be considered as wins. The competition will be done by drawing lots randomly. The 2 people whose numbers are drawn will have to fight on the platform to determine the winner. Also, the competition will be based on a point system. You will get 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 for a loss. The top 3 in the group will have the right to compete in the finals for the top 10 inner disciples." Let's cut to the chase. The ranking competition officially begins. As soon as the head elder finished speaking, the entire martial field became noisy again, and the sound waves reached the sky. Nodding with satisfaction, the head elder flashed back to the Sky Cloud Martial School's elder seats. Next to the platform, the deacons had already started to draw lots. The first group, number 3 against number 9. The second group, number 5 against number 23. The third group. Hearing the head elder, all the inner disciples walked onto their respective platforms and started to fight with their opponents. Chapter 105. Coincidentally, Wu Zongming's opponent in the first battle of Group 3 was also at the mid-condensing reality realm, just like him. Burning Fist. On the stage, Wu Zongming yelled. He jumped up and threw a punch at his opponent. Boom. Hot sparks flew everywhere. The inner disciple was pushed back a couple of steps. After gaining the upper hand with only one move, Wu Zongming did not stop there. He performed his top-rank Mortal Realm skill, Flame Desolate Fist, to its limit. Dozens of fiery fist shadows spread out like a peacock's tail, causing his opponent to have no chance to fight back. After getting off the stage, Wu Zongming said casually, "Not bad, the first opponent is not that strong. It's only the first round, don't show too much of your power." Yi Qin reminded his opponent. "I know, don't worry. A battle would usually end in the time it takes for a fifth of an incense stick to burn. Rarely would 2 people be at the same level, and it would be hard to tell who would win." Some groups' battles ended quickly, and the second battle of the first round had already started. Group 7, number 8 against number 28. Wu Zongming said, "Yi Qin, it's your turn." "Yeah." Yi Qin nodded and jumped onto the stage of Group 7. Peak of the mid-condensing reality realm, my luck is not bad. Yi Chen's opponent was a teenager with straight eyebrows. He was holding a huge ringed blade. The blade was surrounded by a yellow chi flow. It looked extremely heavy. Yi Chen was speechless. His opponent was also at the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. Why was he so lucky? Lose. The teenager with straight eyebrows suddenly rushed forward. The hard rock under his feet suddenly cracked. The huge ringed blade in his hands drew a thick arc in the air, directly attacking towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. He casually waved his right hand. His whole arm was so fast that it left no shadow. It easily knocked away his opponent's huge ringed blade. His opponent thought that the blade was in his hand. He was about to attack again. Oh. The two were 5 steps away from each other. The teenager with straight eyebrows did not have a blade. He said in frustration, "Where is my blade?" Yi Chen pointed to his left. The teenager with straight eyebrows looked over. His huge ringed blade was stuck on the edge of the stage. It was shaking. He did not have the face to stay on the stage anymore. He pulled out his blade and jumped off the stage with a red face. He hated Yi Chen to death. He made him lose face like this. Unsurprisingly, Yi Chen won one battle. He got 2 points. Then came the second round, the third round, and all the way to the 5th round, where Yi Chen easily defeated his opponents without much effort. His score had reached 10 points. Wu Zongming lost one battle in the 4th round. He got 8 points. On the other side, Zhang Haoren was in the 10th group. He had broken through to the mid-condensing reality realm a while ago, and he had also won 5 battles in a row, gaining 10 points. On the other hand, Huang Bingwen, who had battled with Yi Chen before, seemed to have improved. He had only lost 1 out of the 5 battles and had accumulated 8 points just like Wu Zongming. After the 5 rounds of competition had ended, the Great Elder announced a half-an-hour break, allowing everyone to recover their true chi and physical strength. On the eastern side of the VIP seats, Yi Tianhao smiled at Shen Yuqing and said, "Chenair is doing well. He actually won 5 matches in a row, and it looks like he's having it easy." Shen Yuqing was also very happy. He said, "We were worried for nothing. In the past 6 months, Chenair's progress is extraordinary. There's hope for him to enter the top 100. Indeed, let's wait and see. The half-hour break was over and the competition continued. Unlike the first 5 rounds, the last 5 rounds would have seeded players joining the fray. If you didn't meet them, you could count yourself lucky, but if you did, you could only brace yourself and fight. This time Wu Zongming was really unlucky. Although he did not run into any seeded contestants, he ran into an inner disciple who was at the late condensing reality realm. After a dozen attacks, he was defeated. Zhang Haoran continued his winning streak, accumulating 12 points. Huang Bingwen lost 1 match, but he still had 8 points. The 7th battle of the 6th round, it was Yi Chen's turn again. "Yi, little brat, your winning streak ends here." The one who spoke was a young man with squinted eyes. He was about 17 or 18 years old, which was a bit older than most of the inner disciples. He had accumulated a lot of battle experience over the years, and could usually be ranked around 100. This time Yi Chen took the initiative to attack. He performed his crane shadow steps and disappeared from his opponent's sight. When he saw Yi Chen again, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The strong fist power had pushed him off the ground and out of the stage. He fell heavily on the ground. The squinted young man could not believe what he had just seen. How is this possible? He defeated me with only 1 attack? How powerful is he? Feng Ping, this disciple is not simple. It seems like he has been hiding his true power. Zhou Rua glanced at Yi Chen and said to Feng Ping. Feng Ping shook his head and laughed. Compared to the other inner disciples, he is indeed a lot more powerful. But against me he can only lose. Xiao Yi grinned. Although he is not your opponent, he still has a chance to enter the top 3 in the group. After another round, it was the 9th round. Number 0 versus number 24. It's your turn. Xiao Yi crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "Whoosh." A light wind swept across and Feng Ping's shadow was blown away. When he looked again, he was already on the stage. Such a fast technique. When did he get on the stage? He is indeed the flying in the wind Feng Ping. His movement is almost like the wind, invisible and formless. All the inner disciples looked at each other. Yi Chen frowned. Although Feng Ping's speed was unbelievably fast, what was really scary was that he could blend in with the wind. Once he combined the two, his Qinggong would have a qualitative improvement, and it would give people an illusion that they could not understand. Of course, that did not include him. "Brother Feng, my name is Gao Liang, nice to meet you." The square-faced young man knew the difference in power between them, so he said respectfully. Feng Ping nodded. "Bring it on. I will not go too far." Hearing him, the square-faced young man's face turned serious. He took out his sword from the scabbard and swung it in the air towards Feng Ping. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword vibrated in the air and 4 sword shadows appeared. Each sword shadow was extremely sharp and they cut the air into pieces. Seeing that the tip of the sword was about to hit Feng Ping, the square-faced young man's face flashed with joy. At this moment, Feng Ping moved, his body leaned back, and kept the same distance from the tip of the sword as he floated backwards. How is this possible? My sword speed is not as fast as his movement technique. After chasing for more than 10 steps, the square-faced young man still could not hit his opponent, and his expression changed drastically. Feng Ping was not interested in playing with his opponent anymore, so he flicked his finger on the tip of the sword. Chin. With a light flick, the square-faced young man could barely hold the sword in his hand. The sword light that he had just condensed was instantly shattered, and his plan to attack through the air had failed. Immediately after, he was kicked in the chest and blood came out from the corner of his mouth as he flew backwards. Brother Feng is too powerful. Fang Yan has been winning all this time, but he was still defeated so easily. Just how powerful are the top 10 inner disciples? Very powerful. Brother Feng did not even use his full strength. Looks like no one in our group can beat Brother Feng. That number 28 Yi Chen is definitely not Brother Feng's opponent. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.